Okay. Good morning. My name is Tamu Gibson, and I'm serving as a designated federal officer to the U.S. EPA's Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, we refer to as the SACC. For this meeting and in my role, I will be opening the second day of the public meeting on EPA's 2024 review of the draft risk evaluation for formaldehyde. I would like to repeat that the SACC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. This includes open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov. See docket number in the meeting agenda. Also, that this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. A live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube, and you can also refer to the link on the meeting website. The SACC website is listed on the agenda, which also has a link to yesterday's meeting. I would like to say that we had a successful opening day yesterday, and I would like to thank the SACC and the ad hoc reviewers, the EPA team for their presentations during yesterday's meeting. Today, we will begin with the full list of public commenters. Yesterday, we had a robust discussion and also clarifying questions to the agency. And today will be day 2 of the meeting. However, this will be day 1 in which the public will be able to provide their oral comments to the committee and the reviewers. At this time, I will hand it over to our esteemed chair, Dr. George Cobb. Dr. Cobb?
Thank you, Ms. Gibson, and welcome everyone to our meeting. I'd also like to extend my thanks to the public for attending, the committee for their work, and the EPA for all of their diligence in providing these reports in this TSCA process. Our first order of business today will be to call the roll, and we're simply going to call the roll with one exception. Yesterday, Dr. Apte was traveling, so I'm going to ask him to introduce himself, but not everyone else to introduce themselves. We'll just go through the roll call. So, Dr. Apte.
Hi, everybody. My name is Udayan Apte. I am a professor at the Department of Pharmacology, Toxicology, and Therapeutics at the University of Kansas Medical Center. I'm a board-certified toxicologist, and my areas of expertise mainly are in human exposure, human health effects, and health effects dealing with liver and other organs. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Baker.
Here.
Dr. Chason.
Present.
Dr. Fox.
Here.
Dr. Graham.
Here, my video was stopped by the host.
It's all good. Do not worry. Dr. Heiger Bernays.
Here.
Dr. Merced Nieves.
Here.
Dr. Ottinger.
Here.
Dr. Prisbilla.
Present.
Dr. Wright. Dr. Rubin.
Here.
Dr. Rumpler. Dr. Voorhees.
I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Wright.
I'm here.
Dr. Barakal. Dr. Brycey.
Here.
Dr. Henneman.
Here.
Great. Dr. Caden.
Here.
You, Dr. Kelly.
Here.
Dr. Kim.
Here.
Dr. Landis.
Here. Here.
Dr. McClellan. I think I saw him enter. Dr. McClellan. Can someone check the waiting room and see if he's still waiting? Dr. Strickland,
Here.
Dr. Sweeney,
Here.
Dr. Wolf,
Present.
and Dr. Young. Thought I saw her.
Here.
Thank you. All right, let's go back through from the top. Dr. Reif.
Here.
Ah, great.
Sorry, I misheard right the first time. I apologize.
Dr. Rumpler. Dr. Barakal. I think these West folks, this is pretty early for them.
Yeah.
And Dr. McClellan.
I think and Dr. Ike.
Um,
I'm here, but I didn't hear my name.
oh, I have an out all day for you. That's okay. I did skip you, but that's not anymore.
Oh, sorry. That's just for the last like 30 minutes today.
Okay. Very nice. Thank you. So that is everybody on the list.
Dr.
We have
McClellan was let in. He
Okay.
he has entered into the Zoom.
Dr. McClellan, are you here?
I am here.
Great. I'm glad
Great.
you were able to join.
Great.
All right,
Yes.
so, all right. Well, I think we can start. We certainly have quorum today. The first order of business, while the public commenters gather and while the EPA staff gets all of the presentations in order and ready to go, are there points from yesterday that didn't get raised that need a little bit of attention, or questions that arose maybe while you were thinking through things? And I'm seeing a couple of hands going up. So, Dr. Brycey first.
Yes, good morning. Can somebody from the EPA help me understand why or how air cleaning devices can be sources of formaldehyde? I'm not quite sure how that works. A little clarification would help.
Is there anyone from the agency that can address that?
Trying to get their audio.
It was mentioned on slide 87 of the presentation yesterday.
Okay.
So Dr. Brycey, I have an idea, but I don't want to speak for the agency.
We may have to come back to that
Yes.
question because
let-
it sounds like their audio.
Let's do that.
Okay.
I would like,
Yeah.
are there other questions? Other questions?
Well, let's see. There is audio issues from their message. We may have to come back.
Sure. Understood.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's a question. It's a comment related to a question. Yesterday, I asked about the data for formaldehyde in water that was excluded from the assessment, and I was directed to a water quality portal. I went to that portal and attempted to extract that data at 8:22, I believe it was, this morning, or somewhere thereabouts. And after asking for that information, my computer screen still at this point at Central Time, 9:10 says validating query, please wait. So I think that direction for ways to gather such data is not necessarily adequate. And I'm going to ask if the EPA can provide the data that were above detect, but considered not acceptable in this request, in this document. So, and I hope that the agency folks heard that. I know there's audio problems on that side.
Right. Let's see, Dr. Shepard is coming.
Oh, there he is.
There we go. You're muted,
We can't
Dr.
hear you.
Shepard. Okay, 1 second. Yes. For the public, we're having a momentarily delay with the audio. If we can't get that, we will move towards the public comments section of the agenda.
Let's do that, Tammy. Let's move forward, and we can
Okay.
circle back to these comments after the
Great.
public.
Kurt and William, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Ready.
Correct. We're ready for our, at this point, we're ready for our public comment section of the agenda.
Hey, Tammy. Yes, good morning.
Thank you, Kurt Ali.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. We're going to call on the first 5 public commenters. That would be Ashley Amadon, Scott Arnold, Lyle Burgoon, Benjamin Idkiv, and Andrea Chigger. So those are the first 5. And so the first public commenter we have is Ashley Amadon. Ashley, are you on the line? One second. Just letting her in. Ashley, remember to unmute your line.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
There you go. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Go ahead. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Am I okay to start my video?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. And thank you for allowing me to kick off the public comment section. I'm providing comments on behalf of the International Wood Products Association. IWPA is the trade association of the North American imported wood products industry. And our members consist of manufacturers, importers, distributors, retailers, service providers, and other trade associations from sustainably managed forests in more than 30 nations around the world. Our members are typically small businesses and also include EPA-recognized TPCs under TSCA Title VI. Our members use formaldehyde-based resins to manufacture composite wood products such as hardwood plywood, particle board, and MDF, all of which, of course, are common inputs in the production of many products like RVs, residential furniture, floors, and other interior wood finishes. Any incorrect or unsupported risk determination for the use of formaldehyde in the production of wood products would, of course, significantly impact our members and the American industries that they supply. So I'd like to very briefly cover 3 issues that concern IWPA. First, I'd like to discuss the data. Since CARB and the 2016 publication of TSCA Title VI, the wood products industry has devoted significant resources and time to ensure compliance, including panel producer certification, testing, documentation, product labeling, and record retention. The EPA needs to consider the impact that CARB and TSCA have had on current and/or formaldehyde levels, rather than relying on significant amounts of data which predate both CARB and TSCA and/or are from outside the United States. This outdated data is being set up to produce a conclusion that does not accurately reflect current working conditions or consumer experiences. Second, we remain concerned that the EPA added composite wood floors, fabricated component parts, and finished articles to the scope of the draft risk evaluation after previously determining that they were outside the scope. In the scoping process, the EPA previously recognized that regulated composite wood products already undergo testing and third-party certification under TSCA Title VI, and therefore concluded that the products are already, and I quote, appropriately managed under the TSCA Title VI regulatory program, end quote. TSCA specifically mandated that the EPA, quote, shall publish the scope of the risk evaluation to be conducted, end quote. By unilaterally adding the regulated products back to the scope without providing a revised scoping document and opening a comment period, the EPA failed to follow correct procedure under TSCA. To date, IWPA has not received clarity on what specifically changed between the EPA saying that regulated composite wood products were out of scope and when we were informed last fall that they are now included. As a result of this, IWPA therefore strongly recommends that these products be removed from the risk evaluation as they are currently regulated under TSCA Title VI. Lastly, we'd like to note our support for the comments provided by the coalition, including IWPA, the American Home Furnishings Alliance, and the National Retail Federation. I know Elliot Siegel from Intrinsic will be speaking more in depth, much more in depth on our comments later, but I want to preview his words and note that we believe the EPA has incorrectly placed wood articles into the same category as certain cleaning products, which clearly do not belong together. We also believe that the EPA should find and clearly state that exposures to formaldehyde for wood articles such as furniture, furnishings, and other interior wood finishes do not present an unreasonable risk of injury to human health. This determination should expressly apply to all types of risk, all exposures, and across all potential pathways. As our comments discuss, this determination is well supported by independently verified data that comport with TSCA's requirement to base risk determinations on the, quote, best available science. EPA should rely on data demonstrating wood manufacturing does not contribute to an unreasonable risk of occupational exposure to formaldehyde. I'd like to close with a request. In a Senate EPW hearing on January 24th of this year, Assistant Administrator Dr. Friedhoff was asked whether the agency would select formaldehyde levels that were below background or impossible to reliably measure in the workplace. Dr. Friedhoff said, and I quote, if we, EPA, end up with a level like that in the draft risk evaluation, we will say right in the draft risk evaluation that it won't be the thing that we would propose to do in our rule. We are not going to propose something that can't be met. I would encourage the EPA to hew to Dr. Friedhoff's words and ensure that if composite wood products are included, and as I stated, we do not support their inclusion, but if they are included, that any levels set are set above background and are able to be reliably measured. Thank you for this opportunity to share IWPA's perspective on the matter.
Thank you, Ashley. Our next commenter is Scott Arnold.
Kurt, really quickly, are there questions from the committee? I don't see any. This is George Cobb speaking. So yes, Kurt, let's please proceed.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Scott Arnold. Scott, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Hi, this is Dr. Scott Arnold representing Dow. I have a PhD in environmental toxicology from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I have over 35 years experience in the conduct of human health and ecological risk assessment. Dow appreciates the opportunity to provide comments to help inform EPA's work on the draft formaldehyde risk evaluation. My oral remarks today focus Dow's comments pertaining to the draft occupational exposure assessment. Dow first wants to acknowledge the amount of time and effort EPA has put into assessing this chemical that is a building block for many products covering hundreds of uses across all sectors of the U.S. and global economy. Dow agrees with EPA's premise that when evaluating risk from formaldehyde, one must consider exposures from ambient air, biogenic sources, and endogenous production. Dow also appreciates EPA's acknowledgement that draft worker occupational exposure value is lower than indoor air concentrations and the lack of any practical ability to comply with such a level. Dow has two specific product lines where formaldehyde is currently used. Formaldehyde is considered a critical raw material in the production of chelating agents and polymeric MDI. As there are no alternatives for formaldehyde, limiting or banning these uses would impact downstream markets such as cleaners, energy efficient appliances, cold chain, supply chain, food and pharma security, and infrastructure. We acknowledge that EPA has a tall order evaluating hundreds of occupational and consumer uses related to this chemical substance, and that it's likely necessary to start with a Tier 1 screening assessment. However, consistent with established risk assessment principles, EPA's next step in this case should be to refine grossly overly conservative assumptions when estimating exposures that do not meet target margins of exposure. Unfortunately, EPA has failed to do so, and this has resulted in the majority of uses being classified as unreasonable risk. We note this to the SACC because there was no specific charge questions relating to evaluation of EPA's occupational exposure assumptions, groupings for condition of use, and the proper use of IH monitoring data. I will summarize how Dow believes EPA should refine its exposure assessment to reflect actual conditions of use. Dow requests that the SACC and EPA take these comments under advisement to review the totality of the risk evaluation document. Dow's two uses were represented by a condition of use that groups 14 diverse industries under the same exposure assessment. We note that EPA used worst-case assumptions for all these industries and tasks combined. The worst-case assumptions were then used for a single dermal and inhalation exposure assessment to represent all 14 diverse industries and every task therein. Obviously, this grossly overestimates exposure. Dow has supplied the proper information in our previous comments for EPA to develop realistic exposure scenarios, and I will highlight operational and industrial hygiene controls that are not reflected in EPA's assessment or assumptions. Dow believes these are consistent across industry due to the inherent hazards of formaldehyde. First, the operations for both Dow uses take place in a closed system and completely outdoors. EPA's assessment does not reflect this. The production line is only open for discrete short-term tasks, and opening is purged prior to access. EPA's assessment does not reflect this. We realize it is EPA policy not to assume use of PPE. In fact, PPE is required for all tasks as a precaution in the unlikely event exposure formaldehyde occurs. For inhalation exposure, EPA combined IH monitoring data from multiple industries and a wide variety of tasks, then used worst-case concentrations for a single assessment. This grossly overestimates exposure. We have summarized additional inhalation exposure data specific to our task and submitted to the docket. This information more accurately describes inhalation exposure related to our uses. For dermal exposure, EPA's assumption of routine exposure to the hands is incorrect. For our two uses, the lines are purged prior to opening. Chemical-resistant gloves are mandatory because formaldehyde causes severe skin burns, and in the event of accidental exposure, employees are trained to enter a safety shower immediately. Therefore, actual dermal exposure for these uses should be zero, not routine, as assumed by EPA. These all comments are consistent with our written comments originally submitted to the docket July of 2023 and recently again May 14, 2024. We urge the SACC to look at these examples and take a much needed detailed review of EPA's screening level approach and lack of refinement when indicated. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comments, and we look forward to future interactions with EPA to discuss these important improvements to the risk evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Next commenter is Lyle Burgoon. Lyle, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Yes, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can we advance to slide 12 real quick? Perfect. Thank you. So, hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Lyle Burgoon. I'm President and CEO of Raptor Pharma-Tox. We're a consulting company, and also we do technology stuff for various sectors. What I wanted to do today was to highlight and ask the SACC to look at TSCA, specifically Section 6A and 6B, but also the House report 114-176, because this will give you important context about how to interpret TSCA and how to understand what the sense of Congress was at the time that they put together the TSCA. And specifically within the House report, they state Section 6A obliges the administrator to apply requirements on a chemical substance or mixture and I bolded this part, to the extent necessary, so that the chemical substance or mixture no longer presents or will present an unreasonable risk. So getting to the next slide, please, to Dr. Wolf's question yesterday, I put together this slide here, and I think this might be helpful for the SACC to come back to. You kind of have this little gas gauge there on the left. As you have increasing exposure, there's unreasonable risk. Now, in general, from a risk assessment standpoint, we generally define unreasonable risk as an unacceptable amount of risk where there's a higher likelihood of an adverse event. TSCA does not have a definition. Congress never created a definition for unreasonable risk. So it's not uncommon when a court were to interpret these things, they'll go to dictionary definitions, or they'll go to what practitioners in the field use. And this is a commonly accepted definition for unreasonable risk. Ultimately, what we're trying to get to is reasonable or acceptable risk. And that's really what TSCA has as their standard, to the extent necessary. So you're trying to bring that exposure down to the extent necessary that you no longer have unreasonable risk. And that's what we call reasonable or acceptable risk. This is the target. Reasonable risk is where the risk of adverse events are quite low, even for susceptible groups. Now, you got to be careful, though, because IRIS actually uses a different standard than what TSCA uses. IRIS actually uses the no appreciable risk standard. And no appreciable risk, you can see there at the bottom, this is the risk associated with exposure where the risk is so low, it's not large enough to be measured. So we're not quite at zero risk with IRIS, but we're getting really close to zero risk. And so clearly no appreciable risk is not where Congress intended TSCA to be. And we can see where EPA has it with the risk evaluation, they've got the formaldehyde levels going clear into the ambient and indoor air levels. If you go to the next slide, please. Hopefully this is also instructive for the SACC, and hopefully you find this helpful. What I've done is on the left, we have the gas gauge there that I showed you before, but on the right, we actually show some of the ambient air levels for formaldehyde based on CDC reporting. And you can see where the EPA non-cancer chronic hazard value and the EPA non-cancer acute hazard value fall within the ambient air and indoor air that CDC is reporting. So clearly what we see here is that EPA hazard values from formaldehyde are well within the CDC reported indoor and ambient air formaldehyde levels. What that means is that we are clearly beyond reasonable or unacceptable risk. We're getting down into this region where TSCA, where Congress did not want TSCA to go. That's it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? I see one from Dr. Bryson.
Yes, can you help me understand where the CDC data came from? What data exactly you're referring to? Is there a source you can point to or a direction?
I'd need a double check, but I think this may have been from, let's see here. I think this may have been either from the MRL that they put together for formaldehyde, or I know they have some websites where they've reported these values. This has come up in court cases before, and so I can't remember, but if it's okay, I can email the DFO when I get back to my office and share that with you that way.
Sure enough, but so if it's part of the toxicological profile that ATSDR presented, it's probably not CDC data. It's probably data that CDC referenced, part of their literature review. So I just wanted to see where that stands.
Yep.
Good question. And yeah, please do provide that to Ms. Gibson. She'll make sure we get it.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. Back to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next presenter is Benjamin Idzik. Benjamin, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ben Idzik. I serve as regulatory counsel for ILMA, the Independent Lubricant Manufacturers Association. Thank you for this opportunity to provide the association's comments. ILMA manufacturer member companies manufacture and sell over 70% of the metalworking fluids used in North America. Many of these fluids are classified as water miscible. When in use, these fluids are highly susceptible to bacterial contamination. If allowed to proliferate, such bacteria can destroy the lubricating properties of the fluid and, more importantly, create health and safety risks. To control Against such contamination, metalworking fluid manufacturers add formaldehyde donor biocides to their fluid formulations, which inhibit the growth of bacteria by releasing small quantities of formaldehyde when subject to certain conditions. As the committee proceeds with this review, ILMA urges members to consider 3 important points. Number 1, formaldehyde donor biocides are critical to the safety of workers and end users of metalworking fluids. Number 2, OSHA's formaldehyde standard appropriately addresses occupational exposures for formaldehyde. And third, the metalworking fluids industry promotes robust safety measures through powered stewardship that protects workers from excess formaldehyde exposures. On the first point, the committee must understand that if EPA limits or eliminates formaldehyde donor biocides, such a restriction will endanger rather than protect the health and safety of workers. Water-miscible metalworking fluids are fertile ground for many species of bacteria. The decay of some of these microbes can produce various endotoxins and exotoxins that, when introduced into the human body, can cause symptoms such as decreased respiratory volume, skin irritation, fever, gastroenteritis, and even death from toxic shock. Metalworking fluid manufacturers thus use formaldehyde donor biocides as part of their data-driven fluid management methods to inhibit bacterial growth and to protect against such health risks. And while the industry has for many years endeavored to develop alternatives, there are no meaningful substitute chemistries available on the market today. Therefore, the committee must carefully review and quantify the health protections that formaldehyde donor biocides provide and consider the real-world negative impacts on occupational health and safety that will follow should they be restricted or eliminated. Such an evaluation is consistent with TSCA mandates under Section 6C2 and 6G. On the second point, the committee must consider that OSHA already protects workers from excess formaldehyde exposure under the formaldehyde standard. ILMA members have complied with the standard's parameters since its promulgation nearly 40 years ago. Moreover, the association has verified scientific evidence that ambient formaldehyde levels in metalworking fluids are on average not even considered detectable under the OSHA formaldehyde standard. In 1994, ILMA participated in a joint venture study that analyzed worker exposures to formaldehyde from triazine, the brand of a formaldehyde donor biocide. The study reviewed air samples from 12 metalworking fluids facilities and found that in 67% of the surveyed plants, the formaldehyde level exposures were below 0.1 parts per million. The study's author, Dr. Howard J. Cohen, concluded the use of triazine will not result in detectable employee exposures to formaldehyde, and that such exposures will be below 0.1 ppm at an 8-hour time-weighted average. ILMA submitted these findings to OSHA, which in a determination later agreed with Dr. Cohen's assessment. The association urges the committee to review the Cohen study's findings and the OSHA determination level, all the while understanding that the OSHA formaldehyde standard is an existing enforcement mechanism that ensures safe levels of formaldehyde in metalworking fluid environments. On the third point, ILMA emphasizes that its members in the broader metalworking fluid industry have used formaldehyde donor biocides effectively for decades. This is thanks in part to the formaldehyde standard as well as to product stewardship measures at metalworking fluid facilities. These measures include plant and portable ventilation systems, personal protective equipment, and employee training. The efficacy of these measures has only improved over time. As one example, product stewardship measures since the mid-1990s have led to a significant decrease in fluid mist levels within metalworking fluid facilities, which further decreases risk from formaldehyde exposures. ILMA is concerned that this draft risk evaluation will cause EPA to suppress a biocide that is critical to the health and safety of metalworking fluid workers and end users. Formaldehyde releases from metalworking fluid biocides are already safely managed under existing regulations and industry practices, and its risks are at best de minimis. Therefore, the association urges the committee to take into account the practices and regulations, the existing practices and regulations, and consider the significant benefits afforded by these chemicals. The committee's review will not merely settle an academic debate, it will have a profound real-world impact on our industry. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. ILMA will submit a copy of my statement as well as the Cohen study and the previously referenced documents to the docket. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
Our next commenter is Andrea Chiker. Andrea, can you hear me? Remember to unmute your line.
Yep, I can hear you.
Go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Andrea Chiger, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow with the Environmental Defense Fund. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on EPA's draft risk evaluation of formaldehyde. While EPA claims to have taken a pragmatic and overly conservative approach in the draft risk evaluation, we believe that EPA has instead grossly underestimated exposures to and risks of formaldehyde. particularly in vulnerable and highly exposed populations, such as fence-line communities and workers. When EPA did find risks, it systematically dismissed them. EDF acknowledges the exposure profile for formaldehyde is complicated, with sources of exposure including point sources, secondary formation, and biogenic sources. However, EPA's handling of these exposures and its characterization of unreasonable risk is egregious and unfounded. The draft risk evaluation sets a dangerous precedent by inappropriately dismissing calculated risks by a comparison to the highest monitored formaldehyde values. As a result, cancer risks consistently exceeding benchmarks based on exposure to TSCA sources alone were not determined to be unreasonable. EPA must instead calculate and consider how risks from TSCA sources contribute to the overall risks faced by an individual from all exposures to formaldehyde, including from non-TSCA and biogenic sources. In addition, EPA underestimated exposures by using faulty and non-conservative assumptions. Most notably, EPA used the central tendency exposures to calculate cancer risks associated with indoor air and occupational exposures. However, by EPA's own estimation, central tendency values do not capture real-world exposures to potentially exposed and susceptible populations, which EPA is mandated to consider under TSCA. EPA must therefore instead use high-end exposure estimates to calculate risks. As another example, which is related to charge question 6, EPA also underestimated ambient air exposures by only relying on modeled estimates from the Integrated Indoor-Outdoor Air Calculator model. EDF analysis found that measured formaldehyde ambient air concentrations are on average over 2 times higher than these modeled values. Further, the model only captures exposures and risks at limited distances from facilities, fails to capture combined exposures from multiple neighboring facilities, and doesn't include reasonably foreseeable accidental spills and peak releases. Regarding charge question 5, in the indoor air exposure assessment, EPA only estimated exposures to consumer products for 1 year and assumed individuals are only home for 11 hours. Together, these unfounded assumptions and decisions are non-conservative and fail to capture real-world formaldehyde exposures. EPA further underestimated risks by consistently failing to aggregate exposures, which relates to charge question 7. For example, in its indoor air exposure assessment, EPA assumes that individuals are only exposed to a single exposure scenario for a single condition of use within their homes. But we know that individuals are simultaneously exposed to multiple exposure scenarios and conditions of use. For example, new homes contain numerous sources of formaldehyde exposure, including bedding, floor covers, and various building materials. EPA must instead aggregate exposures from each modeled condition of use that contributes to indoor air exposures, and overall must take an aggregate exposure approach for estimating exposures from all pathways. Lastly, regarding the numerous charge questions on OPPT's use of toxicity values from the draft IRIS assessment, we would like to emphasize that IRIS assessments are based on comprehensive systematic reviews of the available evidence, and therefore fulfill the requirements under TSCA to conduct a weight of evidence assessment and to use the best available science. Further, IRIS toxicity values are widely considered the gold standard and undergo extensive intra and interagency review and public comment processes. We have submitted these comments and more in written form to EPA and the SACC. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for that comment and for staying within the time limit. Are there questions for Dr. Chigger? Dr. Chason.
Thank you. I read the submission that was sent in, and I have 2 points that I would like your clarification on. And the first is in page 9, 8, and 9 of your submission, you talk about how the agency should calculate how risks from the TSCA sources should be, that you make a statement that EPA should consider these and do the aggregation of those risks. Could you explain what it is that EPA should be doing mathematically or statistically that seems to be what you're suggesting they do? Could you elaborate on that for that? And my second question is, could you define what you think are the populations that should be considered either pests or fence line? Thank you.
Sure. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the page that you're referring to. But our point is that you can't consider task sources in isolation. So you, oh, sorry.
It's at top of page 9 in your submission.
Yeah,
First
I know. I
paragraph.
just have
Yeah.
too many things open and I can't find it. Apologies. Essentially, I would direct you to look at our table 1, in which we use a hypothetical example to explain what we mean in terms of the risk calculations. And then regarding your second question, we feel that the exposure assessment did not adequately capture risks to fence line communities. So that would be a pest that we're concerned about for the reasons I outlined in my comments, as well as in the written comments. You can find more about that.
Can you summarize that for us? It wasn't clear to me who, I mean, you state that you think that should be done, but who specifically, maybe I just didn't see it, but who specifically would be the group that EPA could possibly look at to say, oh, this is either more highly exposed, or the other reason for pests is that they're somehow more susceptible. And I understand that you want them to do that, but who are those people?
Right. Well, for an example, fence line communities, right? People living in the proximity of these facilities who are also co-exposed to numerous other chemicals, as well as non-chemical stressors. So that would be a really important pest to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And this is George Kopp speaking. I just want to point out that our speaker just now was talking about pests, P-E-S-S, and our previous speaker was talking about pests, P-E-S-T-S. And I don't want those to get confused in the record. I realized that I was mishearing some things. So just for everyone on this meeting. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Dr. Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next commenter is Harvey Clewell. Harvey, go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. My name is Harvey Clewell, and I'm a principal consultant in the Health Sciences Group at Romball. Together with my colleagues, Mel Anderson and Roy Connolly, I've been conducting research on the carcinogenicity of formaldehyde for more than 30 years. First for the U.S. Air Force and later at CIIT and the Hamner Institutes for Health Sciences. Much of this research was funded by the American Chemistry Council. However, the opinions expressed today are my own. The TSCA risk evaluation for formaldehyde relies on the risk assessment for nasopharyngeal cancer in the EPA draft IRIS assessment. Unfortunately, the proposed EPA cancer risk assessment applies a default linear low-dose extrapolation approach to estimate cancer risk for human exposures. This linear approach is inconsistent with the overwhelming scientific evidence for supporting the existence of a threshold for the carcinogenicity of formaldehyde. Moreover, low-dose linear defaults are inappropriate for an endogenous compound such as formaldehyde that has significant endogenous concentrations in the tissues and is only toxic at exposures that result in significant increase in total tissue concentration. In contrast with the EPA's selection of linear extrapolation approach, an international workshop composed of 24 invited experts with diverse risk assessment expertise, which was reported in Anderson et al. 2019, concluded that adequate mechanistic data was available to determine the mode of action for the nasopharyngeal carcinogenicity of formaldehyde, that it's driven by cytotoxicity and proliferation, with mutagenicity only contributing at exposures associated with toxicity. This mode of action has been formally evaluated in Gentry et al. 2020, using the mode of action human relevance framework developed by the International Program on Chemical Safety, reported in Saanich Mullen et al. 2001. At the Hamner, we conducted studies on the dose response for genomic responses, cellular responses of the rat nasal epithelium to inhaled formaldehyde. These studies clearly demonstrated that effects of inhaled formaldehyde on cells only occur at concentrations that significantly increase cellular formaldehyde above endogenous levels, reported in Anderson et al. 2010. More recently, my colleague Rory Connolly has made important improvements in the CIIT, the original CIIT formaldehyde biologically based dose response model, to address model uncertainties previously noted by the EPA, and to incorporate an extended data set so that the formation of both inhaled and endogenous formaldehyde DNA adduct formation can be modeled simultaneously. And that's reported in Connolly et al. 2023, 2 different publications. And so that was in response to the suggestion to the EPA by the National Academy of Science to consider endogenous formaldehyde. The updated model confirms the results obtained with the original CIIT model and predicts that the probability of tumors from chronic exposure of rats to 1 part per million formaldehyde would be indistinguishable from controls. That's in the rats. The CIIT BBR model remains the only scientifically defensible approach for estimating quantitative risk of nasopharyngeal cancer from human exposure to formaldehyde, and it should be used by the scientists in OPPTS to estimate a NOEL for nasopharyngeal cancer in the human. It's been used by other agencies, including Health Canada, in that fashion. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment and for staying within our time limit. It's very appreciated. I see a question from Dr. Ottinger.
So if I interpret your responses, you are saying there's a very low likelihood of a low dose effect, and also the endogenous levels, and this is a second question, do they shift during the lifespan?
Formaldehyde is highly reactive, so it's kind of an instantaneous process associated with the formaldehyde levels in the body. It's not something that accumulates.
And low dose effects?
So the low dose effects are assuming mutagenicity, and that's not the mode of action for formaldehyde. It's better established than for any other chemical I can think of that actually the cell homeostasis has to be upset to a significant degree due to exogenous formaldehyde in order to have any perturbation in that kind of effect. The cytotoxic effects are, they kind of define the threshold at which formaldehyde becomes both non-cancer and cancer effects.
Right. Yeah. And there are no lifespan differences in vulnerability, sensitivities, susceptibilities?
Well, we don't really know about that. That's obviously a something that would have to be addressed the same way you do in non-cancer.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for the question and the answer. Are there other questions from the committee? If not, we'll turn it back over to Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next commenter is Sean Hayes. Sean?
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, panel. My name is Sean Hayes. I'm president of Cypinion. We conduct independent expert reviews, and we were asked to conduct an independent panel evaluation of EPA's draft formaldehyde risk evaluation. Next slide. So we assembled a panel, a prestigious panel of researchers, experts on risk assessment. Many of these are former EPA officials or scientists who have decades of experience in conducting risk assessments within EPA. Next slide. Within SciPinion, we have a very stringent and formal process for conducting our peer reviews. And unlike EPA's process, we have a triple blinding process. And what that means is, first, experts had no knowledge of sponsor, so we eliminate sponsor bias. Second, sponsors had no knowledge of the experts' identities and had no involvement in the selection of the panel. That was completely done by SciPinion using an objective and transparent, reproducible, auditable process. And lastly, experts were blinded to each other's identity so that there was no deference to the perceived expert amongst the panel, no ability for experts to bully, cheerleader, or influence each other, no ability to group think, and so on. Our process involves 3 rounds of review. Round 1, all experts answered all questions independently. Second, experts then reviewed each other's answers and debated each other online. And then lastly, in round 3, the experts revisit their answers from round 1 to see if the input from viewing other experts' input made them change their mind, and answer any follow-up clarifying questions. And in this case, there was 2 clarifying questions that the experts were asked to answer. Next slide. So we have submitted a full report that includes all of the input from the expert panel, complete transparency, that has been submitted to the docket, and hopefully you've had a chance to review that. I'm going to go through just a few of the main findings associated with this panel. So the first has to do with the acute RFC. The first 2 slides here, next 2 slides deal with this. So the first is the Human Studies Review Board had reviewed the IRIS draft risk assessment and had recommended the use of chamber studies rather than the observational studies. And our panel was in complete consensus with this, and that EPA should use the chamber studies because it takes estimation out of the assessment. The observational studies are not as reliable as the controlled exposure studies. Next slide. Likewise, the HSRB board had found that the draft risk evaluation of the risk evaluation for the acute RFC should not make duration adjustments or rely on Haber's law to develop the acute points of departure. And our experts noted that even within EPA and their EAGLE values, which there's several EAGLE values for formaldehyde, they do not use duration adjustments. EPA's own guidance language shows that the low concentrations of formaldehyde is concentration rather than concentration times time dependent. So EPA should not use a duration adjustment in any of their risk values. Next slide. So majority positions on several of the charge questions. Majority of the experts indicated that the National Academy of Sciences review did not provide independent verification of the IRIS risk assessment. So they weren't asked to independently verify many of the values included in the IRIS risk assessment. Thus, the National Academy or the IRIS risk assessment should not be considered blessed by the National Academy of Sciences. Likewise, the majority of the panels indicated that EPA did contain a fully elucidated mode of action. They did a good job on several of the endpoints: pulmonary function, allergic response, and asthma, and nasal tumors. Third bullet, a majority of the panelists indicated that the National Academy of Sciences recommendations were not addressed by the 2022 draft IRIS assessment, and thus by extension, the TSCA risk evaluation. So the IRIS risk assessment should not be considered consistent with NAS recommendations. Last slide. So majority of the panelists indicated that EPA did provide a clear description of how the study of Krasowski 1990 was used to estimate a point of departure, but should also consider the studies by Kriebel and the chamber studies for possible derivation of candidate RFCs beyond the acute RFC. Likewise, a majority of the panelists indicated that EPA did not strengthen discussion of asthma to reflect current understanding of this complex disease. This was a specific recommendation of the National Academy of Sciences. And then lastly, a majority of the panelists indicated that EPA did not assess the sensitivity of their derived estimates to model assumptions and endpoints selected for the calculation of their reference values. Like I said, we've submitted a full report to the EPA. and I recommend that you review those. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Are there questions from the committee? Dr. Opti.
So you referred towards the end in your slides. This is Dr. Apte. Referred to some studies about controlled exposure. Were they included, the references included in your report, and will they be available to us?
Yes, they're included in our report, and they're included also in the National Academy of Sciences report to the EPA in their review of EPA's assessment.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And back to Mr. Ali.
Our next commenter is Joel Cohen. Joel, go ahead.
Great. Thank you for your time. Appreciate the panel taking the time to hear these comments. My name is Joel Cohen. I'm a principal consultant with Gradient. I'm a toxicologist by training. My comments focus on the derivation of the dermal point of departure for sensitization. Two key areas to talk about here. First of all, the appropriateness of applying an uncertainty factor to account for cross-species extrapolation when the point of departure is derived from a local lymph node assay EC3 value. So starting there, just wanted to note that EPA selected an EC3 value of 100 micrograms per square centimeter, reported by Basketter et al., their 2003 publication. To that, they applied a cumulative uncertainty factor of 100, with a factor of 10 accounting for inter-individual variability, and then an additional uncertainty factor of 10 for cross-species extrapolation from the mouse to human. However, the relevance and appropriateness of these uncertainty factors is not discussed or truly considered. And to provide context, for the past 2 decades, there's been a series of published scientific studies that correlate local lymph node assay EC3 values directly with human experimental induction threshold data. And in light of this strong correlation between animal test results and human skin sensitization induction thresholds, the LLNA EC3 is typically used without applying additional uncertainty factors for cross-species extrapolation. And there's a few citations there, including 2016 publication by Basketter et al., 2020 publication by AP et al., and a 2023 publication by Pat Parrish. So Basketter, in his 2016 publication, Skin Sensitization Quantitative Risk Assessment, a review of the underlying assumptions, notes that these findings that have been published over the past 20 years showing the strong correlation between the human no expected sensitization induction levels and EC3 values support, and I quote, that the EC3 values therefore has any interspecies variation implicitly built into it. So, looking at the statistical relationship between these EC3 values and human values support that the cross-species extrapolation is accounted for already. Going over briefly some of these published studies showing that correlation, back in 1999, the Interagency Coordinating Committee on the Validation of Alternative Methods, or ICVAM, which is a permanent member of the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, they evaluated 74 chemicals with both local lymph node assay EC3 data and human test data, ultimately concluding that the local lymph node assay can reasonably predict human responses to sensitizers when compared with currently accepted methods for regulatory decision-making. Another publication in the early 2000s by Griem, Griem et al., 2003, compared EC3 values for 30 chemicals to human repeat insult patch test and human maximization test, low-Ls and no-Ls. The study authors found that the EC3, when expressed as mass of chemical per surface area of skin, micrograms per square centimeter, can be used as a surrogate value for a human no observed effect level in risk assessment. 2004 publication by Schneider and Akan evaluated 57 substances. They conducted regression analysis, revealing a significant positive correlation between the EC3 value and the human results. Study authors concluded, and I quote, based on this analysis, the local lymph node assay can be considered a reliable basis for the relative potency assessments of skin sensitizers. 2005 publication by Basketter evaluated human sensitization induction thresholds for another 26 chemicals, concluded LLNA EC3 data permit a prediction of the NOEL in the human repeat insult patch test, provide a solid foundation for the completion of quantitative risk assessment for skin sensitization. more recent publication by Baskerville et al., 2018, states that there is, and I quote, "there is no general need for an interspecies assessment factor." Conservatively, these interspecies assessment factors may be considered on a case-by-case basis. For example, if there is only 1 or 2 local lymph node assays reporting EC3 values. But for the case of formaldehyde, there are 19 LLNA studies available with EC3 values ranging from 0.11% to 14.5%. And the selected value for the derivation of the point of departure was 0.4% on the conservative end of all of those studies, supporting the health protectiveness of the point of departure derivation. And I believe we ultimately urge EPA to consider the appropriateness of incorporating a cross-species extrapolation factor in ultimately deriving their point of departure. In my remaining seconds, just want to note also that EPA-derived point of departure is for both sensitization induction and elicitation. However, it's important to note that the dermal sensitization quantitative risk assessment methodology was developed specifically for preventing sensitization induction and not elicitation.
Thank you.
This has been noted by a
for
number
your
of the
comment.
developers. I'll stop there.
We're out of time. Thank you. Thank you for the comment. Are there questions from any of the committee members? I do not see any, so thank you again for the comment. And wait, we do have a question for you. Dr. Kemp.
Yes, in regards to sensitization induction, is there any difference on point of departure between animal data and human data, particularly when you compare human repeat insert patch testing data against either local lymph node assay or other animal testing data?
That's a great question.
And second question is based on that, which species, would animals or which species more considered to be more sensitive on sensitization induction? Would that be human or the mice or other animal species? So based on that, which one will be more reasonable models in addressing no sensitization risk levels?
Very good. So to answer that question, I urge the committee to review the written comments that I've submitted. A number of the studies that I was just referring to in my oral comments have directly compared the mouse local lymph node assay data to human no observed or no expected sensitization induction levels and found statistically significant correlations supporting the use of the mouse EC3 endpoint as a direct substitute for the human no expected sensitization induction level. So there's been a number of publications making the comparison between the mouse data and human data, showing that there's reasonable correlation to support the use of the mouse data without an additional uncertainty factor. So hopefully that addresses your question in regards to how representative is the mouse model, as well as the most sensitive species that's most appropriate for the quantitative risk assessment. And again, I urge the committee to review the written public comments for more details.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question and for the answer. I think with that, we'll turn it back over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next commenter is Rory Connolly. Rory, go ahead.
Slide, please. Can I have the next slide? Am I okay? So this is the diagram of the biologically based dose response model for formaldehyde that Harvey Klool referred to a few minutes ago. And these models are very different from the kind of modeling EPA's used to predict cancer risk for formaldehyde. Here, the attempt is to use as fully as possible the available data, specifically dosimetry modeling. In the case of formaldehyde, we use computational fluid dynamics modeling of the nasal cavity in the rat for the rat version of the model, and there's also equivalent human modeling. And this then links into effects of both exogenous and endogenous formaldehyde within the tissues lining the nasal cavity, which result in ultimately cytotoxicity which is a driver for tumor development. And as I'll refer in a later slide, we also have an option for the potential mutagenicity of DNA adducts and how this could contribute to tumor formation. So on the next slide, this puts some context on the BBDR modeling. You see at the top with a date of 2003, which is the date of our first rat BBDR model publication. Below it, you see a diagram of data-informed dose response modeling, where the say, for example, a PBPK model might be used in front of a more empirical relationship between dose symmetry and tumor development. This kind of work goes back to the 1980s. And the empirical response modeling that EPA is using really goes back to the 1970s or even earlier. It does not represent the state of the art in how to do dose response modeling today. The next slide, please. The formaldehyde BBDR work it consists currently of 3 publications. 2003 and 2004, the rat and human models were first described. And then last year in March, we published a significant update to the rat BBDR model, all of this work in toxicological sciences. The next slide. The regulatory acceptance, rejection of the BBDR work. Internationally, the 2003-2004 work was well received. The Mock Commission in Germany and the World Health Organization adopted that modeling from 20 years ago. However, EPA, over a series of publications from about 2007 through, I think, 2010, analyzed various aspects of the model, identified uncertainties, and said we can't use it for risk assessment. And the next slide. And so we've in the new version of the model that we published last year, we've specifically addressed these uncertainties and updated the model. I'm not going to go through this list because time is short, but I can assure you that there has been a significant update of the model here. Next slide. The 2023 model has 2 versions of the model: the cytotoxicity-driven cell division leading to tumor formation, and a second version where cytotoxicity is accompanied by mutagenic DNA adducts. And in either case, the model suggests no cancer risk below 0.3 ppm. This is for the rat. Want to emphasize that. The human version of the revised model has not been developed at this point, but would be expected to show qualitatively similar behaviors. The next slide. So the 2024 TOSC assessment relies on the 2022 draft IRIS assessment. It ignores the BBDR update we published over a year ago. This work, the EPA work does say that human NPC arrived by the same mode of action as the rat nasal tumors. And our BBDR work just, I think, conclusively shows that low dose linearity is inconsistent with the extensive mechanistic database for formaldehyde. The dose response modelings from the 1970s. CFD is a centerpiece of the new work, but is ignored by EPA. And final, next slide, please. Finally, to summarize, only BBDR modeling describes all of the main determinants of the shape of the curve. The EPA IRIS critiques have been addressed, and the work we've done it refine the model and reduces the uncertainty of its predictions. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that comment and for staying within the time limit. I appreciate that. I see Dr. Ottinger has her hand raised.
I was curious with the models that you're developing, if there's a particular AOP measurement endpoint that would be useful at the lower end of the curve.
Well, the focus of the work really came down to understanding the dose response for cytotoxicity.
Right.
And so in the bioassays for formaldehyde that were conducted, there were 2 conducted under CIIT's guidance, one in the 1970s and one in the 1990s. Extensive dose response data were collected both on cell replication as the surrogate endpoint for cytotoxicity.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I wanted to know what you're measuring. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question and the answer. Dr. Kim has a question.
Yes, my question is in regards to the shape of dose response models. So you have mentioned about cytotoxicity driven dose response model and also cytotoxicity combined with the mutagenicity. When you compare those two different models, do you see any significant difference in the shape of dose response model?
There is a difference, but it's not what one might intuitively expect. Typically, when you think of mutagenic DNA adducts, the default would be some kind of low dose linear dose response. But one of the very interesting results from the second CIIT formaldehyde bioassay was the data that were collected on cell replication at low levels of exposure at 0.7 and 2 ppm. And this was done at multiple time points during these bioassays over 5 different concentrations. And what it showed was that at the lowest levels of exposure, this is described in the literature going back to the 1990s, at the lowest levels of exposure, there were small decreases in the rate of cell replication in the formaldehyde exposed groups. So that you actually, just for cell replication, you actually have a J-shaped dose response curve. At the higher concentration, 6 and 10 and 15 ppm, where you get into frank cytotoxicity, the rate of cell replication increases, as you'd expect as a consequence of cytotoxicity. But at these low levels, you've got this decrease. And when you consider mutagenic DNA adducts, mutagenicity arises as a mutagenic potential of the DNA adduct and then a rate of cell division. And so you have to, and so in the mathematics of the model, you're multiplying the rate of cell division by a probability of mutation per cell division, which itself is a function of DNA adducts. So you actually get a J-shaped prediction for the accumulation of mutations over time as a function of concentration due to this effect of the low dose effect on the rate of cell division. So even with mutagenic DNA adducts, there's a below threshold probability of mutation until you get up somewhere in the few tenths of a part per million. And this is all described in the publication in detail if you're interested. And I've submitted a 5-pager that supplements the comments I've made today.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, that was probably a pretty confusing explanation.
That's very, very nice. Thank you for the question and for the answer. So seeing no additional questions, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next two commenters are Paul DeLeo, then Linda Dell. Paul DeLeo, go ahead.
Yes, there's slides. Great. Good day. I'm Dr. Paul DeLeo with the American Chemistry Council. I'm a senior director of chemical management there. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments to the SACC regarding the draft risk evaluation for formaldehyde. Next slide, please. ACC has partnered with Insight Exposure and Risk Sciences to develop a standard framework approach for reviewing the exposure assessment component of the risk evaluations using current EPA guidance and best practices for occupational exposure assessment as a benchmark. We've submitted 3 documents to the docket for the formaldehyde risk evaluation, which are listed here on the slide. Next slide, please. Today, I'll only be speaking to the assessment of dermal occupational exposures as they dominate the acute risk estimates and findings of unreasonable risk related to acute exposures. This is reflected in Table 4-1 of the draft risk evaluation. As I will discuss, one reason for the outsized role of dermal exposures to occupational risk is the screening level approach used by EPA in the draft risk evaluation. Next slide, please. EPA's modeling approach for dermal exposures is found on pages 33 and 34 of the draft occupational exposure assessment for formaldehyde. EPA uses a deterministic model to estimate dermal exposures that considers the quantity of the chemical remaining on the skin after an exposure event, also known as dermal loading, fraction absorbed of a chemical, the surface area of skin exposed, which is assumed to be the entirety of 1 or 2 hands, single exposure event, the weight fraction of the chemical in the liquid, and body weight. Next slide, please. However, for hazards associated with point of contact exposures like dermal sensitization, the deterministic model is simplified even further, and the quantity remaining on the skin, again also known as dermal loading, becomes the critical component of the exposure estimate and a significant driver of risk. Next slide, please. The default central tendency and high-end values used for the risk evaluation for routine contact with liquids and for conditions involving spray application are shown on the following slide. So where do these default values come from? Next slide, please. A 1988 EPA study investigated retention of liquids on skin for 3 liquids and 3 exposure scenarios. The 3 liquids were mineral oil, cooking oil, and bath oil. The 3 exposure scenarios are listed, but the 2 relevant exposure scenarios involved wiping washed hands with a cloth saturated with one of the liquids, and the quantity remaining on the skin was estimated for the initial exposure and following partial and full wiping off the skin. The other relevant exposure scenario involved full immersion of the hands in the liquid, followed by either a drip dry or partial wiping off. Next slide, please. For occupational exposure scenarios from the risk evaluation that involve routine contact with liquids, the default values are derived from the initial wipe of the hands with a saturated cloth for the oil with the highest values estimated for the high-end default, and the central tendency represents the average of the partial removal case and the high-end case. Next slide, please. For conditions involving spray application, EPA assumed dermal loading equivalent to immersion of the hands into liquid. The highest value comes from the liquid that resulted in the highest value and the case where there was no removal by wiping. The point I want to emphasize is that the results from this study represent very high loading rates, which are not likely indicative of all liquids and all conditions of use. Next slide, please. So what other dermal loading data might be available? There are a few dozen studies that have measured dermal loading of liquid during real-world tasks. The high-end values align with EPA defaults, but the low-end values are much lower than the low end of EPA defaults, and this same is probably true if one were to evaluate the central tendency of the data. Dermal loading data from one EPA report on intermittent contact with liquid films are consistent with the lower end of measured exposure. Next slide, please. The range of dermal loading values for more than 24 studies are depicted in the following figure, and the range of default values used by EPA in the formaldehyde risk evaluation is shown in the green band. Remember, these EPA defaults were used as the central tendency and high-end values for every condition of use of formaldehyde and formaldehyde-containing liquids, which have very different properties from the oils from which the default data were derived. Last slide, please. In summary, the acute dermal exposure assessment for formaldehyde risk evaluation included a screening level exposure model that is not appropriate for the purpose of making final risk determinations. EPA should refine its approach. EPA's dermal exposure model does not consider chemical evaporation appropriately, which will be relevant to formaldehyde. EPA's current default dermal loading parameters are appropriate for some but not all conditions of use for all chemicals. EPA should review available data on dermal loading and apply appropriate values based on physical chemical properties and conditions of use. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for the comment. And to the committee, are there questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you again for your comment and turn this back over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you. Our next 2 commenters are Linda Dell and Dan Dix. Linda.
Thank you. I have a slide presentation. Is it up? Yes, thank you. So my name's Linda Dell. I'm an epidemiologist and a principal at Ramball. I have more than 30 years of experience in the design, conduct, analysis, and interpretation of epidemiological studies. I'm providing chronics on the chronic non-cancer inhalation hazard values on behalf of the American Chemistry Council, although these comments are my own. Next slide, please. This slide lists the human studies used to derive points of departure for respiratory system endpoints, as well as the EPA confidence ratings for each study and each point of departure. According to EPA study evaluation methods, high quality or high confidence studies generally mean that there are no significant methodological limitations for the outcome. The study in the orange box by Krzyzanowski et al. Is the study that the EPA reports will be relied on by the IRIS program for deriving its overall reference concentration. I want to clarify that the National Academies of Science Committee did not conduct an independent evaluation of these studies during its peer review of the draft IRIS assessment. Importantly, none of these studies evaluated changes in respiratory health effect or an endpoint in relation to changes in formaldehyde exposure. All studies were cross-sectional analyses of formaldehyde exposure and a respiratory endpoint. This is a significant methodological limitation because exposure must precede disease to have confidence in the study result. Next slide, please. Krzyzanowski reported decreased peak expiratory flow rate in relation to formaldehyde averaged over 2 weeks in children. This study is uninformative on the relationship between formaldehyde exposure and decreased pulmonary function. It's a cross-sectional analysis that relied on repeated measures of PEFR, peak expiratory flow rate over 2 weeks. During this period, study participants were assigned the same 2-week average formaldehyde exposure. So formaldehyde exposure didn't vary, only the PEFR measurements. This study cannot address whether changes in formaldehyde exposure are related to changes in pulmonary function. The participation rates were not described in this study, and the model building in this is not described in this study. Asthma status is included in the final model in product terms, but it's not included as a main effect, and this violates the hierarchy principle, and there aren't any alternative models presented. Next slide, please. Venn et al. Reported decreased control of symptoms in children with wheezing illness in relation to formaldehyde exposure averaged over 3 days. This study is also uninformative on the relationship between formaldehyde exposure and asthma control. There's no information in the study that addresses whether a change in formaldehyde exposure is associated with a change in asthma control symptoms. It's a cross-sectional analysis of those with current wheezing illness, which was defined as having experienced wheezing in the past year, who had a 3-day average formaldehyde exposure assigned to the entire 28-day period when frequency of symptoms were recorded and peak expiratory flow rates were measured. Asthma control was based on 2 measures, peak flow variability and frequency of symptomatic days or symptomatic nights. The investigators reported inexplicably inconsistent results. They found no association between formaldehyde exposure and peak flow variability among those with wheezing. However, they also reported a positive association between formaldehyde exposure and frequency of wheezing symptoms. Those are the results they chose to highlight. Next slide, please. Anasi-Misano is a cross-sectional analysis that reported that past year rhinoconjunctivitis symptoms were associated with formaldehyde exposure averaged over 5 days in school classrooms. However, past year asthma was not associated with formaldehyde exposure. The study is also uninformative because the relevant time window of disease preceded the exposure assessment. There is no exposure response trend seen between formaldehyde exposure and either rhinoconjunctivitis or past year asthma in the study. And the study investigators also stated that the data do not allow causal relationships to be established. And they also stated appropriately that the exposures may not be representative of typical exposures and that the study results should not be compared to other studies. Next slide, please. So although the chronic non-cancer inhalation hazard values are not reliable, there are high-quality controlled human exposure studies of objective endpoints such as conjunctival redness, eye blinking frequency, and other objective endpoints. These studies by Lang and Mueller had strong studies designs and have reliable results. Next slide, please. I appreciated the discussions that we've had about Haber's law and how it does not apply to formaldehyde exposure and sensory irritation or other irritation. Acute inhalation studies of formaldehyde show that incidence and severity of disease do not increase proportionally with the product of concentration and time. This is also consistent with the rationale provided by the World Health Organization when they derived indoor air quality guidelines of 0.1 milligram per cubic meter for formaldehyde for 30-minute exposures that are protective over a lifetime. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comments.
Yes, thank you for your comment. Are there questions from the committee relative to this public comment? If not, I'll thank you for your comment, and we can move to the next presenter. And I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ali for that introduction.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Give us 1 second. I think we're switching over the PowerPoint. I believe Mr. Dix has a presentation. Will, just let me know when you're ready.
Thank you for working behind the scenes to get all of these presentations pulled together.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, I believe we're ready. Dan Dix, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. My name is Dan Dix. I'm a technical director with All4. I have 22 years of experience in air dispersion modeling and air ambient monitoring as well. Next slide, please. All4 reviewed and responded to charge questions 6.1 through 6.4 and 7.1 and 7.2. It was our view that the analysis was overly conservative based on the use of short-term monitoring samples to represent annual concentration. In addition, there was no consideration of how much sources not regulated by TSCA impacted monitoring measurements. Use of site-specific modeling parameters would improve credibility. The use of generic modeling parameters that are not representative, and there was no facility fence lines or building downwash included in the modeling analyses. Next slide, please. Some of the monitoring concerns were that the data used had 5 different short-term sample periods and used 5 different collection methods. The short-term samples used to assess annual concentrations with no adjustment, noting that the half-life of formaldehyde in sunlight is approximately 4 hours. 15% of the samples were discarded because they were below the detection limit of each method. The detection limit varied by method. In effect, this threw out 46,000 of the lowest concentration samples. The monitor data contains anthropogenic and biogenic sources with no differentiation. EPA used data to identify the influence of specific facilities on ambient concentrations, but needs a more granular review to serve that purpose. Next slide, please. The human exposure model did not use specific source data of the 810 sources modeled. They used generic source types not representative of actual sources at these facilities. I believe the assumptions were unrealistic. 2-meter diameter for a 10-meter stack, a 5-meter per second exit velocity is too low, and a 10-foot release height for fugitive emissions is also unrealistic. In addition, no building influence or facility fence lines were included. The AirTalk screen model shows that industrial point source impacts were 1 to 2 orders of magnitude lower than the non-TSCA regulated sources. Despite the unrealistic conservative assumption that sources emit 24/7, and the findings were consistent with the National Emissions Inventory, which shows that industrial sources contribute to less than 10% of all formaldehyde emissions. Next slide. In conclusion, the data used in the review do not accurately characterize indoor exposure. We believe that the aggregate outdoor exposure offers some insight, but require more refinement and better inputs to improve accuracy. Direct indoor exposure to formaldehyde has a higher risk than ambient outdoor exposure from industrial and biogenic sources. And state health-based and NESHAP risk review modeling using more accurate inputs show that there is not an unacceptable ambient risk from industrial formaldehyde emissions. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you for your comment and for staying within our time frame. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll thank you again and turn this back over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you. Next commenter is Elaine Freeman. Elaine.
Hello, everyone. I do have slides.
Okay.
Thank you. If you want to go to the next slide, please. Hi, everyone. My name's Elaine Freeman. I'm a senior managing scientist, regulatory toxicology with Exponent. I'm providing comments today, sponsored by American Wood Council. The evaluation is for dermal risk from board products, and the evaluations were conducted by Exponent independently. The first comment I would like to make is in association with skin sensitization and board products. It's very clear from EPA's risk evaluation that skin sensitization is based on exposure to liquids. Therefore, solid articles, including board products, are not associated with dermal risk because of the lack of the route of exposure necessary, the solid versus the liquid contact with the skin, to result in skin sensitization. Next slide, please. Because of the way that EPA reports unreasonable risk in their unreasonable risk document by conditions of use, each condition of use is associated, either worker or consumer, with different exposure scenarios. So a condition of use such as commercial use chemical substances in furnishing, treatment, and care products gets subdivided into multiple categories, subcategories. Those subcategories are further divided into exposure scenarios for workers and consumers. When we're talking about specifically board products or solid products in general, it gets lost somewhere that solid products are not resulting in skin sensitization risk or dermal risk. It's only exposure to liquid, especially when these are wrapped up in a broader condition of use. For instance, for building and construction materials for which board products may fall in, what's driving the acute dermal risk is actually contact to liquids, concrete, other things prior to hardening. And similarly for commercial use, it's cleaning of containers, things like that, not necessarily, and specifically not contact with the solid materials. So the point I'm trying to make here is that grouping all of the conditions of use together and determining that there's unreasonable risk, it's difficult and can be misinterpreted that the board products or any solid material isn't driving that risk. Next slide, please. I did want to talk briefly about the use of uncertainty factors. The point I'm trying to make here is in EPA's data-derived uncertainty factor guidance from 2014. It's also provided in our written comments. Specifically, for both elicitation and induction of skin sensitization, EPA has assigned, needs to take into consideration the toxicokinetic portion of the uncertainty factors. The 10x interspecies and human variability both get subdivided into toxicodynamic. What is the difference between people or between animals and humans in the toxicological response, and the toxicokinetic? What does it take for absorption to get to that point? The point I'm trying to make here is dermal absorption is not considered by EPA in skin sensitization at site of contact. So for induction, 10x should immediately be removed and only toxicodynamic response is considered. Same thing for elicitation, which is only 10x for human, 3x of that should be removed. Next slide, please. The last point I want to make is within the elicitation, EPA is already using the most sensitive population, which is a population sensitized to formaldehyde. Therefore, the inter-individual variability between one person and the next is already accounted for because you're already taking into account the most sensitive population. I really appreciate the time and all the work that's gone into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for staying within our time limit. I see Dr. Kim is our first committee member with questions.
Yes, I have a question in regards to the mention about no formaldehyde exposure risk from the solid materials or the boat. So what is the question is, excuse me, what is the moisture content of the boat? As far as I know, if it's wood products, normally contains about 7 to 19% water in there. and it is hard wood flooring. It typically about in the range of about 6 to 8%. My expectation is that formaldehyde in there will not be present as anhydrous formaldehyde. My thought is the moisture in solid wood or solid article forms will be more like trapped inside there. So once you formaldehyde loaded into that, it will be more likely hydrate form of formaldehyde, which is not necessarily highly volatile. And they might be slowly releasing coming out of it. So I think there is no risk from the formaldehyde contact sensitization is not necessarily correct in that regard, because as long as the water is being evaporated up, you are still seeing the hydrated form of metal, the formaldehyde coming out of it. So you have still risk of formaldehyde being exposed to the consumer. So in my judgment, there is still exposure risk from formaldehyde to the consumer. But the question is what that level of the exposure will be relevant to sensitization risk one. So my point is, in my judgment, there is still risk for consumers to be exposed to formaldehyde by thermal contact.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have any different opinion on that part of it?
My opinion on that is these things are dried. If there any residual formaldehyde that's going to be released is going to be released as a gas, not a liquid. And we don't, in the skin sensitization dermal risk, EPA is considering liquid exposures, not solid, not gas. So I still don't see how a board product is going to result in skin sensitization using the evaluations for liquid that EPA is using.
Thank you. So Dr. Ottinger.
I'm going along the same path, and my question is, you all are not considering the manufacturing portion of wood products. And the second piece of that is, how about the builders that are handling the wood products that have been treated but are still drying?
So in the manufacture, it is mostly the adhesive that is in there. And we're not talking about the adhesive. We're talking about the finished board product uses at this point. We're not talking about finishing that may be applied to hardwoods. We're just talking about the wood, the provided product itself.
After it's cured.
After it's cured. Right. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
What about the builders that are using them that, I know with treated woods to prevent rotting, there's still some drying going on. Wouldn't those individuals be exposed to irritants for the skin from those pieces?
I have to say that I did not look at that exposure. I looked at board products as they were hardwood floors, things like that, pressed wood. I did not look at the fit for uses for the board products like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Robin Gentry. Robin, go ahead.
Okay, I have slides too. There they go. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Robin Ann Gentry, and I'm a board certified toxicologist and principal with Ramble, with decades of experience in human health risk assessment and several decades specifically evaluating the science for formaldehyde. And I'm providing comments today on the uncertainties in the IURs from the IRIS assessment for formaldehyde. These comments were prepared for the ACC formaldehyde panel. However, the conclusions presented here are my own. The EPA 2022 draft assessment has recommended the use of epidemiological data to estimate an IUR for nasopharyngeal cancer, NPC, and myeloid leukemia. It's important to note that any uncertainties in these values affect risk characterizations in the TSCA risk evaluation, and the SACC is charged with commenting on these strengths and uncertainties. While EPA in the current evaluation notes the uncertainties in the IUR for myeloid leukemia, it's important to point out that any reliance on this IUR, even to justify increases in the age-dependent adjustment factor, introduces uncertainties as the integration of the available evidence does not support a biologically plausible mode of action for myeloid leukemia, and a peer-reviewed publication I am the first author on that provides the integration of this evidence using the IPCS framework was excluded from the IRIS 2022 assessment. Next slide. IRIS concluded medium confidence in the IUR, noting substantial uncertainty with respect to low exposure extrapolation. And there's other uncertainties the SACC should consider, including ignoring the significant database of animal studies that describe a threshold in the dose-response relationship, as well as the integration of the available evidence reported by Thompson et al. 2020, which was excluded from the IRIS assessment and also provides a weight of evidence case that the nasal tumors observed in rodents occur through a non-genotoxic mode of action. Next slide. BBDR models that integrate the available mode of action data for formaldehyde and have been discussed by Dr. Connolly and Dr. Kluhl indicate that tumor formation in rodents can be explained solely by regenerative hyperplasia without direct contribution of a mutagenic component. And as noted, uncertainties have been raised around these models, but they have been addressed in recent publications that were presented to the IRIS program during public comment. Next slide. The IRIS assessment does not address the decades of research that demonstrate molecular dosimetry in the upper respiratory tract tissue is highly nonlinear, and that exogenous DNA adducts in the upper respiratory tract of rats were not detectable at inhaled concentrations of 0.3 part per million and below, while they are measurable at 0.7 part per million and above. And while EPA has noted that there's small differences between estimation of human and animal IURs, these small differences are extremely important in consideration of extrapolation to low concentrations, as the currently recommended IUR for NPC predicts de minimis risk at concentrations well below those that have been associated with biomarkers of exogenous exposure. Next slide. I respectfully ask the SACC to consider all these uncertainties and the lack of consideration of background levels and mode of action data in the estimation of the NPC IUR, as it does not represent the best available science for estimating potential cancer risks at low concentrations for a chemical, such as formaldehyde that is endogenously present. Decades of research are available to inform and reduce these uncertainties, including consideration of the updated BBDR models, and this will ensure that the TSCA risk evaluation incorporates the best available science and all reasonably available information. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you for the comment and for staying within the time limit. It's always helpful. Do we have any questions from our committee? Well, seeing none, thank you again, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Next commenter is Regan. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the last name. I apologize. Regan, floor is yours. You've got 5 minutes.
Awesome, thank you. Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. My name is Reagan Giesensel, and I'm here representing the Fertilizer Institute. Next slide, please. At TFI, our members are comprised of producers, wholesalers, and retailers of fertilizer. Fertilizer plays a role in feeding the world, with approximately half the world's population depending on food produced through manufactured fertilizer. For context, there are 3 distinct nitrogen fertilizer products that our members produce that utilize formaldehyde-based reactants. And those are urea, slow-release solid urea, and then urea triazone liquid slow release fertilizer. And there are no alternatives for the use of formaldehyde technologies in the manufacturing of these products. Next slide, please. For context, nearly 25% of all nitrogen consumed domestically is urea, and about 50% of nitrogen consumed globally is urea. If nitrogen manufacturers are unable to use formaldehyde to produce urea, there would be cascading impacts on the global fertilizer market and would increase the vulnerability to global supply chain disruptions. This decision could, is very important. The work y'all are doing to peer review this is very important because it could ultimately risk national food security, which is national security at the end of the day. Next slide, please. We have a few concerns with the draft evaluation. Firstly, an occupational exposure value at or below background is not workable, and it's not reasonable to suggest that unreasonable risk exists in more than 50% of US households due to formaldehyde exposure. Moreover, an occupational exposure value of 11 parts per billion would create implementation challenges for the occupational use of fertilizer products, particularly since there's not an established or accurate method for measuring free formaldehyde in fertilizer products at this time. Related to that, EPA's reliance on the draft IRIS assessment for formaldehyde is central to the occupational exposure value, of course, and it's inappropriate to rely on the draft IRIS assessment as a robust peer review of that work has not been completed. The NAS was merely charged with only evaluating whether the assessment adequately and transparently evaluated the literature and used appropriate methods to synthesize the science, which does not equate to an independent assessment of the science for formaldehyde. Additionally, the draft is not based on weight of the scientific evidence and doesn't consider all available information. And I know ACC and the formaldehyde panel has identified over 100 publications that were excluded from the draft IRIS assessment, and thus this TSCA evaluation that you guys are reviewing. Those are a few examples of why reliance on the draft IRIS assessment does not constitute best available science, and we feel it's inappropriate to rely on the IRIS assessment to develop the occupational exposure value. Another concern we have with the draft evaluation are the assumptions relied upon to make risk determinations in the occupational exposure assessment. I know EPA was charged with, covering many occupational scenarios for this, and, in the constrained time, they did the best they could, but these assumptions don't accurately reflect real world conditions, specifically for the description of how formaldehyde is used to manufacture urea. It's just fundamentally flawed and definitely needs to be revised before any final determinations and decisions are made. Next slide, please. I'm here to really stress the importance of adhering to TSCA and its science-based approach. We urge you peer reviewers to rigorously review the formaldehyde draft risk evaluation to ensure compliance with these standards and keep that in mind while y'all are responding to the charge. You should consider whether the risk evaluation and the underlying data are consistent with the TSCA requirements for best available science and weight of the scientific evidence. The importance of a thorough review of the evaluation on fertilizer production, distribution, and food security cannot be overstated. As I said prior, nearly 25% of domestically consumed nitrogen is urea. This is a critical fertilizer for agriculture. While the timeline for this evaluation has been repeatedly emphasized by EPA, speed and turnaround should not take priority over reliability and accuracy of the risk evaluation. And I thank you for your attention and expertise that you're lending to this evaluation and your consideration of these comments. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Are there questions from the committee? Well, I think I have one, and that is in the fertilizer industry, what are the releases of measured releases of formaldehyde to water systems if you have any such data available?
We don't have that data available. That's not something, that we have. It's not been a concern for us. And, in the other reviews done by other, global agencies, we were not included in the scope there because in our chemistry, when we are using these, formaldehyde-based reactants, they are fundamentally changing into a new chemistry. And so we do not expect that there is any formaldehyde released through the use of our products.
I was thinking more in terms of manufacturing, not use.
I don't have any of that data from my members, but
Okay.
I can show.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I wasn't trying to belabor the point. I just wanted to make sure you understood my question. And thank you for your answer. I do appreciate that. And seeing no further questions, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Excuse me. Our next commenter is William Goodfellow. William, got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bill Goodfellow. I'm a principal scientist at Exponent. This work was done at the request of my review was done at the request of the American Chemistry Council, but these comments are my own. Next slide, please. Just wanted to show you my review really focused on these documents, which are part of your charge. Next slide, please. And I really focused on the two charge questions, 2.1, which is, I highlighted it, EPA found no risk from formaldehyde exposure in water and soil to aquatic organisms as well as humans. Next slide, please. Formaldehyde is not persistent in water and soil. It rapidly dissolves. And I believe that the EPA adequately supported this assessment in their evaluation. Next slide, please. Formaldehyde also rapidly undergoes photolysis in direct sunlight. In the absence of light, it doesn't undergo photolysis. But since most of the situations are going to be under light conditions, I believe that from EPA's assessment that formaldehyde is not a complete pathway with regards to water and land pathway, and specifically indoor air quality is not a concern for the ecological risk associated with formaldehyde. Next slide, please. Formaldehyde hydrates rapidly to methylene glycol, and it also readily degrades in both anaerobic as well as aerobic environmental conditions. As in aerobic, as much as 30 hours at 20 C and 48 hours in anaerobic, and thus I support EPA's conclusion that formaldehyde would be found in negligible amounts in water and soil under TSCA condition of use. Next slide, please. Formaldehyde is predicted to have a low bioaccumulation factor as well as it doesn't bioaccumulate or bioconcentrate. Thus, I also support EPA's assessment and conclusions that it's negligible exposure to aquatic organisms, terrestrial organisms, as well as humans, and no environmental risk from TSCA use conditions exists. Next slide. Formaldehyde is readily treated by biological wastewater treatment, and its residues are not anticipated to be in biosolids. And removal efficiencies as much as 99.9% within traditional biological wastewater treatment. Thus, it's not a concern, as well as it does not accumulate in the biosolids. Next slide, please. EPA recognizes that there is potential uncertainty, and I think they do a good job of assessing that. I believe that their approach was conservative, and in fact, it probably is most likely overprotective. But it is a conservative approach. Next slide, please. The findings by EPA that negligible amounts of formaldehyde is expected in water and soil is supported in a draft assessment. And as I said just slide before, it's overly conservative with regards to formaldehyde in the environment and likely overestimates the presence of formaldehyde from TSCA condition of use. Next slide, please. Charge question 2 really is focusing on formaldehyde being highly reactive, and especially with its transformational products, and the lack of data that corroborates presence of these formaldehyde residues in water and soil. Next slide, please. However, based on the physical and chemical properties, fate, and transport analysis, environmental release data, as well as environmental modeling and monitoring data, EPA concluded there is no risk to aquatic and terrestrial organisms as well as plants. And I agree with that assessment. And last slide. And so summary of my conclusions based on my review, I believe that the assessment, the information supported in the formaldehyde assessment that there is no risk to aquatic and terrestrial organisms and plants from toxic condition of use, and it's unlikely formaldehyde poses any risk with regards to water and soil pathway. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the comment. I see a question from Dr. Ottinger.
Hi there. This is perhaps a bit of an unfair question, but do you think there would be any potential for a low dose effect?
I don't think so, Dr. Ottinger. But I think it's more my feeling rather than I don't know if I can definitely pull together, information right now to say why I feel that way.
I don't know of any information either. I was just curious about your response. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Landis.
Hi. Well, yesterday we heard about atmospheric deposition being as a way of transporting formaldehyde through the environment. I asked a question about would that be a pathway to wildlife and other organisms, and that was, yeah, that is a potential pathway not considered in this evaluation at all. Yet we're talking about terrestrial and other, and also as a route of exposure to further away aquatic systems. Did you consider the fact that there could be transport through the atmosphere and direct exposure to birds, mammals, and other kinds of organisms due to that pathway?
Dr. Landis, I did consider that in my assessment. From my perspective, because it's an open environment, I believe that the doses would be so low for both near and far field exposures that I don't believe that it's an issue as it relates to formaldehyde, at least for TSCA conditions of use assessment.
So you keep talking about TSCA conditions of use. Of course, some of these receptors have special status in the environment. Some are protected because they're endangered or have some kind, and you can tell I'm from the Northwest, or some other kind of cultural significance. So this is not usually, doesn't seem to be addressed in the TSCA evaluations I've been seeing, but they're certainly very important to the local environment, especially considering, and again, you can tell from the Northwest, that we have industrial facilities abridging protected areas and species within Puget Sound and the Northwest. But this does not, I didn't see that consideration in this report. And did you get a chance? Was that part of your review?
It was not part of my review other than just thinking through the process very similar to you, Dr. Landis.
Yeah.
But it was not part of my evaluation.
Finally, this is clearly a deterministic risk assessment. And the state of the art now has been moving on to using probabilistic tools and so forth to better understand the uncertainties. Do you have any note or comment versus what the state of the art of this report is versus what? And you can tell that Dr. Goodfellow and I are colleagues, considering the current state of the art when it comes to ecological risk assessment.
I think this assessment was done with the rules and establishments set forth by EPA for these assessments. So could it be, an additional analysis, well, as you said, a probabilistic versus deterministic risk? Yes. But I think that it's just a matter of, this is something that I believe the deterministic risk would be more appropriate for this application.
My final question, and I'm sorry to pepper you like this. How hard is it to prove a negative in science?
It's very hard. That's the challenge.
It is a huge challenge. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for the questions and thank you for the comment. I'm going to turn this back over to Mr. Ali but before I do, I think we're going to take, is it 3 more commenters? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then we're going to break for lunch. I kind of wanted to give everybody a time frame so that people aren't waiting around if they're not up for before the lunch break. So let's
just so that we are aware, the next 3 commenters are Stuart Home, Gary Huddleston, and Curtis Sheelast. In the essence of time, we'll just jump right into the next commenter, being Stuart Home. Mr. Home, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Alley. Good morning to the SACC. I'm Stuart Home. I'm Chief Scientist at the American Wood Council and the American Forest and Paper Association. And I'm going to provide basically a roadmap using the best available science. Those are the terms of art consistent with the Lautenberg Act, which updated TSCA in 2016. Next slide, please. So number 1 on my list is controlled human studies should be relied on to establish reasonable risk levels. They have a stronger justification and weight of the scientific evidence study that's been adopted by several organizations that have reviewed formaldehyde, specifically consistently using the Lang and Mueller studies to establish a safe dose. Several peer reviews have relied upon these studies. The HSRB favored the use of these studies and basically quoted that they were the preferred study design and they provided greater scientific rigor. In addition, the SCOL and the EU, I thought this was a useful examination of these studies. The availability of the 2 volunteer exposure studies complemented each other, and their quote was, an exposure limit can now be based on objective parameters, not potentially biased by personality traits like anxiety or expectations. Next slide, please. The second one here, you've heard about this before, but it's a very important topic. The SACC should support that formaldehyde does not follow Haber's law. You've heard about that. You've seen the equation. I don't need to go into that in further detail. Previous peer review committees have noted that formaldehyde does not follow Haber's law. The HSRB recently did that, as well as the NRC in 2007, WHO, and SCOL. It's not just supported by human studies, but it's also supported by animal studies. Mel Anderson has 2 papers on this topic, one in 2008 and 2010. These 2 studies were not included in EPA's bibliography. I feel like they're extremely important. Some notable findings are captured below. Inhaled concentration in rats produced no significant toxicogenomic changes in nasal epithelial cells at exposures of 0.7. And according to Dr. Anderson, the pattern of gene changes at 2 and 6 indicated tissue adaptation and reduced tissue sensitivity by day 15. These studies were cited over 100 times in the Journal of Toxicological Sciences. And because formaldehyde does not follow Haber's law, authoritative bodies have used controlled human studies results for 8 hours and 24 hours exposures. So basically, these committees have decided that human chamber studies are predictive of both acute and chronic effect levels, and the NOEL predicted at 0.3 to 0.5 ppm with no uncertainty factors or duration adjustments. Next slide, please. So the use of uncertainty factors are not needed when using human control studies with sensory irritation as the observed outcome. Sensory irritation considered the lowest point of departure. According to the risk assessment guidelines, sensory irritation is not an adverse outcome. And the study design, these human chamber studies, include susceptible populations. They include asthmatics, which resulted in no difference compared to non-asthmatics. And they also reported low variation in study populations noted in the human control studies. And notably, in my opinion, in EPA's chloropicrin assessment, uncertainty factors were not applied, and I feel a similar approach is warranted for formaldehyde. Next slide, please. So in terms of the scientific literature and data, they support a different value than generated by EPA. A NOEL of 300 to 500 ppm has been noted in these human control studies. So a reasonable acceptable value for an OEB of 300 parts per billion, where observation is equivalent between individuals exposed to formaldehyde clean air, including for asthmatics. And lastly, no adjustment is necessary for uncertainty. I provided some supplementary slides that show the concentrations where the point of departure is recognized, as well as the results of other reviews of formaldehyde. So thank you very much for your time. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there comments from the committee? I should have said questions from the committee. If not, thank you again, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next commenter is Gary Huddleston. Gary?
Good morning. My name is Gary Huddleston. I'm the Director of Feed Manufacturing and Regulatory Affairs for the American Feed Industry Association. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the entire animal ag industry. The American Feed Industry Association has over 650 members, member companies, and represents the entire animal food industry. Our members produce over 70% of the nation's annual production of 284 million tons of safe, high-quality, nutritious animal food. Purpose of my comments today is to make the committee aware of the importance of formaldehyde as a feed additive. Next slide, please. Formaldehyde is approved by the FDA as a primary active ingredient in useful antimicrobials and has been safely used in animal feed for over 40 years as an effective way to control pathogens in feed. It's a particularly valuable tool in preventing viruses and bacteria such as Salmonella and E. coli from entering the food chain. Safely applied in the feed mills by highly automated equipment that significantly minimizes employee exposure well below OSHA PEL limits. Next slide, please. Salmonella is a major food safety concern in the United States. CDC estimates that each year in the U.S. there are about 1.35 million cases of salmonellosis with 26,500 hospitalizations and 420 deaths. Formaldehyde is a very important tool in our toolbox to help keep salmonella out of our food chain by helping to keep it out of animal food and food-producing animals. Formaldehyde maintains a salmonella negative status of complete feeds and feed ingredients for up to 21 days, which does allow enough time for the treated feed to be fed to the livestock on the farms before it has a chance to be recontaminated. Formaldehyde is a very effective alternative for the industry to mitigate the risk of salmonella in feed when heat treatment and manufacturing is not practical. There's also emerging research that's showing formaldehyde may be a very effective tool to cure the African swine fever virus. If we have an African swine fever outbreak in the United States, formaldehyde could be proved to be the best tool in our toolbox to mitigate the risk of spreading the virus through feed. Next slide, please. Estimates indicate an ASF outbreak in the U.S. could decimate the U.S. pork industry, reducing live hog prices by 40 to 50% and resulting in nearly $50 billion in economic losses to American farmers. Shortages caused by an outbreak would strain the U.S. food system and drastically raise prices for consumers. U.S. feed manufacturers will need to have access to formaldehyde in the event of an ASF outbreak in the U.S. The Toxic Substance Control Act requires the EPA to consider the likely effect of a rule on the national economy, small businesses, technological innovation, the environment, and public health. So I urge this committee to seriously consider the public health consequences of formaldehyde-containing feed additives no longer being available for use in the U.S. I urge this committee to have meaningful discussions with the FDA Center for Veterinary Medicine about the importance of formaldehyde in animal food. I respectfully request this committee to strongly consider whether the best available science was actually used in the risk assessment. The FIA strongly supports worker safety standards that protect employees from hazards, but an unreasonable risk determination that does not meet the TSCA's scientific standards is likely to result in bans or unachievable workplace standards for these critical uses. If unachievable workplace standards are put in place as a result of this risk evaluation, since it does rely on the IRIS assessment, the formaldehyde-containing feed additives will no longer be available to be used in our industry. Excluding the animal feed from the scope of this risk assessment does not provide any protection from upstream and intermediate uses of formaldehyde, which will be subject to bans or unachievable standards. So this will compromise the food safety in our industry and result in increased pathogens in animal food in animals. So I thank this committee for your important function and strongly can recommend that you consider the best available science.
Thank you for your comment and for staying within our time limits. I see Dr. Ottinger has her hand raised.
Couple of quick questions. First of all, is it used across all animal industries, specifically poultry industry?
Mainly poultry and hog feed.
And is it a way to mitigate or to reduce the amount of antimicrobials that are added?
Yes, ma'am. Yep. That's what it's approved for by the FDA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question and for the answer. That's very informative. I actually have a question related to something that came up. Can answer, and if it is, I accept that it is. Yesterday there was a question about animals that were downwind or downstream of potential sources and the possible exposures of those animals to fugitive formaldehyde. Do you have any perspective on whether that kind of exposure would be a concern, given the fact that these additives are actually in food already, or in the animal food already?
I would not suspect that it would be a great concern. You know, the FDA has approved up to 6 pounds per ton to be used in animal feed for the reduction of the microbials. And so being in the feed, I wouldn't think that would be an issue being downwind of it.
Right. Okay. And in fairness, you're not representing producers of the animals. You're representing the feed group.
Yes, sir. I represent feed manufacturers. So the feed manufacturers are who uses the product in feed.
Correct. Yeah. I simply didn't want to. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate your answering that question. I think that's all the questions for this. Thank you again, and I'll turn it back over.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our last commenter before we break for lunch is Curtis Sheelas. Curtis, go ahead.
Thank you, Kurt. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments for your consideration. I'm Curtis Sheelas, Executive Vice President and General Manager at Bakelite Synthetics. Next slide, please. Bakelite is a global producer of liquid formaldehyde, formaldehyde derivatives, and formaldehyde-based thermosetting resins. Our 117-year history began with Dr. Leo Baekeland's invention of the first phenol formaldehyde polymer. Next slide. Today, this essential building block and similar technologies have become indispensable in the production of thousands of products we use in everyday life. Through my comments and accompanying slides, I hope to clearly illustrate this point. Next slide, please. Formaldehyde-based resins are used extensively to manufacture structural and non-structural building materials. Examples of structural products include softwood plywood, oriented strand board, mass timber, and glue laminated beams. Non-structural products used to make furniture, cabinetry, and flooring include particle board, medium-density fiberboard, hardwood plywood, and laminated surfaces. Formaldehyde-based resins are even used to make asphalt shingles, gypsum board, and home electronics. It is important to note it would be impossible to build affordable housing without formaldehyde-based resins. Next slide, please. Because formaldehyde-based resins are lightweight, rigid, strong, and do not emit toxic smoke and burn, they are used throughout aerospace applications. Examples include cabin floor and cargo hold decking, as well as partitions. They're used to make critical chemical-resistant coatings, composites, other plastic components, and electronics. They're even used in the production of fuel additives, lubricants, brakes, and tires. Bottom line, the health and safety of the flying public depends on formaldehyde-based technology. Next slide, please. Formaldehyde-based resins are also integral to automotive applications. Examples include battery boxes for electric vehicles for their heat and fire resistance, acoustical insulation for noise control, electrical components, seats, seat belts, brakes, tires, paints, and chemical-resistant coatings. Liquid formaldehyde is used to make fuel additives for gasoline engines and lubricants for automobiles of all types. Next slide, please. Formaldehyde also plays several critical roles in the production of electronics and semiconductors, from surface cleaning to ensure mold-free environments to electroplating and thermal management. The availability of formaldehyde technologies in the U.S. is key to our efforts to onshore more of our semiconductor production. Next slide, please. In addition to industrial applications, as we just heard from Gary, formaldehyde is instrumental for crop production and food safety. It is used to produce granular and liquid slow-release fertilizers and nitrification inhibitors that reduce the amount of fertilizer required per application, as we heard earlier today. This helps reduce fertilization costs and protects the environment by reducing groundwater contamination. Pharmaceutical-grade liquid formaldehyde, regulated by the U.S. FDA, has been used in aquaculture for decades to ensure hatchery-raised salmon, trout, catfish, and other species are safe for human consumption. These registered drugs also ensure that hatchery-raised fish introduced into lakes, streams, and rivers remain healthy and do not spread diseases among native species, some of which are considered threatened. Other FDA-regulated formaldehyde solutions are used to prevent salmonella in poultry and swine for up to 21 days through treatment of animal feed. In June 2023, the FDA announced that it is reviewing a petition for the use of formaldehyde-based animal feed treatment as a viral mitigant to prevent the spread of African swine fever virus, again, as heard by Gary earlier today. While it's true these animal feed treatments and a few other conditions of use like embalming are not regulated under TSCA, make no mistake, if the production of formaldehyde is banned or subjected to unachievable occupational exposure limits, these tools will not be available to America's funeral directors, our medical community, and our nation's farmers. Next slide, please. In closing, we trust this committee will consider how formaldehyde-based technologies enables our very way of life. Bakelite and our co-producers of formaldehyde-based technologies have a long history of safe and effective use of formaldehyde used to develop innovative products to meet our ever-changing world. Thank you for your service to on this critically important Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals and the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you for your comments and for staying within our time frame. I ask the committee if there are any questions. If they're not, I think it's time for a break, unless Ms. Gibson or Mr. Ali tell me that we have someone else on tap to speak now.
We do not.
All right.
Well, let's break for lunch now. And is that 1 hour?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Well, let's do that.
1:20 p.m.
All right. And we'll see everyone at that point.
1:20 p.m. Eastern Time.
Right. We'll begin public comments, continue with public comments, and thereafter we would deliberate with the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Or would you give us the money back? Yeah, should be done by now.
Works for me. I think I should be.
Oh, try again. Can you hear us, Tamu, in the room?
Yes, I can. Yes,
Okay.
it's clear.
Hey there.
Hello.
Cynthia's back, but I can't start my video. It says that the host has stopped it. So I'm not sure how to correct that.
And I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is, just hold on, Cynthia.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Just wanted to let you guys know because I may be presenting this afternoon.
Yes,
Great.
that's fine. There's some new settings in Zoom that we can talk about later.
Okay. Let's see. Dr. Cobb, there we go. Okay.
So welcome back, everyone. We're ready to proceed with our public comments. I would like to first ask Ms. Gibson if there's anything from the EPA that we need to go through before we start?
No, we can proceed as planned and no other messages.
All right, well, we have several more public commenters, and I'd like to go ahead and move into those now, and I'll turn the moderation over to Mr. Ali as he has our list of speakers in control of things somewhat from the technical side.
1 second, the roll call, Dr. Cobb.
You know what? Thank you. That you have to keep me in line here. Let me get through the roll call. Thank you very much. This is so, Dr. Opti.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Baker.
Here.
Dr. Chasen.
Here.
Dr. Ike.
Here.
Dr. Fox.
Here.
Dr. Graham.
Here.
Dr. Heiger Bernays.
Here.
Dr. Merced Nieves.
Here.
Dr. Ottinger.
Here.
Dr. Presbilla.
Here.
Dr. Reif.
Here.
Dr. Rubin. Dr. Rumpler. Dr. Voorhees.
I'm here.
Dr. Wright.
I'm here.
Dr. Barakal. Dr. Brycey.
Here.
Dr. Henneman.
Here.
Dr. Caden. Dr. Kelly.
Here.
Dr. Kim.
Here.
Dr. Landis. Okay, Dr. McClellan. I think I see you.
Here.
All right. Dr. Strickland. I see you
Here.
too. Dr. Sweeney.
Here.
You. Dr. Wolf. And Dr. Young. Yes. Thank you. All right, real quick to go back and see who we might have missed. Dr. Rubin. Rumpler. Dr. Barakal. Dr. Caden. Dr. Landis.
Here.
And Dr. Wolf. Okay. Don't have everybody, but we do have quorum, so let us proceed. And now I will turn the duties over to Mr.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next three commenters are Renee Kalmus, John Kalmus-Katz, and I'm going to jump back to someone I missed earlier, Pamela Dalton, and then we'll go back into order. So Renee, are you on the line? Remember to unmute your line. Renee Kalmus. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and move to the next one and see what's going on with Renee while we move to Jonathan Kalmus-Katz.
Thank you. I am here. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your time. I'm John Kalmus-Katz from Earth Justice. We submitted written comments on EPA's draft risk evaluation, and we refer the SACC to that submission for a more detailed account of our views and concerns. Today, I'd like to focus on two topics. First, I wanted to address the disconnect between EPA's risk calculations and its ultimate findings of unreasonable risk. As you heard Dr. Chigger describe earlier today, EPA calculated elevated cancer and non-cancer risks from virtually all of formaldehyde's conditions of use, far exceeding the benchmarks that EPA typically uses to identify unreasonable risk. For fence line communities, cancer risks routinely exceeded 1 in a million, and in some places exceeded 1 in 10,000. For some workers and consumers, they exceeded 1 in 1,000. And this was based on modeled exposures from TSCA conditions of use using TRI reported data and EPA's estimated kind of concentrations of formaldehyde in products. It's not based on ambient air monitoring. EPA's determinations of formaldehyde's risks tell a very different story. EPA found no unreasonable risk to any fence line community, no unreasonable cancer risks to any consumers, and no unreasonable cancer risks from 48 of 49 occupational conditions of use. And what happened is EPA dismissed its risk calculations by comparing lifetime exposures from an individual condition of use to the maximum level of formaldehyde detected nationwide in ambient or indoor air. This comparison is illogical. Maximum monitored concentrations include TSCA conditions of use as well as non-TSCA sources, so they will always be higher than the exposures from an isolated condition of use. Add in the fact that EPA is comparing 95th percentile lifetime exposures to the maximum monitored value on any single day, and EPA has effectively stacked the deck against any finding of unreasonable cancer risk. I know that yesterday EPA advised you to sidestep this topic, claiming that its unreasonable risk determinations are a matter of policy and not science. I want you to consider the implications of that statement. It is EPA's determinations of unreasonable risk and the extent of such risks that are going to determine whether and how much formaldehyde is regulated under TSCA. If those determinations are not grounded in and supported by science, then the 900 pages of scientific analysis that precede the unreasonable risk determinations have no practical effect. They're a paper exercise that EPA can disregard on a whim. So we're not asking you to interpret statutory terms or to weigh in on any abstract policy disputes. We are asking you to advise EPA on whether there is any scientific basis for discounting lifetime cancer risks attributable to individual formaldehyde conditions of use, industrial releases in Houston and other fence line communities, merely because someone somewhere is exposed to greater levels of formaldehyde on a given day. Charge questions 5.4 and 6.2 ask the SACC for advice about EPA's use of indoor and ambient air monitoring data. The SACC gets to interpret its charge, and we respectfully submit that EPA's use of maximum monitored air concentrations to dismiss calculations of unreasonable risk fall squarely within the scope of those questions. I also wanted to briefly address industry's claim that the draft risk evaluation is overly conservative. Now, many of the toxicity claims that were discussed earlier this morning have already been addressed in the IRIS assessment and the NASEM review. I just wanted to add a few of the ways that EPA has understated formaldehyde's real-world exposures and risks. EPA did not address formaldehyde's most sensitive cancer endpoint, myeloid leukemia, in its evaluation of formaldehyde's cancer risks. It did not aggregate risks for multiple conditions of use, even when they occur within the same facility. It did not consider formaldehyde's risks to people who are exposed at home, at work, and in the outdoor environment. And it made no effort to address the cumulative risks to people who are exposed to formaldehyde and other carcinogens, such as 1,3-butadiene, that are known to be used and released in the same communities. There are many legitimate concerns with EPA's draft risk evaluation. A surfeit of conservatism is not one of them. So with that, I want to thank the committee for its time and service. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for your comment and for staying in the time frame. We really appreciate that. So are there questions from the committee? If there are not, thank you again. I appreciate your comments, and I'll turn it back to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next commenter is Pamela Dalton. Pamela, you're on mute.
Thank you. Good afternoon from Philadelphia. I am a senior scientist and principal investigator at the Monell Chemical Senses Center, a nonprofit basic research institute that is devoted to the scientific study of the chemical senses on all manner of organisms, smell, taste, and sensory irritation from chemicals. I've conducted studies evaluating sensory irritation from chemicals for over 30 years, and many of these studies have been used in support of occupational guidelines. My comments are at the request of the ACC formaldehyde panel, but the opinions I'm expressing are my own. And my comments relate to evaluation of these endpoints. Formaldehyde, can I have the next slide, please? Are my slides available? Not clear. Okay.
I'm not seeing any slides.
No, they were uploaded last week. Okay. I'm going to make my comments.
Yes, please proceed.
I don't believe we have your slides, Ms. Dalton.
Well,
This is Dr. McClellan. I urge you to give the speaker the opportunity to have her slides at hand. She submitted them last week. They're very important. I'd like to see them. Perhaps we can move to the next speaker and come back to her. That's Dr. Roger McClellan.
Thank you, Dr. McClellan. Mr. Ali, do you think you and your team can get those aligned?
Dr. Cobb, I do not have slides from, I did email all the speakers on Friday, and I do not have slides from Ms. Dalton. I do not know. I don't know if it was sent in another way, but I don't have anything from Ms. Dalton.
This is Deborah Caden. I agree. I'd like to hear and see the whole presentation.
Certainly. Can we move on to the next speaker and then we'll pause? Let me check the files. So we'll go on to the next speaker.
Ms. Dalton, I'll email you and we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Renee Kalmus. Renee, can you hear me? Remember to unmute your line.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see me? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide these comments to the Science Advisory Board. By background, I'm a certified industrial hygienist. I've been practicing in this field for over 25 years. I also have extensive experience in the use of EPA risk assessments and use of health-based criteria such as reference concentrations, inhalation unit risk values, and exposure assumptions for the occupational populations. I have been requested at the American Chemistry Councils to review the occupational exposure assessment. My comments are going to pertain more specifically to charge questions 3.1 and 3.2. If we can move to slide 4, and I can provide my first comment. My first comment has to do when EPA has used the OSHA database, and I totally understand there are challenges with the data in that database. Their decision to calculate 8-hour time-weighted averages only using samples greater than 5.5 hour sample durations. I find that right now that this assumption is unjustified, and it may result in the discard of numerous samples that do not meet the 5.5 hour sample duration, but could, by not including that, it could lead to overestimation of the air concentrations. By a high-level review, there's a substantial amount of data in some conditions of use where we have data available in the 3 to 4 hour time period. They may completely be appropriate for derivation of a time-weighted average. And my request is that EPA is needed to conduct some kind of a sensitivity analysis to see the impact of the discard of these data on the final air concentrations used in the risk evaluation. Next slide. We can go to slide 6. My second comment has to do with, one more back. Comment 2, regarding the breathing rate adjustment factor. I find that it's not justified in the calculation of the chronic non-cancer estimates or in the derivation of the 8-hour exposure value. There's no basis for the workers in these conditions of use that they had any increased breathing rate over the entire shift, especially when consider that the basis of the proposed point of departure and the threshold effect of pulmonary function was not even observed as an adverse effect in the adult working population in the the study, the Krasnowski-Skousi, that was used as the basis. Additionally, there has never been a breathing rate adjustment factor in any of the prior risk evaluations, nor is it recommended in EPA guidance. My comment 3, next slide, has to do with the challenge of using the OSHA database. There's significant uncertainty. I realize that EPA has acknowledged that, and there are some biases with this database as well. However, a more standard framework is needed to understand this overall confidence. In those conditions of use where the primary source is the OSHA, the data were still given a fairly medium to high data quality, and the overall uncertainty in the process was given a moderate to robust in the overall occupational evaluation. However, as noted, there's a great deal of uncertainty in this database and the use of the data. Some of the data are very old. There's not very good documentation associated with it. And so we need a better framework for understanding how that rating was provided by EPA. My next comment has to do with charge question 3.2. We can go to slide 8. And here I agree with EPA on the short-term samples should not be further averaged or adjusted. They could be used as discrete points of comparison. OSHA has indicated that sample durations of up to 1530 can be used to compare to acute short-term exposures, and it's completely appropriate. I do have a final comment as well on generally the lack of general transparency of understanding how the data were used to collect the air concentrations. The data spreadsheets are helpful. They are not very transparent, and there are some missing data that have gone from the OSHA database into the risk calculation supplemental spreadsheets. And it would be better to have them a little more transparent and contain the rationale for the data that were used, the data that were discarded, and the data that were derived by 8-hour exposure concentrations. Finally, I would just like to say, as industrial hygienists working to protect workers for the past 3 decades, I look forward to having a scientifically accurate data set used in the risk evaluation that is representative of occupational conditions that are representative of current use of these chemicals, and acknowledging the uncertainty when using very old data. And primarily, the largest concern is comparing these data to a derived occupational value that is not currently relevant to the occupational population, but in fact has been derived based on impacts to children, and that would not be appropriate for deriving an occupational exposure value. Thank you for the opportunity to present the comments.
Thank you for your comment. Are there questions from the panel? I see Dr. Wright has a question.
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, you criticized the OSHA, the use of the OSHA database, given its uncertainties, and I certainly understand that. What database should EPA have used instead?
I don't think I'm criticizing the use of it. I realize that there's challenges because that may have been the only database out there without other supplemental data provided. However, I think it's important to acknowledge the uncertainties with that when it goes to the weighting of the data. Otherwise, I think it's providing kind of indicating it's a representative data set for these conditions of use and not fully describing the uncertainties of what those air concentrations are based on.
So EPA should have increased the uncertainty factor?
Oh, no, I'm just saying about the uncertainty of the data from the database. For example, there's no description of the type of work that was done, what it represented. There's no documentation. If you look at if you look at data provided by industry or in peer-reviewed manuscript, you have a better understanding of what that sample represents. We don't know in the OSHA database if that sample that was taken for 3 hours is a person unloading a drum that was only doing it for 3 hours and then had no additional exposure for the rest of the day. The problem with the OSHA database is you don't have that information. And that's a clear uncertainty that I think needs to be acknowledged in use of this risk evaluation.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are other questions? Thank you for your presentation, and I'll turn it back to Mr. Ali for.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. We're gonna move back to number 23, Rashmi Jaglika. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Rashmi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rashmi Jaglekar. I'm the Associate Director of Science Policy and Engagement at the University of California, San Francisco's Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment. And I would like to thank the SACC for serving in this critical role and for providing the opportunity to speak today. As currently drafted, the formaldehyde draft risk evaluation fails to incorporate the best available science and makes a number of scientifically unsupported assumptions that, if adopted, will result in acceptance of serious risks to human health and set a dangerous precedent for future TSCA risk evaluations. The SACC is charged with ensuring that EPA's risk assessment methodology captures all of the ways that people are exposed to and harmed by formaldehyde, and if not, recommending ways that the methodology can be improved. In doing so, we urge the SACC to take the following issues into consideration. First, as Jonathan just mentioned, there are glaring inconsistencies between EPA's risk estimates and EPA's conclusions regarding unreasonable risk. For numerous exposure scenarios, including for consumers, workers, and the general population, EPA's risk estimates actually exceeded the level at which EPA determined humans experience adverse lung effects, which indicates a high certainty of unreasonable risk. However, EPA applied a flawed conclusion that it had less certainty of unreasonable risk and dismissed those scenarios without any justification. And these conclusions were based on the flawed margin of exposure risk characterization approach, or the MOE approach, which fails to capture risk across diverse populations and at low exposure levels. Not only did EPA rely on the flawed MOE approach to begin with, but it also downplayed and discounted high risks that were identified using this flawed approach. This is unlike anything we've seen in previous TSCA risk evaluations, and again, sets a dangerous precedent that even when EPA calculates high risk, it can disregard those high risks without scientific justification. Second, EPA only relies on central tendency estimates of exposure and risk for workers and consumers in its unreasonable risk determination. In doing so, EPA has failed to adequately capture risk estimates for 50% of the human population. For most conditions of use that EPA identified as not contributing to unreasonable risk, the use of high-end risk estimates would have actually led to an unreasonable risk finding. Finally, EPA does not consider real-world formaldehyde exposures and risks. For example, EPA continues to rely on its practice of considering exposure scenarios in isolation, instead of recognizing that people can experience formaldehyde exposures through multiple sources from the home, workplace, and consumer products simultaneously. EPA also failed to account for relevant sources of background exposure to formaldehyde, including secondary formation. EPA can only account for these combinations of exposure routes and pathways through an aggregate exposure analysis, which is supported by the best available science. Instead, EPA states that its estimates for individual conditions of use are too uncertain to be combined in an aggregate exposure analysis, and that such an analysis would compound uncertainty. However, EPA fails to acknowledge the uncertainty associated with not combining exposures and risks, signaling that it is more concerned about criticism from the regulated industry than adequately accounting for risks across the human population. EPA also failed to consider relevant risks from cumulative exposures to multiple chemicals from a variety of sources and pathways, ignoring the real-world exposures and risks faced by many fence line communities. This approach is inconsistent with the best available science and is particularly problematic for chemicals that contribute to common adverse health outcomes, like 1,3-butadiene, another known carcinogen and chemical that is currently undergoing TSCA risk evaluation. Data reported to the Toxics Release Inventory and the National Emissions Inventory across a 10-year period indicated that fence line communities in Houston, Texas, were exposed to millions of pounds of formaldehyde and 1,3-butadiene. EPA also failed to adequately identify potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations and consider factors that increase susceptibility to harm. The best available science demonstrates that these factors include intrinsic factors like life stage and underlying disease, and extrinsic factors like experiencing psychosocial stress from racial injustice. And people living in fence line communities often experience multiple intrinsic and extrinsic factors simultaneously. EPA failed to adequately consider any of these susceptibility factors in the draft risk evaluation, ignoring the best available science and leaving communities at continued risk of harm from formaldehyde exposures. Improvements to the draft risk evaluation can be made today using existing information and resources to protect communities now. We urge the SACC to consider these recommendations, which include ensuring the risk determination is based on high-end exposure estimates, which EPA has already calculated, and incorporating additional uncertainty factors to account for the full range of human variability in response to chemical exposures. We have submitted these points in public comments, and I welcome any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. And are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your comments. Oh, wait, I do see Dr. Landis has a question.
I have slow fingers. My question, many of your critiques are due to what I would think of as conceptual formulation of the exposure pathways, as in using a median instead of a distribution, not considering multiple sources, and not necessarily representing the uncertainties. So do I accurately describe quickly what some of the points were that you were getting at?
Yeah, that's definitely a good summary. And, essentially all of these, what these contribute to collectively is an underestimation of risk, not only to the general population, but also especially to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations.
So we've often talked about data uncertainty here. To me, this seems to be a different kind of uncertainty model at uncertainties. And I think it's important to distinguish those two. Having data, that's a more classical epistemic uncertainty, but the model, a model uncertainty may describe a lack of understanding of the actual scenario. And it sounds like most of your comments were on this second source of uncertainty, not the first. Is that correct?
So yes, so it's the uncertainty that's associated with, I guess, higher level issues such as uncertainty associated with the response across the human population to chemical exposures. Papers that we've published have shown that can be as high as 100x. And a sufficient uncertainty factor to capture that variability is 42x, as recommended by the World Health Organization. So yes, this is a different kind of uncertainty.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that question and for the answer. Oh, there's another question from Dr. Kemp.
Yes, in your assessment on the exposure, what is the primary concern? Actually, is that underestimation of risk or underestimation of exposure?
It's both. So when exposure assessments don't capture the full range, that means that your risk determinations or your risk characterization will also be underrepresentative because risk is, of course, a factor of exposure. So we're commenting on both of those things. EPA failed to adequately capture all of the sources and pathways through which people are exposed to formaldehyde, especially from aggregating all of the relevant sources. And as a result of that, the risk will also be underestimated.
So my actual question is that, so it is not the way risk assessment is conducted, the methodology. The issue is not, you're not really addressing the concern where the risk assessment is conducted, but how the risk exposure is being, information is collected and how that would impact on risk, overall risk, not necessarily the approach that's taken by the agency in conducting risk characterization, but more primarily on exposure assessment, and that would impact the outcome of risk characterization.
So, so thanks for clarifying.
Okay.
It's both. It's the fact that the exposure assessment undercharacterized risk, and then the risk characterization was also flawed. Relying on central tendency estimates, for example, it means that you're not capturing risk for the top 50% of the population. So there are actually kind of two tiers of inaccuracies.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question and for the answer, actually for both answers. And I think now we'll move to the next speaker. Mr. Ali, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. We're going to go back to Ms. Dalton. Apologies in regards to your presentation. We've got it up and ready. Sorry about that.
No problem. I won't repeat what I've already said, hopefully. Move to the next slide, please. So I've been studying odor and sensory irritation from a variety of chemicals, including formaldehyde, for many, many years. And it's obvious that it elicits both odor and at higher concentrations sensory irritation in both the ocular and the nasal mucosa. Now, this process occurs because the formaldehyde activates the trigeminal nerve, which is composed of nociceptive fibers on which ion channels, which are known as trip channels, are located, and which mediate a variety of somatosensory and temperature sensations. Formaldehyde activates a particular trip channel, TRPA1, which is a polymodal nociceptor capable of being stimulated by a number of chemicals. What's important to know from this is the magnitude of the response increases with concentration, but as you've heard, not duration of exposure. And in fact, with extended exposure durations, desensitization will occur. Next slide. I am concerned about the over-reliance and the limitations of epidemiological studies that are being brought to bear to evaluate formaldehyde exposure effects, despite the belief that they are critical to assess chronic consumer exposure. Epidemiological studies often rely on retrospective reports and therefore may suffer from recall bias. What is available and what should be used are concurrent measurements of controlled exposure with both subjective and objective irritant responses to understand the legitimacy of these responses in real time. Next slide, please. It's also important to use in these studies measurement of validated, sensitive, and converging endpoints. Self-reports of irritation are very important, but it is necessary to recognize that they can be influenced by the perception of odor, and they can also be influenced by different people in terms of their personality or their tendency to respond. Thus, these self-reports should be paired with objective measures, such as, in the case of one of the most sensitive endpoints from formaldehyde exposure, is ocular irritation, which is blink frequency or ocular hyperemia or mucosal inflammation. Next slide. And here you can see ways we can do this. Eye blink frequency can be evaluated before, during, and post-exposure. We can also look at conjunctival redness pre and post-exposure via photographs and understanding that. And we can also analyze tear fluid for biomarkers of inflammation. So there are a number of objective measures of both ocular and nasal sensory irritation that can be paired with reports of self-report that are important to understand. Next slide. The other thing is that it's really important to understand the population studied. I would like to ask the SACC to sort of reevaluate or at least understand the prejudice about the reliance on young, healthy individuals, despite a common belief that older individuals may be more susceptible to the effects of exposure. There's strong and compelling data to show that sensory irritation actually declines in older age. Next slide, please. These are studies that were done at the Monell Center showing that just as olfaction declines over the 5th and 6th decade, so does the ability to detect irritation in the nose. Next slide, please. And this is a study that was done in a lab in Germany. And what you can see is concomitant with that, young and elderly do differ in terms of sensory irritation. And that's not only true in terms of their response, but also the brain response that you can see on the right. So the activation of the trigeminal nerve as measured peripherally changes with age. Next slide. I would also like to say that smoking can also desensitize the peripheral response to irritants, and because smoke contains a number of compounds that respond to TRPA1, that you need to also understand that excluding this population renders the people tested more sensitive. My written comments to the SACC include more opportunities to comment on both asthmatics and repeated measures design, and I will thank you for your attention and take any questions that you have right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions? I see Dr. Kim has a question.
So when compared to the objective and subjective or self-perceived sensory irritation, what is the significant difference in variability? And also, the same question goes to the difference between adult and children.
Well, you will find that if you actually measure certain kinds of personality characteristics of your study cohort, such as chemical sensitivity or negative affectivity, that you can find more complaints about irritation even in the absence of objective signs. It's also the case that people often confuse their reaction to the sort of unpleasant odor of formaldehyde with objective sensory irritation. What I'm talking about are true signals of burning, tingling, etc. in the eyes or the nasal mucosa, that they will report irritation based on their overall feeling, which is not necessarily an objective measure of irritation. So we do see those not uniformly across a study population, but within certain individuals. When you say children, to my knowledge, I have not tested children in these studies. There is not evidence in the few studies that have been done, not for formaldehyde, but of sensory irritation, that children do not have a lower irritation threshold as measured in the nose for a number of chemicals. But there are very few studies of that. So I admit it's an under-researched area.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for clarification.
Thank you. Dr. Ottinger.
No, do the age-related differences in sensitivity and responsiveness of the trigeminal nerve and other areas have any implications for how much adverse effect might happen with exposure?
It's a good question. I mean, obviously, if we are less sensitive, it makes us more likely to stay in an environment where exposures might increase, right? But in terms of understanding what the range of sensitivity is to formaldehyde, that is and can be understood. So I appreciate your question.
And just to follow up, would you predict from what you know of this and other chemical exposures a differential immune response or irritation response associated with those age-related differences? I think you mentioned not in children, but I'm more interested with aging.
Yeah, aging, yes, we see, just as olfaction declines starting in the 5th and 6th decade, we see a concomitant irritation response. Some of that may be because there are collateral receptors on the trigeminal nerve in the olfactory system. So as one declines, they may influence one another. In terms of the immune system, that's not been well understood, but these are really these are transient reversible effects that have a warning property in terms of irritation that often occur well below anything that is, of toxicological significance.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hager-Bernays.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Dalton. That was a really interesting and very useful presentation. My question relates to aversive stimuli. And we think about aversive stimuli in the context often of children or actually adults now, right, who have perhaps autism spectrum kinds of conditions. And I'm wondering if your research or other research has examined these kinds of effects that you're referring to in the context of this aversive stimuli.
I would say there's a continuum of experiences from activation of the trigeminal nerve. At low levels, you could feel it, but it won't be aversive. It's a sensation. And in some cases, like with menthol or chili peppers, which, activate other trip channels, it can be positive for some people. I'm not suggesting that formaldehyde irritation is a positive effect, but I'm saying it's a continuum of somatosensory effects. In terms of people who are sensitive to sensory stimuli, that's something that is less well investigated in our field, although certainly olfactory stimuli seem to have a preferential input to alerting people who have autism spectrum disorders and can be useful in terms of orienting them. In other words, their potential oversensitivity to sensory stimuli might be more protective of them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Jong.
Hi. I also want to really thank you for a very interesting presentation. I have a quick question. Do you, since you're experts in this area for sensory irritation, I think this is a very important point you put it here for formaldehyde exposure. But my question is, do you know any like olfactory biomarkers really detected in addition to what you showed, like with tears and also do you notice any like a sneeze more like in the nose area than the eyes? Do you know anything about the difference of response to the formaldehyde exposure? So that's, one of my major questions.
When we have collected thresholds for activation of the trigeminal nerve in the nose and the eyes, it appears that the eyes are a bit more sensitive, not an order of magnitude more sensitive, but it may be the access to the ocular mucosa, and in particular, formaldehyde is so water soluble that it may be partitioning. In the nose, we've done with my bioengineering colleagues, most of formaldehyde is deposited in the anterior portion of the nose in the respiratory epithelium, which is why the odor threshold is actually pretty close to the irritation threshold. A lot of formaldehyde never makes it to the olfactory receptors, which are located high up in the nasal cavity. Most of formaldehyde that's inhaled occurs in the anterior vestibule where it deposits in the tissue there. So I would say that ocular irritation thresholds are the lowest endpoint for sensory irritation, followed closely by nasal.
Could I just ask another comment, not for the speaker, maybe our chair or Tamil? Is that possible for the SACC members to get the presentation slides?
Yeah, you'll have those. You'll definitely have those.
Okay, thank you.
The committee has the slides. However, I can directly email for accessibility to the entire committee, but they have been emailed to you recently. So I can email them to you directly. Dr.
Okay,
John.
thank you. Thank you. We just cannot remember everything. So if we have,
Yes.
Thank you so much for your
You're welcome.
answers.
Dr. Landis.
Hi. So that was really interesting. It sounds like there are a wide variety of data, depending upon how different populations and ages and so forth respond to formaldehyde. Do you think there's enough data, or has it already been published, that you can actually start teasing apart probability distributions for different ages, for different people, to actually make this a probabilistic response to a certain exposure instead of, let's pick a number, let's pick a number, let's pick a number. I guess my question is about the extension, about the size of that database, and can it be turned into a probabilistic sort of assessment?
I have a colleague in Germany who's conducting a parallel study of formaldehyde with our lab, and they, in addition to us, have done many of these kinds of studies across a wide range of chemicals. And I think if we look at the database, that would be possible. Absolutely.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. And seeing no more questions, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for bearing with the technical difficulties. And I will now turn it back to Mr. Ali for our next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next commenter is Heather Lynch. Heather, can you hear me?
I can. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I work for Integral Consulting, and while the American Chemistry Council Formaldehyde panel supported my review of the risk evaluation, my comments today are my own. I'm going to comment on the dermal and inhalation modeling methods for both workers and consumers. EPA used the dermal exposure to volatile liquids model, which was mentioned in earlier comments, to estimate dermal exposures to formaldehyde in occupational settings. EPA assumed a single exposure event per day and a default quantity of chemical remaining on the skin, which is termed QU. EPA calculated a dermal loading dose to compare to the dermal sensitization benchmark. The only inputs, and thus the drivers of the risk determinations for dermal exposure, are the QU values and the weight fraction of the products that are handled. A similar approach was taken for consumer dermal exposures. The thin film model also estimates dermal loading using QU and the weight fraction of formaldehyde. The QU values used in both models were derived from an EPA study, which Paul DeLeo discussed earlier in these comments as well. This study evaluated retention of liquids on the surface of the hands after wiping or immersion in oil. Formaldehyde-containing products are water-based and volatile, meaning more would drip or evaporate off the skin than oils, and this would thus lower the amount retained on the skin. The DEVL model also does not account for evaporative losses for loading-only calculations. EPA selected the maximum value of the ranges for contact surface area as well, including both sides of either one or both hands. EPA should consider conducting modeling using IH Skin Perm, which is an AIHA tool, which can account for both evaporative loss and can be changed to have alternative skin surface areas to calculate loading. Regarding weight fractions, for the manufacturing and processing as a reactant COUs, EPA assumed that the maximum formaldehyde concentration in formulations was 60% based on the upper end of the range provided by some manufacturers. However, at above about 30% formaldehyde in solution, polymers precipitate. Therefore, under the conditions that would be required to prevent such reactions at these higher concentrations, i.e. closed or pressurized systems, dermal exposure would be highly unlikely. In the supplement to the risk evaluation, EPA calculated the effect of gloves on unreasonable risk determinations using assigned protection factors. For example, gloves with an efficiency of 80% are assigned a protection factor of 5. On the other end of the spectrum, chemically resistant gloves combined with specific activity training for tasks with potential dermal exposure are assigned a protection factor of 95%, or a protection efficiency and a protection factor of 20. For many scenarios, including manufacturing and processing as a reactant, EPA assigned a dermal protection factor of only 5. Since the dermal hazards of formaldehyde are well known, this protection factor is far too conservative for most workplaces, as PPE would be very robust. Weight fraction also affected risk characterizations for consumer products containing formaldehyde. However, in the consumer exposure assessment, the source of the weight fraction data was often unclear. In some cases, it appeared to be from a single safety data sheet. Also notable is that default inputs in the dermal consumer exposure model include scenarios where products only contact the palms of the hands. However, this model, the CEM model, was not used, and EPA instead used the thin film model, and the QU input for the same products were based instead on the contact with the entire surface area of the two hands for the same use scenario. The assumptions used in the inhalation consumer exposure model also likely overestimated exposure for many consumers. For all scenarios, EPA selected the stay-at-home activity pattern, which assumes the user or bystander is in the home for 20 to 21 hours per day. When there were multiple exposure scenarios per COU, a representative scenario was selected, but it was based on the highest estimated concentration per duration and route. EPA also chose a 15-minute peak time-weighted average to estimate acute exposures. Products emit a specific amount of chemical during their use, the emissions cease, after which only residual concentrations remain. By using a peak concentration, EPA is assuming that the user and bystander are exposed to the maximum concentration throughout the product use and after cessation. Exposures also are overestimated because children were selected as product users for products they would not handle, such as construction-grade liquid concrete. Selecting children as the product user artificially increases years of exposure and inflates internal doses because on a per kilogram body weight basis, children inhale more formaldehyde than adults. In summary, the inputs used in the dermal and inhalation modeling represent beyond worst case scenarios, and EPA should consider refining inputs to better align with expected central tendency and reasonable upper bound exposures in real world conditions. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions from the committee? I do not see any, so thank you again for the presentation and staying in the time frame. Turn it back to Mr. Ali now.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Jacob Miller. Mr. Miller.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jacob Miller. I'm a senior sustainability specialist with Hexion Inc. My background is in environmental economics, development, and sustainability. Today I'll be covering a few issues discussed in greater detail in Hexion's written comments, including some areas where the SACC can provide independent advice required under TSCA for scientific and technical issues related to the implementation of TSCA. Next slide, please. Section 6 of TSCA contains important provisions highlighted here related to the availability of economically and technically feasible alternatives to the use associated with unreasonable risk, and in turn, whether these alternatives benefit human health or the environment. Formaldehyde's versatile properties make it essential to the wide varieties of end uses in formaldehyde and formaldehyde-based resins that lack viable, cost-effective, or technically feasible alternatives. As you can see on the image to the right, many presumed substitutes are also dependent on formaldehyde or face regulatory threats for their continued availability. In 2024, the Composite Panel Association released cradle-to-grave life cycle assessments for North American particle board, medium-density fiberboard, both critical components in building, construction, and housing industries. It found that 100% of resins used in these products were aminophenolic resins or polymetric MDI resins, all of which depend on the chemistry of formaldehyde as a critical feedstock. This is the only peer review process that the risk evaluation and management of formaldehyde will undertake, and I urge EPA and SACC that they incorporate technical determinations related to alternatives as part of this review. Next slide, please. While TSCA limits EPA to evaluating unreasonable risk of injury and health of the environment without considerations of cost or other non-risk factors, the agency has failed to incorporate relevant risk factors. It is impossible to render use-based unreasonable risk determinations without considering direct health and environmental benefits from those uses. From medical applications to improved climate outcomes from wood products to species protections, you can see in the second bullet, TSCA directs EPA to consider the health, safety, and environmental benefits of these uses. While these steps are generally addressed in the risk management, the expertise on this panel provides a golden opportunity to provide this critical context around the risk, including direct health and human environmental impacts associated with eliminating or regulating these uses. Over the next few slides, I'll cover a few case studies that these direct health environmental benefits from the use of formaldehyde products for climate change, species protection, food safety, housing affordability, and medical applications. Next slide, please. As you can see, formaldehyde enables utilization of wood products and utilize more than 95% of every tree. Also, there are no current alternatives that provide the combination of technical performance and economic value than formaldehyde-based products. And finally, formaldehyde-based resins and composite wood projects are already subject to stringent standards under the Clean Air Act, TSCA Title VI, California Air Resources Board, and EU REACH. Next slide, please. As you can see on this slide, wood products that are using formaldehyde-based resins provide low carbon or CO2 equivalent potential for even minor building and construction projects. On the bottom of this chart, you can see carbon, the lower embodied carbon of wood products greatly outweighs the CO2 equivalents in steel and traditional building materials. Next slide, please. Formaldehyde is a key chemical compound, and I urge the SACC to look at a letter sent in from EPA to the EPA from Congressman Bruce Westerman, chairman of the House and Natural Resources Committee, and a forester himself. Formaldehyde's role in developing more efficient wood products, preventing unnecessary deforestation, and protecting forest-dwelling animals and birds. Formaldehyde also plays a critical role in protecting salmon and steelhead populations, which is critical to hatcheries and fisheries across the United States. Both the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission and the California Department of Food and Agriculture emphasize the EPA to proceed cautiously and in consultation with the best available science. Formaldehyde risk analysis can significantly increase disruptions of the supply chain and economics that enable the protections of fisheries that support ESA-listed stockings, producers of aquacultures, and alternatives that would threaten food security in the United States. Next slide, please. And finally, you can see here multiple stakeholders, both at the state and industry level, have weighed in on the impacts formaldehyde risk assessments can have on the nation's food and agricultural system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment and for staying in the timeline. I truly appreciate that, and so does the committee. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again, and we will move to the next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next speaker is Peggy Murray. Peggy, can you hear me? Peggy Murray? Remember to unmute your line. Peggy Murray?
Looks like we may not have a speaker.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I need to reach out to the next group.
Hello, I'm here. This is Peggy Murray.
Okay, go ahead.
I couldn't get my speaker unmuted for some reason, but it finally worked. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Great, thank you. I'm glad you're here. Go ahead, please.
Okay, if I have my PowerPoint. Thanks. All right, I'm Peggy Murray. I'm the research director for the Center for Truth and Science. I'm going to focus today on a very narrow issue, which was the way the assessment handled formaldehyde and LHP cancers. They're important, especially myeloid leukemia, since it's the most prevalent form of leukemia in adults in the US. Next slide. Now, who we are, most of you probably haven't heard of us yet. We're rather new. I had a 30-year career with NIH, and in my retirement, I've started to work for the center when they began. We're a small 501c3 that's at the intersection of research, the economy, and law. So we focus on issues that are at that intersection. Next slide, please. All right, our questions for EPA have to do with how EPA determined that inhaled formaldehyde causes myeloid leukemia and other blood cancers, because it takes a lot to move into the statement of cause, especially in the area of observational data. And I for one, am a believer that observational data can be used to determine cause, but it has to be done very carefully. And we saw the report by NASEM, their review of the EPA process, that because no biologically plausible mechanism for inhaled formaldehyde to enter the blood or bone marrow has been to date identified, the causal inference can be based on the association evidence found in some epidemiological studies. But our issue is that, and someone else brought this up earlier, I don't think NASEM looked at the epidemiological studies that EPA's used to make this causal determination. Next slide. So we had a lot of questions about this, and we use our rather limited budget to fund systematic reviews and other research when we have questions. Next slide. So we put out a call for proposals to conduct a state of the science systematic review of the literature, and we really believe in the transparency and the rigor that's needed. In fact, we recommend the use of NASEM's own requirements for good systematic reviews and their guidelines for making causal statements. And after a review of applications, we had an independent review. I ran it just like we used to run NIH reviews, and came up with a good proposal, strong proposal from Tox Strategies, led by Danielle Wyckoff and Melissa Vincent, who's actually on the agenda to speak a little bit later today. The paper was published in March, and it looked at the assessment of associations between inhaled formaldehyde and LHP cancer through integration of epidemiological, toxicological evidence with biological plausibility, published in the Journal of Toxicological Sciences. Next slide. The center asks EPA to consider the following findings that are in that paper. 4 experimental rodent bioassays and 16 observational studies in humans were included. We do require that our grantees publish their protocol a priori on the Center for Open Science or one of the other open venues. And so it was back in July of 2023. All studies were assessed for risk of bias, and meta-analyses were conducted on the epidemiological studies, followed by a structured assessment of causation based on grade and the Bradford-Hill criteria. Next slide. Risk of bias analysis identified systematic limitations precluding confidence in the epidemiological evidence due to inadequate characterization of formaldehyde exposure and failure to adequately adjust for confounders or effect modifiers. Mixed findings were reported in individual studies. Meta-analyses did not identify significant associations between formaldehyde inhalation and LHP outcomes. No associations with LHP-related lesions were reported in reliable animal bioassays. No biologically plausible explanation linking the inhalation of formaldehyde with LHP was identified, and supported primarily by the lack of systemic distribution and in vivo genotoxicity. So in conclusion, the inconsistent associations reported in a subset of the evidence were not considered causal when integrated with the totality of the epidemiologic evidence, toxicological data, and considerations of biological plausibility. That's next slide, please. The center also funded a recent causal analysis using a new.
I think we're out of time.
Okay, so this is the second paper that also found no relationship.
So thank you for the presentation. And are there questions? It seems there are no questions. So thank you again for your presentation, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next presenter is Larry Naveen. Larry. Sahar, I think I skipped over Mr. Naveen, so we're going to come right back to you.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. As was noted, my name is Larry Navin. I'm the Vice President of External Affairs for the Methanol Institute. We can go to the next slide, please. MI is a trade association for the global methanol industry. We were founded in 1989 in Washington, and this year we're celebrating our 35th anniversary of facilitating methanol's increased adoption. We now have offices in Washington, Singapore, Brussels, Beijing, and Delhi. We can go to the next slide, please. And we have over 90 member companies who you can see up here. These companies represent methanol producers, consumers, distributors, and technology companies. Next slide, please. Globally, methanol demand in 2023 was nearly 91 million tons. That's roughly 30 billion gallons. And formaldehyde is the single largest downstream derivative of methanol and accounts for, as you can see in the pie chart here, about 23% of global methanol demand. In the US, that relationship is more magnified, with 39%, or roughly 3 million tons of the 7.6 million tons of domestic methanol demand being accounted for by formaldehyde. Next slide, please. According to ADI Analytics, in the United States, a typical 1.5 million ton per annum methanol plant drives capital spending of 1.1 billion and has an economic ripple effect worth $1.5 billion. In short, the methanol industry is critical to the American economy. There are currently 13 US methanol plants operating, and those have a total annual production capacity of over 12 million tons. An unreasonable risk determination for formaldehyde that does not meet TSCA's scientific standards, and which results in bans or unachievable workplace standards on formaldehyde, would have significant negative impacts on the domestic methanol industry as well, hurting the US economy and potentially causing the loss of significant numbers of well-paying jobs. Next slide, please. The methanol, let me this way. Well, generally supporting and endorsing the separate and much more detailed comments of the ACC's formaldehyde panel, of which the Methanol Institute is a member. There are a couple of specific issues that I'd like to draw attention to today. The EPA's draft charge questions, which exclude critical scientific standards required by TSCA. Congress updated the Toxic Substances Control Act in 2016 and included specific provisions about the scientific standards for EPA's risk evaluation that have been excluded from the scope of this review and from EPA's draft charge questions. These scientific standards should be evaluated by peer reviewers in the context of all EPA hazard, exposure, and risk assessments and determinations, as well as the numerous conditions of use covered by this risk evaluation. Secondly, we'd also like to request the inclusion of reasonably available information and the identification of key studies. EPA's draft risk evaluation excludes more than 100 key studies and reviews, and EPA's draft risk evaluation does not integrate conclusions and methods from other authoritative bodies such as the European Union, the World Health Organization, and other offices within EPA. Next slide, please. I'd like to again thank the SACC reviewers. You're playing a very important role in ensuring the high quality of EPA's science. As I shared previously, your work here will have an impact not just on the formaldehyde industry in isolation, but on the methanol industry and on many other associated parts of the formaldehyde value chain. Please feel free to reach out to me directly if I'm able to answer any questions, or if the Methanol Institute is able to provide any additional information that would be of use to the committee. And thank you again for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your presentation and for staying in the time limit. We really appreciate both aspects. Are there questions from the committee? Don't see any, so thank you again for your presentation. It's very informative. And Mr. Ali, let's have our next.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. Next commentary, Sahar Osman Cipher. Sahar, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Sahar Osman Cipher. I'm speaking on behalf of the American Chemistry Council's Formaldehyde panel. The panel did submit extensive written comments in advance of this meeting. Today, I'll just focus on some of our key comments. Next slide, please. It is not sufficient for EPA to simply ask the SACC to comment on strengths, uncertainties, and appropriateness of the approaches taken by EPA without reviewing whether the underlying data is consistent with TSCA scientific standards. For example, TSCA requires EPA to rely on the best available science when making science-based decisions and to consider reasonably available information and make decisions based on the weight of the scientific evidence. Next slide. These terms are a fundamental part of TSCA. The SACC should consider whether EPA's draft risk evaluation is consistent with the TSCA scientific standards when responding to the EPA charge questions. As examples, there are charge questions that give the SACC the latitude to evaluate the underlying data, which EPA relies upon for risk evaluation. Charge question 1.1 on the acute inhalation hazard specifically asks the SACC to comment on the weight of the evidence used to establish the POD for acute inhalation. And question 1.2 asks the SACC to comment on EPA's use of the chronic RFC from the draft IRIS assessment. The SACC evaluation of the underlying data is particularly important due to the narrow and constrained peer review that the National Academies conducted under the draft IRIS assessment. The NAS did not evaluate if the IRIS assessment meets the TSCA science standards, nor did the NAS provide independent verification of the validity of the toxicity values. EPA's narrow charge prevented the NAS from conducting a robust review of the scientific analysis in the IRIS assessment. Therefore, it is incumbent on the SACC to do this more fulsome review. Next slide. EPA's reliance on a yet-to-be-finalized draft IRIS assessment, regardless of the content of the assessment, does not meet the TSCA scientific standards. While EPA may finalize the IRIS assessment before the TSCA risk evaluation is finalized, the entire peer review will still have been compromised by EPA's reliance on a draft document that needs substantial revision. This is not best available science, and the TSCA program has an obligation to meet this standard. TSCA requires that decisions related to risk evaluations be based on the scientific evidence. But EPA's formaldehyde risk evaluation and the underlying draft IRIS assessment, which supports it, excludes or dismisses more than 100 key studies or reviews. The concern is compounded by the fact that the draft IRIS assessment looked only at chronic hazard and OPPT conducted a separate evaluation for acute hazard. This parsing has led to two disparate assessments that made it difficult to integrate dose response and mode of action information. Next slide. The current data being used as the basis for the risk evaluation is scientifically flawed. EPA is inappropriately relying on pulmonary function as the endpoint when sensory irritation is the critical health effect. Based on the mode of action of formaldehyde, it is well accepted that if there is protection against sensory irritation, then there's protection against all other potential adverse effects. In addition, the draft risk evaluation inappropriately relied on observational studies when it's well established that human chamber studies are the gold standard and, as quoted from the HSRB review, have a preferred study design and greater scientific rigor than observational studies. Next slide. The approaches and methods used by EPA have resulted in unrealistic outcomes. TSCA requires that EPA protect against unreasonable risk, but the IRIS program seeks to mitigate to a level of no appreciable risk. By relying on the IRIS assessment, the TSCA risk evaluation is now relying on endpoints that define and mitigate risk well below the level required by statute. EPA's consideration of acute and chronic effects separately ignores well-accepted available science that formaldehyde-induced symptoms of sensory irritation are dependent on concentration and not on the duration of exposure. EPA has proposed an OAV of 11 parts per billion at a level which is below background and lower than current exposures in the indoor air. 90% of U.S. formaldehyde emissions come from fires, primarily wildfires and natural biogenic emissions, but EPA is not considering these sources in the risk evaluation. At the heart of the issue is EPA's reliance on the draft IRIS assessment, which is not fit for purpose and has compromised the scientific foundation of the risk evaluation. Next slide. And I'll stop there and just thank you for the opportunity for the comments.
Thank you for your comment. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll turn it back to Mr. Ali for.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next commenter is Dennis Postenbach. Dennis, can you hear me? Remember to unmute.
Thank you. All right. Well, nice to see you all again. My name is Dennis Postenbach. The testimony I'm giving is at the request of the ACC formaldehyde panel, but the comments are entirely written by me and are my own, based on my own professional experience. Next. I'm a PhD toxicologist. I published about 20 papers and book chapters on occupational limits. I think it might be more than anyone else that's written on occupational exposure limits. As some of you know, I've been active in risk assessment for almost 40 years and have written a couple textbooks, one of which came out 2 weeks ago. And I've served on many science advisory panels over the years. Next. I had the privilege of working on formaldehyde in 1997. I convened an international expert panel who reviewed the data on the human response for allegedly the most susceptible population. At that time, we thought asthma and irritable airway syndrome. People with those diseases probably were the most susceptible. That was folklore for 20 or 30 years. Studies were actually conducted on those people, and out of that work, we proposed an OEL of formaldehyde of 0.3 for 8 hours and 1 for 15 minutes. Those two values have been generally accepted around the world for the last 20 to 25 years, more or less, and I think they still make sense based on the objectives of this panel. What's being proposed is about a 30-fold lower value than those historically been used, and for the 8-hour TWA, and about 20-fold later or lower for the 15-minute value. I've seen no new data that supports either of those, and I'll talk about that here for a second. Next. So the new studies, which shockingly match what we concluded 25 years ago, is Lang and Muller. I shouldn't say shockingly, you just rarely see perfect congruence among various studies. These involved humans, and they also involve people who are considered susceptible. Chamber studies are far superior to any animal study or studies in homes. They're horribly conflicted by confounders. There's usually you can measure up to 50 different chemicals in a home. If you go down to the parts per billion, or parts per trillion level, and you always want to do these studies in a chamber. I'm sure the Monel Institute would support that, as would the Institute in France. The POD has been talked about already. It needs attention from the group. You would never want to rely on animal studies when you have this robust data set for humans for a sensory irritant. Sensory irritants quite different in toxicology than other studies, and that I just remind you of that. I'm not so sure so many people on the panel have experience in conducting sensory irritation studies, but I would encourage you to look at the work that's been done over the years. I agree with Sahar and many other people. This assessment needs to be rebuilt. The logic is flawed in so many areas, but missing those 100 papers is really important. There are key papers that would refute the proposal by EPA. I know they mean well. I know the EPA has been pushed. It's an election year to move quickly and advance the ball, but this is like the fourth one in a row in the last year that's been pushed through, and the values that are proposed or accepted just are unnecessarily low and quite costly for the nation. Next. You should know that, like I say, these are robust studies. Uncertainty factors are not needed for sensory irritants when you have robust human data for the susceptibles. Other panels have said that for 20, 25, maybe 30 years. I'm not sure why EPA feels that they need to do it other than it's Irish tradition. And they don't follow Haber's law, as you know. Sensory irritations don't do that. Just common sense would tell you it wouldn't follow Haber's law. So I think, like I said, what we propose still are the right values. Next. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions. I've enjoyed working on formaldehyde the last 20 or 30 years.
Yes, thank you for those interesting comments. Other questions from the committee? Well, seeing none, thank you again, and we'll move to our next speaker.
You bet. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Tungar Salthammer. Tungar, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
And go ahead, please.
Yeah, do you have my slides ready?
Just 1 second. I've jumped ahead too quickly here.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, hello, and thank you for giving me a chance to contribute to this discussion. My name is Tungar Salthammer. I work for the Fraunhofer WKI in Germany, and I was deeply involved in the recent European formaldehyde re-evaluation process. I wrote the indoor-related report, which was used as a scientific basis by EPA. I would therefore like to contribute some indoor-related perspectives I've learned from this European process, and I will compare with the EPA process. For me, it is highly interesting that the results of the data analysis for Europe and the US are more or less identical. So when I conclude here on my first slide that the EPA's simulation produces significantly higher concentration than measured values, this does not necessarily mean that the models are wrong. The discrepancy is due to the strongly simplified assumptions. For Europe, I found exactly the same using a full mass transfer model. It is let's say, it's the nature of such models to overestimate concentrations. Next slide, please. Yeah, as already mentioned, in Europe, we have agreed on a harmonized OEL, and most indoor guide values are in line with the WHO value. For deriving both, we usually take the value of 0.63 milligram per cubic meter by Lang et al. For sensory irritation as a starting point. This value is very robust and has been verified many, many times in Europe. And there is consensus that that preventing sensory irritation also prevents cancer. Next slide, please. It is, for me as a scientist, it is indeed interesting that the AHHS2 and the German survey, GARIS 5, come to almost identical distributions for formaldehyde concentrations in homes, although the sampling strategies are very different. AHSS2 uses active sampling over a limited period of time, so it is possible to record here the influence of active sources such as combustions. The Germans used passive sampling over 7 days. Nevertheless, the statistical data agree very well with the results of other surveys. And here from the AHSS2, it becomes clear that high indoor formaldehyde exposures are not caused by building products. Next slide, please. You can see it here on this slide, which is from my report for the European situation. We also have a standard. We use the EN 16516, the European reference room, to compare emission rates of building products. And on the figure on the right, you can clearly see in the green area that these are combustion and cooking that definitely cause the highest concentrations of formaldehyde, or let's say, which cause the highest exposure to formaldehyde in residential areas. All other sources, and there are many of them, I think I evaluated most of them, are much, much lower. Finally, next slide, please. Please allow me a comment on the wood-based materials. I think in the case of such materials, it is not justified to use the results of an emission test to calculate indoor concentration and to estimate exposure. The chamber concentrations of the, let's say, naked product do not picture real life situations because the raw material is usually covered with layers. I did many, many studies on that, and I came out on average with a 75% reduction of the emission potential. The applied models by EPA uses particularly also simplified assumptions which do not necessarily describe the formalized emission behavior of wood-based materials. Well, that ends my talk. I have submitted additional comments and references to the EPA's draft documents and happy for further questions, discussions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there questions from the committee? I actually have one brief question. You mentioned cooking and other combustion sources in the home. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Is that formaldehyde exposure from the combustion of things like natural gas, or where is that formaldehyde being emitted during that process?
Let's say everything but that burns. We have, it doesn't depend who did it. There are many studies on candles, for example, and especially fragrance candles. The highest source in the indoor environment I know is ethanol. Ethanol combustion, we use it for this table cooking. We call it fondue in Germany. And we also have these ethanol fireplaces for, it is decoration, but it causes the highest concentrations by far.
Okay, great. Thank you for that response. And then Dr. Chasen has a question as well.
Yeah, well, I just would like to request a really comprehensive listing of the things that you've talked about so that we can read some of that for ourselves. Could you supply that, please?
Yes, of course. Everything I did for the European Union is published. I have a big list of all the sources, and I have already provided the papers, which are excerpts from my report for the European Union in my written comments. But I'm happy to send you an email. And
no, that's not necessary. I just wanted to be sure that what you had put in was complete with everything you mentioned in your talk. Thank you.
Yes, definitely.
All right, and I see a question from Dr. Kuhn.
Yes, in regards to indoor air monitoring for formaldehyde, the lifestyle and consumer habits and practice and building material will be different between US and European countries. Is there any information in regards to equivalency in terms of the exposure level of formaldehyde between the European and EU?
Yes, definitely. When I compare the AHHS2 study with the European surveys we have done, we also have more or less the same survey in Germany, but it's done in most European countries. As I said, we come out with more or less the same statistical distributions. So Europeans and Americans, on average, are exposed to the same formaldehyde concentration, which is true for the mean for the 90 percentile, 95 for everything. It's more or less identical.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you very much for the questions and for the answers. And seeing no additional questions, I'll turn it over for our next speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next commenter is Jim Sherman. Mr. Sherman, I noticed that we have you online, but I don't see your audio turned on. I sent you a message, but I'm not sure if you received it. Can you hear me? It doesn't appear that you're getting audio from us. If you can hear me, I would suggest logging out and coming back in.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Sherman, can you hear us? Doesn't look like you can hear us.
It looks like he's on mute.
There's no audio. He has no audio turned on based on what I can see on my end.
Maybe we can move to the next speaker. Sometimes my audio gets turned off on my computer and then I can't do anything with Zoom.
Yes, he has acknowledged that he will log back off and come and log back in. Yes.
All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person we have on the list is Elliot Siegel. Elliot.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I can hear you fine.
Perfect.
Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm with a company called Intrinsic. Next slide. We are a toxicology-based consulting firm. I have about 30 years experience conducting human health risk assessment. I'm presenting today on behalf of the AHA, the IWPA, and the NRF, and talking in the context of furniture and furniture-related materials. Next slide. It is our opinion that EPA should have concluded that furniture and furniture-related material does not present an unreasonable risk of injury to human health. The determination should expressly apply to all types of risk, exposure, and pathways. EPA must base their conclusions on the best available science and rely on sound and credible science. And the risk evaluation should have considered actual data that's available regarding furniture and furniture manufacturing, data that's available in the literature and available from industry and was submitted to EPA prior to the risk evaluation. Next slide. So the first thing that we want to address is the condition of use. Wood articles were lumped in with a whole bunch of other materials, and we feel that is incorrect. To group wood articles and furniture related materials in with drain cleaners, as you can see, the exposures are substantially different, and to consider them within the same condition of use is inappropriate. In addition, furniture seat coverings were combined with automotive seat coverings, and they're also very different. Next slide. So the data on formaldehyde emissions from furniture-related materials are lower than the benchmarks that EPA has proposed. Recent data are the best available information that EPA should have relied on. The data should include testing on wood articles that meet Title VI, and they should rely on, EPA relied on calculated analysis based on deconstructed wood articles instead of chamber studies with assembled wood products with some form of finished laminate painting or coating. EPA also acknowledged that their CEM model was unable to account for emission decay, and that's a critical omission in the assessment. Next slide. I'm going to present some data now. You have these slides, and all of this information has been submitted to the docket. You can see on this slide, the top 6 pieces of data are for assembled furniture pieces, and compare the results of using the type of emission prediction that EPA used and comparing that to chamber studies. And you can see the great reduction in emissions and air concentration, predicted air concentrations. EPA relied on deconstructed furniture from the FEMA trailers. Actual emissions from assembled wood products are much smaller than those from predicted based on modeling. Next slide. This slide just goes into greater detail on the furniture articles and the comparison between the chamber concentrations and the air concentrations based on the wood and the wood emission factors. And you can see up to a 90% reduction when you look at the assembled wood furniture. Next slide. As I mentioned, emission barriers also effectively reduce the emission of formaldehyde from furniture and furniture-related articles, and you can see that in this table. Next slide. And finally, the emission decay. There is good literature to suggest that formaldehyde emissions decay rapidly upon following manufacture of the wood panels and continue for the long term. And there's good literature. Next slide. To suggest that this is a long-term decay that follows a pretty traditional decay model, and this is a critical factor when considering cancer risk and long-term chronic risk. Next slide. Also want to quickly touch on occupational exposure. You've already heard from others that the occupational OELs derived by EPA are not based on the best available science. EPA also relied on outdated exposure information, much of it from facilities outside of the US that we don't know any conditions about, and we don't know anything about the sampling really. Now, the next slide just shows a comparison of the data that EPA used and data from the furniture manufacturing industry. Last slide. This slide just is the reference to the information that the data I'm referring to is based, and it's all in the docket that was submitted to the EPA as part of this process.
All right, thank you for that presentation. It's very interesting. Questions from the committee? If not, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ali. Wait, I see a question from Dr. Kemp.
Yes, it's being mentioned that the lamination effectively reduces the formaldehyde release. Have you also evaluated on a long-term basis?
I think there are some chamber studies. I think some of them are in Dr. Saltheimer's work that show emissions over time and how the laminate affects those emissions, and that they still decay, but they decay at different rates depending on the type of laminate or covering that is on the wood articles.
Okay, thank you.
Right, seeing no further questions, thank you again for your presentation. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. We're going to jump back to Jim Sherman. Mr. Sherman, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Great, sorry about that.
All right.
Today I'll discuss how odor detection, sensory irritation, and dosimetry thresholds have been used to identify lower boundaries on risk for all adverse health effects related to formaldehyde inhalation. Next slide, please. In 2011, the NAS used this figure to explain a steep concentration gradient in the epithelium of the nasal passages due to the high reactivity of formaldehyde in the mucus layer and underlying epithelium. At that time, the concentration gradient had just started to be quantitatively characterized. In the intervening 13 years before the release of the draft risk evaluation, molecular dosimetry studies characterized the gradient. Next slide, please. At less than or equal to 0.3 ppm, all inhaled formaldehyde is consumed through covalent binding in the mucosal barrier, and epithelial homeostasis is maintained. At about 1 part per million, formaldehyde enters the epithelial cells and sensory irritation is reported. And at 15 ppm, formaldehyde does not penetrate beyond the nasal epithelium. Next slide, please. When assessing sensory irritation, it's important to consider the EPA definition of adverse. That is a biochemical change, functional impairment, or pathological lesion that affects the performance of the whole organism or reduces the organism's ability to respond to an additional environmental challenge. Sensory irritation is a normal physiological response to formaldehyde that doesn't meet the definition of adverse, as highlighted by the HSRB when they said in their report, given EPA's broad definition of an adverse effect, the HSRB is unclear on the use of the term adverse to describe sensory endpoints versus human health exposure and risk. Next slide, please. For chloropicrin, EPA has set a precedent of using sensory effects to set a lower boundary on risk as stated, based on the human study, a margin of exposure of 1 defines the agency level of concern for acute inhalation exposure. The uncertainty factors have been removed due to chloropicrin's mode of action of sensory irritation and evaluation of the most sensitive human subpopulation of sensory irritants. Next slide, please. For inhaled formaldehyde, there's a well-known progression of effects, beginning with odor detection about 0.5 ppm, followed by sensory irritation about 1 ppm, and adverse health effects begin with epithelial cytotoxicity at about 2 ppm. Sentinel sensory effects provide a lower bounding on all effects and reduce or eliminate the need for modeling and application of uncertainty factors. The WHO Indoor Air Quality Guideline and the OELs adopted by the European Commission and OSHA were intentionally set within the range where sensory effects are first noted. Next slide, please. An example of the fallacy of not integrating the evidence is the unrealistic RFC for male reprotox based on ozone et al. The lowest dose tested was 12.2 mg per meter cubed, and the RFC was 0.001 mg per meter cubed. which is 12,200 times lower than the lowest dose tested in the study and 500 times lower than the sensory irritation threshold. Next slide, please. In contrast, taking an integrated approach, the EU aptly concluded, based on these experimental studies in human volunteers, skull derives an OEL of 0.3 ppm with a STEL of 0.6 ppm. If sensory irritation is a concentration rather than cumulative dose-driven effect, a STEL is appropriate. This OEL is based on sensory irritation, will also protect workers from undue annoyance and discomfort in the workplace. And by derivation of limit values for sensory irritation of eye and upper respiratory tract, in humans, also the critical effects of irritation-induced local cell proliferation and subsequent possible carcinogenesis shall be covered. Next slide, please. The WHO recognized epithelial homeostasis as important when setting their guidelines and said FA levels below 1 or 2 ppm would not affect homeostasis within the epithelial cells, when homeostatic condition can't be added risk. Next slide, please. I ask that the SACC does not support PODs that are below recognized thresholds for non-adverse sensory irritation, or RFCs, IURs, or OLELs below generally recognized thresholds for sensory detection, both of which are non-adverse sentinel effects that provide a highly precautionary period, lower bounding on potential risk where homeostasis is maintained. And please consider what the EPA did for chloropicrin, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you for that comment, and look to the committee for any questions. Seeing none, thank you again for your comment, and we'll move to the next speaker. And I think we're coming towards the end, but not necessarily the last speaker yet.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our next commenter is Chad Thompson. Chad, go ahead.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And I have some slides.
Pulling them up.
Yep. So my name is Chad Thompson, Dr. Chad Thompson. I am a senior managing scientist here at Talk Strategies, and I am speaking today at the request of the ACC formaldehyde panel, but these comments are my own. The draft TSCA risk assessment relies on a draft iris inhalation risk value that has been widely criticized for its disregard of decades of targeted mechanistic research. The draft IUR, and by extension, the TSCA risk evaluation, does not consider all of the best available science. For example, the Iris Toxicological Review briefly describes McGregor et al. 2006, which was a mode of action analysis that concluded that the mode of action for formaldehyde-induced nasal tumors was the result of a non-genotoxic cytotoxicity-based mode of action. But it does not cite a more recent update to that analysis by Thompson et al. 2020, which reached the same conclusion after considering more than a decade of additional research. Thompson et al. Integrates multiple lines of evidence in a dose-dependent context and provides weight of evidence case that the nasal tumors observed in rodents occur through a non-genotoxic mode of action, and therefore the respiratory effects for NPC would also result through a non-genotoxic mechanism. These data are summarized for these key events on slide 1. The diagram depicts key events on the y-axis with white bars indicating empirical formaldehyde concentrations with negative results, and solid gray bars indicating concentrations where effects have been observed. Exogenous formaldehyde DNA adducts are sensitive biomarkers of exposure to formaldehyde, which are not detected in rodent nasal tissue at 0.001, 0.03, and 0.3 ppm, but these adducts are observed at 0.7 ppm and higher. The exogenous adducts reach endogenous adduct levels around 10 ppm and begin to exceed those endogenous levels thereafter, increasing to approximately 4-fold higher at 15 ppm. Pharmacokinetic models predict that exposures up to 2 ppm would result in minimal changes in tissue glutathione levels, which formaldehyde reacts with, whereas exposures above approximately 4 ppm would result in depletion of glutathione, resulting in formaldehyde reacting with other cellular components. Exposure to 6 ppm, but not 2 ppm, results in cytotoxicity and regenerative cell proliferation. Genotoxicity studies are negative in rodent nasal tissue following exposures up to 15 ppm, and these data are consistent with studies in genetically engineered mice that are deficient in formaldehyde metabolizing enzymes, where it has been shown that you need essentially a 10-fold increase in serum concentrations and a 20-fold increase in formaldehyde DNA adduct levels to induce genotoxicity in vivo. And recall that at 15 ppm, the increase is only approximately 4-fold. Nasal tumors are only significantly increased in concentrations with significant increases in cytotoxicity and regenerative cell proliferation, i.e. at and above 10 ppm. And consistent with the mechanistic and toxicological data, biologically based dose response models can predict tumor risk solely by this regenerative hyperplasia without direct contribution of a mutagenic component. These data and mode of action were reviewed at length in Thompson et al. 2020, not cited in the IRIS draft toxicological review or the TSCA risk evaluation. The updated BBDR model that was discussed earlier was published after the IRIS assessment, but before the completion of the TSCA assessment, and it was also not cited. In contrast to data supporting a nonlinear risk from formaldehyde exposure, the draft IUR results in the unlikely conclusion that formaldehyde presents a cancer risk at concentrations that do not result in tissue dosimetry and below background ambient concentrations. Slide 2. As shown on this slide, other TSCA evaluations have included their own evaluation of mode of action and thus any cancer slope factors or inhalation unit risk values related to those chemicals, despite the availability of IRIS assessments. The text to the left is from a recent TSCA evaluation of 1,4-dioxane that conducted an independent evaluation of mode of action. The text on the right is from the formaldehyde TSCA evaluation, which conducted no such independent assessment of the mode of action or the IUR. Next slide, please. As shown on slide 3, the conclusions about mode of action and low-dose cancer risk in 2 recent TSCA risk evaluations are highly divergent and indicate extreme conservatism in the formaldehyde risk assessment. In the 1,4-dioxane TSCA evaluation, it was concluded that there was positive genotoxicity results in target tissue at high doses, but insufficient evidence to conclude a mutagenic mode of action consistent with linear low-dose extrapolation. In contrast, there is no such indication of genotoxicity in target tissues following formaldehyde exposure, even at high doses, and overwhelming evidence that supports a non-genotoxic mode of action involving cytotoxicity and regenerative cell proliferation. Yet the TSCA evaluation accepts the IRIS conclusion that linear low-dose extrapolation was appropriate. Last slide. This slide contains text from EPA guidelines for cancer risk assessment that clearly contemplates and permits nonlinear approaches to risk assessment. It is my contention that if the SACC conducted even a high-level independent review of the available formaldehyde data, it would conclude that it could not support an inhalation unit risk resulting in nasopharyngeal cancer risk below 0.3 ppm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Are there questions? If not, we'll move to our next speaker. Turn it over to Mr. Ali.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Melissa Vinson. We are just getting set up here.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Melissa.
All right, thank you. My name is Melissa Vincent, and I am affiliated with Tox Strategies, a scientific consulting firm. My comments are provided at the request of the American Chemistry Council's Formaldehyde panel, but the comments and opinions provided are my own. I did also submit written comments, which provide some additional detail to what I'm going to present, and this is a summary of those comments. Next slide, please. Briefly, I would like to address the US EPA's inclusion of statements regarding the risk of myeloid leukemia in their TSCA assessment. Many of the prior presentations here have touched on issues related to lymphohematopoietic cancer risks, and so I will keep this brief in the interest of time. The US EPA TSCA assessment relies on the draft IRIS assessment for hazard and risk characterizations, and ultimately, this means that the TSCA assessment is repeating statements from that draft IRIS assessment. This includes statements that the proposed IURs may underestimate myeloid leukemia risks. And these statements are not supported by the currently available evidence. Now, in the TSCA assessment, US EPA's choice not to use lymphohematopoietic malignancies as a point of departure is supported by the evidence. Specifically, the US EPA, in their draft IRIS assessment, could not confidently model the exposure response to derive an IUR for myeloid leukemia. And in a recently published systematic review that was authored by myself and colleagues, including Chad Thompson, who just spoke, we evaluated the integrated epidemiological and toxicological information regarding inhaled formaldehyde and lymphohematopoietic malignancies, with an emphasis on biological plausibility. Notably, this review considered NASEM's comments on the USEP IRIS draft, and it meets NASEM's request for transparency in the systematic review process. Next slide, please. In this review, we determined that through risk of bias assessment, the epidemiological literature has a high risk of bias that's attributable largely to uncertainties in the exposure characterizations and also due to a lack of adequate control for confounding and effect modifiers. Therefore, although some inconsistently observed associations were identified between formaldehyde inhalation and some lymphomatopoietic malignancies, these were not consistently identified, and they could likely be explained by chance bias or confounding based off of this assessment. And so we turned then instead to inform the information with toxicological evidence and mode of action information. Next slide, please. So when we looked at the toxicological evidence, we found a clear and consistent lack of association or exposure response gradient, even in studies with a low risk of bias. Next slide, please. We then applied evidence integration techniques, and we specifically used a blend of the grade criteria and Bradford Hill considerations with an emphasis on biological plausibility in order to evaluate causality. Our conclusion was not supportive of a causal relationship between inhaled formaldehyde and development of lymphomatopoietic malignancies. And this is largely due to the likelihood of residual bias in the epidemiological information, the lack of consistency and coherence both within the epidemiological evidence and also across evidence streams, the lack of a biologically plausible explanation for tumor generation, and the lack of a clear exposure response gradient. And critically, the lack of that clear and significant exposure response gradient also precluded the US EPA from confidently deriving an IUR for this endpoint. Next slide, please. Therefore, the statements made by US EPA in the draft IRIS assessment and then repeated in the TSCA assessment regarding myeloid leukemia are not supported by the available evidence. And this includes statements regarding the causal nature of the observed myeloid leukemia incidence, and also the relationship between IURs, between the proposed IUR and the IUR developed for myeloid leukemia. This includes specifically the US EPA statements that an IUR based on myeloid leukemia could be 4 times more sensitive than the proposed IUR. And the study used as the basis for development of the IUR for myeloid leukemia did not identify a significant exposure response. And critically, as stated by the EPA, no trend was observed for cumulative exposure. And this is consistent with the broader findings in both the epidemiological and toxicological literature on myeloid leukemia and lymphomatopoietic malignancies. Now, the range of potential IURs derived from this study is then driven by that uncertainty in the observed exposure response, or specifically the lack of a clear exposure response. The US EPA does not account for these uncertainties in the derivation of the IUR, nor do they account for the lack of a significant exposure response when discussing those IURs derived for myeloid leukemia. And therefore, statements regarding the magnitude of the differences between IURs derived from myeloid leukemia and other endpoints fails to address or consider the lack of certainty in those assessments or those evaluations, and also fails to account for the potential for overestimation of risk based off of endpoints with no significant exposure response.
So we've reached our time. So thank you. We've reached our time limit. Thank you for that comment. Are there questions from our committee? I do thank you for the comment, and the charts were very informative for how this data, the context of the data. That's very much appreciated. I think we have one last speaker, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Ali to get that through to us.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Our last speaker is Clint Woods. Clint, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Great. Well, thanks so much. My name is Clint Woods. I'm with Hexion Inc., based in Columbus, Ohio. We're a leading producer of formaldehyde, thermoset resins, and performance materials. Thank you all for your continued service and patience in this process, and as well as your openness to public comments. My comments are going to focus on the importance of those comments, of which the oral presentations today are just the tip of the iceberg, as well as the need for a consistent approach to unreasonable risk. But I'm going to take the prerogative, someone cursed with the last name at the end of the alphabet, to maybe underscore 3 important points first. So first is that the modest changes from EPA to the draft charge questions are insufficient based upon comments from May 7th, as well as the meeting and public comments today. They're unduly narrow. They fail to incorporate key concepts required by TSCA, like best available science, or important elements of the risk evaluation, including the scientific underpinnings of unreasonable risk determinations, as well as a draft occupational exposure value down to 11 parts per billion. The updated charge questions released with the agenda yesterday fail to even include the phrase best available science, unreasonable draft occupational exposure value, or any references to the EPA and congressional definition of weighted scientific evidence, including the need for a pre-established systematic review protocol. Secondly, these questions now mention past peer reviews, but fail to include important limitations from those peer reviews, as well as EPA's failure to incorporate key findings and recommendations from the National Academies, the HSRB, and the SACC in previous reviews of risk evaluations. These are documented in great detail in comments that you can find in the docket, including from ACC, Hexion, and past members of those peer review bodies like Dr. Harvey Checkaway. And third, I'd encourage you, if you identify critical deficiencies in the draft risk evaluation, underlying IRIS assessment, or this peer review process, we'd strongly encourage you to document those in writing and to think about how to do so in a way that is relevant to the TSCA scientific requirements that have been discussed in great detail. Next slide, please. Wanted to make sure to share a little bit of background and context around requirements under both various statutes, as well as EPA requirements regarding transparency and scientific and public participation in the scientific process. We've talked a lot about TSCA Section 6 and 26 requirements for the need to consider, assess, and integrate available information. Public comments are a great source of that information, as well as the Federal Advisory Committee Act and EPA's 2017 and 2024 TSCA risk evaluation framework rules, the latter of which emphasizes the need for an open, transparent public comment process to be the core of a best available science determination from the agency. Similarly, these themes are charted in the SACC charter, as well as EPA's scientific integrity policies, including a draft released earlier this year, which emphasized the need, harkening back to Administrator Ruckelshaus, to operate as though in a fishbowl in total transparency. And then you'll see these last two documents are really important. The EPA peer review handbook emphasizes the need to have a clear separation between public comments and the peer review comment process, as well as the need to take every effort to complete the peer review before the close of the comment period, because peer review comments on such work products could be of sufficient magnitude to warrant a revision. And then finally, EPA's initiatives to enhance public involvement in advisory activities from 2011, which directs advisory committees to not accept a charge from the agency that unduly narrows the scope of an advisory activity. It also encourages the incorporation of a second brief comment period for clarifying remarks from members of the public later in a peer review meeting as the committee or panel deliberates on responses to the charge question, as well as incorporating and acknowledging scientific information from the public that was helpful in forming the committee's conclusions and recommendations. I wanted to highlight on the next couple of slides just a few examples that concern us about the nature of this truncated peer review and public process, including access to the updated peer review charge questions, a failure to keep that public comment and peer review process distinct, the lack of availability of public comments. Several substantive comments were not posted in the docket until yesterday. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but notification late Friday night of a number of new items in the docket, including the potential availability of 15,000 modeling files, model output results, and none of that's actually available to the public yet in the docket. It's a cover letter that notifies people of the ability to go to an EPA reading room. On the next slide is a little bit more information that we just wanted to highlight based upon some of the comments from yesterday's meeting. You'll see in the docket as well in writing a number of requests from key stakeholders, members of Congress, as well as another federal agency about the need to extend this comment period and peer review process so as not to truncate the independent validation of EPA's underlying science. And similarly, a number of those requests also encourage the use of an in-person meeting. And we just note that EPA, we fully recognize and sympathize with the lack of availability of resources. There are actually, unfortunately, 7 different EPA federal advisory committees and subcommittees that are meeting in person between last week and this week. So we strongly encourage you to engage with those public comments, to ask us follow-up questions, and to please incorporate that work as part of the TSCA required scientific standards that you all are undertaking. Thank you again for your work, and we would welcome any clarifying questions.
Thank you for your presentation. And that concludes our public comment period. Are there questions from the committee? If not, thank you again for your comment. And I think at this point, we'll move back into the committee meeting. The committee comments, and working through the charge. Before we start working through the charge, I think it's late enough in the day that maybe we take a 10-minute break. What do you think about that, Ms. Gibson?
I think we can break until 3:30.
Okay, and then when we come back, we're going to start with anything to clarify things from yesterday, possibly from the public commenters. I hope not too much of that discussion, and then we'll go into the charge.
Okay, sounds great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, anyone there?
We're on break.
Dr. McClellan, we're still are streaming live. If you have a question, may I call you?
Verify that you could hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Let me check another piece. Okay, my video has been disabled, so that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Has my video been figured out since the host has stopped it? This is Cynthia.
I will ask our contractors to, I guess, release the hold if they have it, if they have one.
Okay, if not, if I have to leave and come back in, let me know. Because I think I'm on 1.3 and I think we're gonna go first. So according to some emails, so.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Timu.
Yes, you're welcome, Dr. Graham. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, whoever did that.
All right, welcome back, folks. This is George Cobb, and I guess we will begin our second half of our afternoon session. And the first order of business is to see if there are any clarifying questions or comments from yesterday, and to proceed in that way. And Ms. Gibson, do you have anything that you would like to say to the committee or about process or things for the afternoon?
No, I do not have any announcements or any processing. We're gonna follow with the clarifying comments, and then we go right into the deliberations.
Right into the charts. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, so are there clarifying comments or questions from yesterday? I think I saw a couple in the chats and perhaps in the were
This
mentioned
is Roger
morning.
McClellan. I asked that I have the opportunity to speak.
Yes, please proceed, Dr. McClellan.
Yes, I have two comments, and the first relates to yesterday's presentations by the EPA staff, which I very much appreciated. I want to comment on a visual used multiple times. It was visual number 8, a key flow chart of the TSCA risk assessment process. And I fully endorse the use of that kind of a process because I think it helps the staff meet the goal that they've noted several times, that they're not conducting an academic exercise. This has a very specific purpose, and I think that kind of flow chart helps. I would like to encourage them to offer another box on that flow chart at the far right, adverse health effects. It was apparent from the presentations of many speakers today that the one major area of contention is really how those upstream activities ultimately impact on the work that's going on. And so I just encourage them to take a look at that, and that's going to be helpful as they move to revision. My second comment is in the form of a comment and question. It's my understanding that formaldehyde continues to be regulated as a hazardous air pollutant under the Clean Air Act. And I've had a considerable amount of experience working with the EPA since the early 1970s on those activities under the Clean Air Act, including chairing the Scientific Advisory Committee for the Clean Air Act. I have not seen any clear evidence of that activities in terms of the professional staff in the Office of Air and Radiation, if they had any involvement or were consulted. I've, over the years, become acquainted with many of them and recognize them as highly accomplished professionals. Were they consulted with regard to any of these activities? And secondarily, are any members of the Office of Air and Radiation in attendance at this virtual meeting?
You can turn that to the EPA staff for response.
I'm sorry, that was a question really for anyone who can answer it.
I think the EPA staff is best positioned to answer that question. I certainly am not.
Dr. Kopp, I think they're trying to attempt to come on to respond to Dr. McClellan.
Yes, I see that some folks are coming
Okay.
on.
Is it Dr. Shiflett?
You're
If you're
muted, Dr.
speaking,
Shiflett.
you're muted.
Maybe this time.
Introduce yourself.
This is Sean Shiflett.
Yes.
So I can confirm that we did consult with Office of Air regarding relevant components of the assessment.
And were those consultations such that none of the participation rose the level that those individuals were identified as co-authors on any of the documents?
Generally, no.
And are there any members of the professional staff of the Office of Air and Radiation in attendance at this first virtual meeting? Perhaps they can raise their hand or give a shout out.
I can say that there are no representatives of the Office of Air and Radiation in the room with us. They may have registered separately.
And maybe on YouTube and cancer.
They may also be following along with the SACC on YouTube.
I'd be interested if any are, if they would make it known to the designated federal official for this activity, Ms. Gibson. It'd be useful to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question, or a couple of questions, and for the response. Now, are there other comments or questions? I did have one thing I wanted to mention, and I think it's appropriate to mention this at this point. Yesterday, just as the meeting was closing, two leads who were trying to harmonize aspects of the responses that span across several questions wanted to consult with me, and actually a third lead on how to harmonize some aspects of probabilistic data considerations in several of these charge questions. And we did have an offline meeting of the four of us simply to discuss how to harmonize those responses and not to be redundant. And I think it's appropriate to note that in the record for just so that we're all clear on how that transpired. So Dr. Wright had a question or comment.
Yeah, I'm new to the SACC, so this may be quite naive, but it's a suggestion. The last session was a bit exhausting, but I found it very informative. Sorry, the host asked me to start my video. Let me do that. There we go. Yeah, like I was saying, the sessions today were somewhat exhausting, but I also found them very informative. Some of the comments were not exactly germane to our activities in that they dealt more with risk management than risk assessment. Some were redundant, and that's to be expected. But many, I think, were quite useful, and it seems to me it would be useful if we could evaluate them as a committee. That's impossible to do when the deliberations start 10 minutes after the public session. And I wonder if in the future it might be more efficient if we separated those two things so that the public input could happen a couple of weeks before the committee actually deliberates. I know that means setting up 2 virtual meetings instead of 1, but it won't necessarily increase the number of days for the meetings. Just a suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you.
So thank you for that comment, and it's understandable that it's hard to digest all of this, and a lot of times we have these on one day and we adjourn and can think about it overnight and then reassemble the next day, but this one was a little bit different. But that's still very close in temporal proximity to the public comments. Dr. Bryce.
Yeah, Pat Bryce. So I'm wondering, George, if you could just very briefly share with us, the results of the discussion you had last night about harmonization. I'm curious. as to kind of what the gist of it was?
And if any of the other participants would like to interject, feel free. Basically, the thought was that the probabilistic types of approaches could be useful in the ecological environmental assessments, could be useful in the indoor and in the occupational assessments. They're replete data sets for lots of those, and perhaps that's a way forward, even if there's not enough time in this particular assessment for the agency to do that, to make the comments that those approaches would be valuable, especially when we have as much data as we have here, would perhaps give the EPA some guidance to perhaps influence or improve this assessment, but certainly to improve other assessments. And we were really trying to not have the same comment over and over and over again in 3 separate charge questions, to introduce some topics and maybe refer back to them in other responses. Does that answer your question? Not getting a response, so I'm hoping that that answered the question. Dr. Opti.
Oh, I just wanted to find out which charge questions are you talking about harmonizing?
So there were some of 1, some of 2, and was it 4? Some of 4?
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Dr. Chasen is saying yes, those were the 3.
Yeah, it was 4, 5, 7 that I originally noted had very similar comments regarding statistics and models and use of data. And then it started popping up in other questions, which which made me think that this is going to just be sprinkled through the committee report, when it would be, I think, more coherent to at least combine, or not combine, articulate given points once and then refer to them in other parts of the responses. So it's not a matter of changing the different reviewers' opinions or points. It's a matter of just putting them in a more useful format, if you will, in the response. George, do I have that?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Dr. Landis.
I don't know what it is about me not being able to start my video.
It's the delay. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I'll just, that's so funny. I thought that was a really good summary. Also in part 2 that does the ecological, we've noted that quite a bit. The other thing is, I think it would have helped, talking about the probability and having that as a more standard thing at EPA, would have helped with a lot of the people making the comments. And that's why I asked those kinds of questions, trying to see if we had the opportunity as EPA to present that information, dealing with those uncertainties that may have had some of the commentators think differently about how the evaluation was done. And also for them to understand that presenting such an evaluation would have been useful to us as a SACC and also to EPA. It's like we're leaving out a whole way of data analysis from this kind of project.
Agreed. Thank you. Dr. Katie.
Hi, I just want to point out that there's
quite a bit of overlap, not just with the question you mentioned, but with a number of the questions. And yet we have different working groups and different members of the working group. So obviously we've done the best we can here, but in the future, maybe we could try to organize the charge questions so that we have the overriding charge questions up front. And then once we agree on how to move forward with that, we can discuss their application in different exposure scenarios.
Agreed.
This is Roger McClellan. Can I offer a comment?
Surely.
I think that part of this goes to how you plan to organize the final report. I hope that beyond simply addressing the specific charge questions, we have the opportunity to address overarching issues. And in this case, perhaps because of the short time period, whatever, this important overarching issue has not really come to the forefront until we've gathered together in this virtual meeting. So I hope that the report of the committee's activities will allow us to move beyond the specific charge questions and address some of these overarching issues. I personally think the staff, EPA staff, frequently formulates charge questions narrowly because they're in places out of bounds some of these overarching issues. I think it is our responsibility as a committee to make certain we address some of those important overarching issues as we advise them on. They certainly, in my professional opinion, are far, far away from a finished document. As an editor, I would recommend to the authors, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board for substantial work in reorganizing, reanalyzing material.
So thank you for that. And we need to move on to Dr. Heiger Renee's. You have a question?
I do want to make a statement in sort of the context of what we've been talking about with general approaches. The probabilistic piece, the guiding, or some of the probabilistic pieces, these are not academic research projects, right? We have been asked for using the best available science, and it is the best available science. And so I'm hopeful we can present that in that context for the EPA, right, to do their decision making. So, but NIH would never fund me to do this as an academic project. So I'll just leave it at that. But I think we are looking at using the best available science and all the data. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I think now we are perhaps ready to move into the charge questions. And our first, I guess I'll turn it over to the EPA staff to read in the first charge question on the human health hazard.
Thank you. This is Susanna Wagner with EPA, and I will read in the first charge question. Am I reading in the preamble piece? Okay. OCSPP has conducted health characterization and dose response analysis for dermal, oral, and acute inhalation exposures to formaldehyde. For characterization of hazards resulting from chronic inhalation exposure, OCSPP is relying on information provided in the draft IRIS toxicological review of formaldehyde inhalation, also referred to as the draft IRIS assessment, which has already been through NASEM peer review Several elements of the analysis of hazards resulting from acute exposure have already gone through review by the EPA. Although OPPT is not soliciting comment on the cancer inhalation unit risk, this value is important in the characterization of risk for occupational, consumer, outdoor, and indoor air pathways. As such, the SACC may comment on the application of the cancer IUR value for characterization of risk, including its strengths and uncertainties within different exposure scenarios. See questions 3, 4, 5, and 6 below. Next slide, please. Thank you. And maybe I'll start with 1.1 and then pause. But so question 1.1, acute inhalation hazard value.
Before you do that, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
So I'm taking this to say you do not want us commenting on the inhalation unit risk value. Is that what you're saying?
I think if we go back to the previous slide to look at the wording, I think, do you want?
That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is we don't have a specific question that repeats.
I can't hear you.
Microphone, sorry about that. Hopefully that's better. We're not asking a specific question that repeats questions that the NAS already evaluated, but as was discussed yesterday when asked the same question, we understand that the underlying analysis of the IUR is within the bounds of the strengths and uncertainties. And if you read the wording of the questions in 3, 4, and 5, and I don't remember 6 off my head, it certainly opens up discussion of those things as part of the question.
Okay, I think that's very important. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So question 1.1, acute inhalation hazard value. As described in section 4.1.2.1 of the draft human health hazard assessment for formaldehyde, the HSRB reviewed the ethical and scientific conduct of 4 key studies used as the basis for draft point of departure derivation for acute exposure and associated draft weight of evidence analysis. EPA considered comments received by the HSRB in revising the draft weight of evidence as appropriate. Please comment on the updated weight of evidence used to establish the POD for acute inhalation of formaldehyde and the application of an extrapolation or uncertainty factor for individual variability, as well as the characterization of overall confidence in the value presented in the draft human health assessment.
So thank you for reading that in. This is George Cobb, and our lead discussant for this is Dr. Heiger Bernays.
Yes, this is Wendy Heiger Bernays, and based on conversations that we within 1.1, we still need some additional time to discuss and formulate our response. And I think it was proposed that we start with 1.3 instead of 1.1. Is that possible?
I don't know. Dr. Apte, are you ready for 1.2?
Yeah, I can read my stuff.
Okay, well, let's do 1.2. Let's just keep going. Dr. Wegner, I apologize. I was totally unaware of this, and until just now, and we will come back to, we'll do 1.2, 1.3, and then we'll come back to 1.1. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Sure. So this is Susanna Wegner from EPA, and I'll read in the next charge question 1.2, non-cancer inhalation hazard value. The draft human health hazard assessment used the chronic non-cancer inhalation hazard endpoints and PODs derived in the draft IRIS assessment that have been peer-reviewed by NASM. As described in section 4.1.2.2 of that assessment, IRIS chose a suite of impacts to the respiratory system from formaldehyde exposure and selected the overall reference concentration of 0.007 milligram per meter cubed. See section 2.1.4 of the external review draft IRIS assessment. Uncertainty factors are embedded in the calculation of each candidate toxicity value supporting the reference concentration. OCSPP does not use an RFC per se. Instead, OCSPP estimates inhalation risk by calculating margins of exposure, MOEs, with a POD that is compared to levels of concern derived from uncertainty or extrapolation factors. As a result, EPA used one of PODs cited in the IRIS table 2-3, i.e. 0.017 ppm or 0.021 milligrams per meter cubed from Krzyzanowski et al. 1990, and its attendant total uncertainty factor of 3, which is equivalent to the reference concentration of 0.007 milligrams per meter cubed. Please comment on OPPT's application of the chronic reference concentration from the draft IRIS assessment as described above and in section 4.1.2.2 of the draft human health hazard assessment. In your comments, please consider the strengths and uncertainties of the underlying studies identified by ORD IRIS for the weight of evidence for chronic human health non-cancer hazard.
Thank you for getting this onto the record. Dr. Apte is our lead discussant, and after he summarizes the comments, we'll hear from the other discussants about their concurrence or any additions that they may have. Dr. Apte.
Hi, this is Udayan Apte. I'm going to read through the comments of several of my colleagues, and I'm going to try to first put a general summary and then go through some details. So bear with me, and then individual members will have time to chime in. So overall, the approach of using IRIS document, which is undergone a NASM review, was considered an effective use of resource. However, many members express reservations about this because the IRIS document doesn't seem to be a final document. It's a draft. And many of the NASM comments have not been yet considered, leaving many open questions. Members questioned sole use of the Krzyzanowski 1990 study to determine POD and the use of uncertainty factor of 3. Questions are raised about discrepancies between controlled human exposure studies, such as Lang et al. 2008, and the epidemiological studies, such as the Krzyzanowski 1990. There are some disagreements within the members of committee about use of uncertainty factor, the need for it, while determining POD, given that human data were used. The discussion of the weight of the WOSE, weight of scientific evidence, in section 4.1.2.2 seems to be extremely limited because the high reactivity of formaldehyde, it is appropriate to focus on respiratory effects of chronic POD. However, the acknowledged comments from HSRB and NASM, lines 653 and 656, should be summarized in the WOSE. At least the major concerns should be summarized there. Section 4.1.2.2 did not discuss strength and uncertainties as the charge question suggested. However, strengths of the key studies include use of human data and the similarity of POD in the key studies. Some members have, as I said, there's some disagreement about using uncertainty factors. There is a view expressed that use of uncertainty factor 3 is okay because the key study included children and those with asthma, and uncertainty factor of 10 is not needed. There are a few editorial comments that I will have put into the written record. For next, the again the questions raised here are because the IRIS assessment has not been finalized. It is unclear what may change based on NASM and HSRB feedback when it is considered. It is difficult to see what science this document depends on for chronic non-cancer inhalation RFC. One needs to go to IRIS document to identify and understand the basis for the 0.007 milligrams per cubic meter RFC. Since the IRIS document has not been finalized, it is difficult to understand the review and selection process. As pointed out during the HSRB review, the 1984 study is of low quality and should not be the basis of POD. The IRIS draft document, table 2.3 outlines the POD calculated from the Krasnowski et al. Study and the use of uncertainty factor of 3, which has resulted into RFC of 0.007 milligrams per cubic meter. There are a lot of questions about this Krasnowski study. One of them is that almost 87% of the participants in this study fell in the lowest exposure group of less than 40 parts per billion. The changes are based on a very small part of this study population. Outdoor formaldehyde concentrations were not measured. It is impossible to tell how many participants were exposed to higher formaldehyde levels in absence of ETS. The high proportion of smokers and ETS in the study complicates understanding of the impact of formaldehyde on health endpoints. Asthma finding was only significant in homes with ETS, table 4 in the study. The authors did not sort of discounted the impact of nitric oxide without presenting the data. And the original data for modeling was not available within the paper. And this issue, which is lack of transparency in modeling, should have led to considering a low confidence ranking from EPA. And so given that EPA concludes justifiably that Haber's law does not apply for formaldehyde, it is difficult to reconcile the differences between controlled human exposure studies such as Lang et al. 2008 and compared to the Krasnowski study. If you look into the details, the concentration, the RFCs that will be calculated, for example, using the Lang et al. Study would be 29-fold higher than the supposedly poor quality Krasnowski study here in 1990, that was done in 1990. Similarly, Cooley et al. Study in 87 also did not find any significant decrease in pulmonary function. And if you consider that study as compared to the Krasnowski study, the RFC would be something like 175-fold higher. So it is just to put in perspective that depending on what study is considered, the RFC concentrations are going to be significantly different. And without some justification of why individuals in the poor quality Krasnowski study would be so much more sensitive to the effects of formaldehyde than the individuals in the set of controlled human exposure studies, it is difficult to accept the POD POD provided in the document. Further, all studies selected by ORD IRIS for chronic non-cancer hazards were observational studies, which are unreliable for identifying a point of departure. There are several studies, and we will be providing references in the document to which we are considering that those should be considered in this argument. And the studies identified by ORD IRIS for weight of evidence for chronic human health non-cancer hazard do not adequately address the chosen endpoint due to several limitations, which include, but not limited to, the ability to determine causality specific to formaldehyde, co-founders that were not addressed, and including a use of self-completed questionnaire instead of a measured health effect, which decreases the reliability of the result. In addition, the use of uncertainty factors, and as I pointed out, there is some discrepancy about it. But here I would like to mention that in addition, the use of an uncertainty factor is not necessary when study population for all studies were mainly sensitive asthmatic children. Therefore, sensitive populations have already been addressed. So a recommendation is that EPA should follow the HSRB recommendations to rely on Murrell et al. And Lang et al. Studies for this. There is some inconsistencies within the PACO considerations relevant to the adult-only conditions of use. As such, the characterization of this study is not optimal, and the study that we are talking about is the Krasnowski 1990. It could be, it could be a problem. It could be problematic just simply based on it. Further, depending that comment is relating to the pulmonary function specifically. Allergy PACO should exclude the Annie Massino 2012 study from consideration as a key study for an adult POD. The odds ratios for EPA designated Lowell has a p-value of 0.1013 for differences between low and high tertile groups, which is not strong evidence of a dose-response relationship. So this is this has to be considered, and as a result, the dose used for the dose-response relationship may not be appropriate and is questionable validity. So again, in Venn et al. 2003 studies, the subjects were school-age children, so relevance to the adult risk is unclear, and this study should not be the key study for an adult POD. None of the health hazard evaluations had any information on lifetime long-term personal histories of exposure versus current exposure. So the time from elevated formaldehyde exposure to identifiable effect and how time and intensity relates to prevalence and severity is unknown. This comment relates to the allergy as an endpoint. Sensory irritation, given the sensory irritation is a possible acute endpoint, is addressed somewhere else, but a chronic POD can also be based on an acute effect if appropriate. Given the preference for high quality human data, EPA should consider using sensory irritation as a key effect for concerns pertinent to chronic exposure of adults and children. Cross-sectional epidemiological analysis could be problematic and cannot be used to determine the causes of asthma or many other diseases for that matter. This is a limitation of, among others, of the Krasnowski 1990 study, which is heavily used. However, reviewers have acknowledged that this study does include children, so a susceptible human population has been included. So these are some of the comments that we have gotten, and I've compiled them from my group. I would like to stop here and offer chance for the group members to chime in.
Thank you for that thorough summary. I would like to now call on the other discussants in order to see what other comments there might be. And if there are no further comments, you can simply say that you concur with what's been said. So to begin with, Dr. Fox.
Yes, hi, Mary Fox. I just want to note that, yes, the IRIS assessment is not final, but we did hear from the EPA staff that they are collaborating closely, and the TSCA staff is collaborating with the IRIS staff, and this is also reflected in the document.
Thank you. Dr. Graham.
Hello, Cynthia Graham. My comments have been included in the previous comment by Dr. Apte.
Thank you. Dr. Caden? No, wait, sorry. Dr. Higer Bernays.
Yes, my comments have also been included. Thank you.
Now, Dr. K.
My comments have been included, although I do think that as a group, we can do, with a little time, a better job at integrating the different comments. There was a lot of repetition there. Some of the things I noted were the opinions of several members of the subgroup, that the main study that's being relied upon for a point of departure is not a high quality study. And the suggestion that perhaps the controlled human exposure studies could serve as a basis of a chronic POD, specifically looking at objective endpoints such as pulmonary function, which, as some of the speakers that we heard today during public comment pointed out, is very consistent with what's been done by other authoritative and regulatory bodies across the world. So those are two main things that I'd like to highlight from some of the excellent comments I heard, summarized by our leader.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Strickland.
I have a question for Dr. Caden first, if that's okay. This is Judy Strickland.
Sure.
Dr. Caden, when you were pointing out other values from other countries or agencies, what effects did you refer to then?
So I'd have to go back to the public comments to get all of
Okay.
them, but I know for sure, because I was a member of the formaldehyde working group for the WHO indoor air quality guidelines. And that group used sensory irritation as an endpoint, with the idea that even using that, which is a very conservative endpoint, because as many people have pointed out, it's not an adverse health effect, it's just an annoyance health effect. But even using that health endpoint would be protective. I believe some of the other groups have used other things, but most of them have depended on the Lang study and the Mueller studies.
Yeah, thank you. This is Judy Strickland. Because I was going to say, yeah, these comments read by Dr. Apte do reflect my comments, but I also wanted to emphasize that maybe we should consider the sensory irritation as an adverse effect as well. It just never occurred to me before. I always thought of that as an acute effect, but if it's a protective effect, I think we should give that more consideration. So I just wanted to emphasize that point that was read by Dr. Apte.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Sweeney.
Yes, I also agree that Dr. Apte's summary hit the high points of the various information I gave. One area I'd like to give a little bit more detail was on the key study. It was mentioned that the documentation was not particularly deep, and for example, there's no plot of the key effect, the breathing decrement with formaldehyde shown. So there's no dose response relationship that's visualized for us to consider and to evaluate whether the dose response shape might be different if you're looking in so the low end of the data versus the high end. So that's to me a significant uncertainty in using the entirety of the data for our toxicity reference value coming out of the data for children. I would like to say though that while none of these studies have personal monitoring data, at least in this particular case, it is the home, which is where children spend probably more of their time than anywhere else. So if you have to use area data instead of personal data, that's better. Whereas the Anesi Maisano data is on uses concentrations measured in schools, which is a fraction of where children spend their time, and it's from 2 weeks of exposure measurement, and it's covering a year's worth of occurrences of rhinoconjunctivitis. So that's not as good a match of exposure and effect as you might like, and yet the study's considered a high confidence study. I wasn't sure if Matsunaga was completely referenced because it's a little harder when you're listening than when you're reading something. So just want to mention that they sort of reanalyzed the data to find one that gave a statistically significant result. They originally analyzed the data in tertiles, and then they grouped them together in order to get to an assessment where the odds ratio exceeded 1 for the 95th percent lower confidence interval to get up to 1.01. So basically they increased their N in one group to get an odds ratio that stays above 1 for the whole range. And as an additional thought that I had since I initially drafted these comments is that EPA in different programs, such as IRIS versus the EAGLES program, does have different definitions of what is of the type of risk, no appreciable risk, or EAGLES have tiers of acceptable types of effects. And so the lack of a definition of unreasonable risks and what is unreasonable in the context of the TSCA program and its many different conditions of use kind of pervades any and all of the endpoints. And perhaps that's particularly an issue with the sensory endpoint, but it does apply kind of across the board, because what's acceptable in one context might not be acceptable. In my work, we have to consider trade-offs on different types of concerns, health concerns. I'd be willing to have the sniffles if I could rescue somebody from a burning building. So, obviously we aren't all doing that every day, but it is an issue that should be considered in evaluating what is an adverse endpoint. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf.
So I concur with the comments. The one comment I did wish to make, which is a general comment, and so I won't repeat it for each of the charge questions I have in the future. So what I'm going to say is relevant to all the charge questions that I've been involved in. And I'm taking the agency's word that they presented that we are to review also the strengths and by implication weaknesses of the 2022 draft IRIS assessment, which has been pointed out has been reviewed, but we're still using the unedited, revised version for this assessment. So it doesn't really matter that it's been reviewed by the National Academy. We're using the original version. And so my comments here and in the future are related to that. The other general comment I have that's applicable to all the different charge questions and these kinds of assessments is I've provided an example of using the RIS 21 framework, which is to enhance communication of conclusions in a way that's publicly available. This is a framework that's developed through the Health Environmental Science Institute, collaboration of which multiple government scientists were instrumental contributing to this from all over the world, including staff from the US EPA. And it should be considered as a very useful tool to improve communication, both to senior leaders within the agency as well as to the general public. The OECD has this as part of a recommended tool. It's within the testing and assessment series number 311, describes the use of this. Health Canada, their pesticide management regulatory agency, has included it in one of their publications, a framework for risk assessment, risk management of pest control products. I've provided those references. And the Chinese Food Safety Authority routinely uses the Risk 21 framework as their primary decision support tool. If I may have briefly access to the share screen, I would like to show a document that I embedded into this to give an illustration both. Thank you. So let's see.
I have it if you want me to upload it.
Well, or you can give me, because
no, they have to give you the access.
Yeah, could you give me access? Is that doable?
Can you give access to either me or Dr. Wolf?
Oh, here we go. I've got it. Are you seeing my screen now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the Risk 21 website, and it has all the information on it about it and the tool as well as the web tool. It's not very complicated to learn how to use. The Health Environmental Science Institute has given many trainings to regulatory agencies all over the world, and I'm sure communicating with them would be more than happy to set up a training for staff within OCSPP. The output of this kind of thing is results in a problem formulation. You put that in there and provides a transparent way to look at all the data. In this particular case, this was a case study we used for training. So don't consider these are the data that came from the data that we're reviewing for this week. But it is about formaldehyde as a case study. And you can rapidly start comparing across the different and very quickly show where the concerns aren't. So it's a rapid way to communicate the information. On the x-axis is the exposure. So high exposure, low exposure. On the y-axis is the toxicity. You can see a big number down here, the left corner, that's low toxicity. A low number up here is high toxicity. And so you then have a transparent of the data you use to get to your plot and all the information. I encourage you to look at the website to learn more about how to use this. And it's an excellent way to communicate very rapidly the differences between your different assessments. I did not have time to go through the extensive data that was nicely provided by the agency, but you can rapidly organize that information so you have the range of exposures for the different scenarios, the expected adverse outcomes of concern and their no effect levels, and plot those rapidly on the site. Print this out and you can easily publicly share your results. Anyone can go to this tool. It's publicly available and put in the same numbers or different numbers and come up with an interpretation. And I think some of the presentations we've seen would have also been very helpful to explain all these complicated numbers and tables in this visual representation. And I would encourage the agency to think about incorporating this not just into their presentations, but into their documents. And so I'm not going to repeat this soapbox again, but it would be applicable, both of those comments about the IRIS document and the risk 21 across all the different charge questions. And this is suitable both for human safety discussions as well as environmental safety discussions. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. And I think that wraps up the different discussants. Are there any additional comments on this charge question from the committee? Dr.
Hello, this is Pat Bracey. I was wondering if there's precedent for utilizing the irritation effect to establish a chronic level. Has that been done before, or is that really would this be a unique opportunity to do that?
That has to be to the
Yes.
leads, or perhaps to the agency, but I think to the leads.
I'm not aware of this. This was probably a question for Dr. Caden or Dr. Strickland.
So as I said, this is what the World Health Organization in indoor air did. They even went as far as saying that if you protect against irritation, you protect against cancer. And then they back calculated, if you didn't do it that way, you'd come up with a similar number. So
Has there been other chemicals where this has been applied to that you know of, or is it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, I have first a question and then a comment. The question is for the EPA staff. I understand that the IRIS assessment is still considered to be a draft. But what are the remaining steps in finalizing it? Is it a draft simply because it hasn't gone through the EPA process of finalizing it, some sort of bureaucratic process, or are there additional assessments that are going to be made by the EPA staff or by some other body that need to be done before it's finalized and not a draft? And how long will that process take?
So Mr. Wright, I'm gonna ask that the agency hold the answer to that question until we are getting answers from them for lots of things.
That's fine.
I understand what your question is, but I would prefer that we not engage the agency too much as we're responding to the charge. There are times for asking those questions, and it's a slightly different time. But we have that on the record, and I'm asking the agency to reply to that when they reply to our other questions. Dr. Wolf.
If I may reply to Dr. Bricey's comment, because I think that's a really important question and highly relevant for this topic of formaldehyde. So what you're arguing is perhaps there's a early key event or a response that if you protect against that, you protect against everything downstream. In fact, the agency does that frequently for pesticides, for example, where we don't progress mutagenic chemicals for pesticides. There's an early response, maybe a nuclear receptor agonism, maybe some other response, cytotoxicity. If you prevent that from happening, it protects against the downstream ICIDs that happen at higher dose or longer time exposure. So this type of approach is not uncommon. And so using that early event at the lowest dose to prevent any downstream. And so I think that's a discussion we'll probably have repeatedly over the next day or two to identify that rate limiting step, that if you prevent that, then everything downstream would not happen. And that would be both for chronic toxicity. And this is a great opportunity within the formaldehyde risk assessment to harmonize across both the chronic and the carcinogenicity and protect against chronic exposure, carcinogenicity being a result of chronic exposure, and be health protective, but using that more unified approach.
Thank you.
Dr. Strickland.
Hello, Judy Strickland again. This is just a general comment on that section about the chronic inhalation hazard. This section seemed to get quite a bit less attention from EPA than the other hazard sections on, for example, acute inhalation or oral exposure or dermal exposure. It didn't discuss the studies used in great detail. It didn't really discuss the uncertainties. It just seemed to get a lot less attention from EPA than the other studies in their documentation. So that should be improved in the next edition.
We can capture all those in the written comments. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think we're done with charge question 1.1. Excuse me, 1.2. And I think Dr. Heiger-Bernays is now ready to do 1.1. I'm going to ask Ms. Gibson, do we need to read 1.1 back into the record, or do we have it in the record and Dr. Heiger-Bernays can respond?
I would read it into the record for those that are listening or those who are just entering into the meeting so that they can follow along.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I apologize to the EPA staff for just jumping around.
Yeah.
Our
Thank
fault.
you.
So if you read that into the record, please.
But it can wait till after.
Yeah, this is Susanna Wagner from EPA. So 1.1, acute inhalation hazard value. As described in section 4.1.2.1 of the draft Human Health Hazard Assessment for formaldehyde, the HSRB reviewed the ethical and scientific conduct of four key studies used as the basis for the draft point of departure derivation for acute exposure and associated draft weight of evidence analysis. EPA considered comments received by the HSRB in revising the draft weight of evidence as appropriate. Please comment on the updated weight of evidence used to establish the POD for acute inhalation of formaldehyde and the application of an extrapolation uncertainty factor for intra-individual variability, as well as the characterization of overall confidence in the value presented in the draft human health hazard assessment.
All right. Thank you very much. And now Dr. Heiger-Bernays is our lead discussant with several associates.
All right. Thank you. Wendy Heiger-Bernays. Our delay in doing this, I think it's worth stating, was to try and present I think a clearer and perhaps more unified presentation. So where there is say disagreement or where there's not full agreement, I'll point that out. So there we have general comments pertaining to charge question 1.1a. Members of the committee recognize that EPA uses draft IRIS values, which were extensively commented on by National Academy of Sciences and HSRB. Based on EPA response to questions, May 20th, it is unclear whether the IRIS values will be finalized before the completion of this risk evaluation, and members point out that the value should be reevaluated before using them in this risk evaluation. Members also point out that there are quantitative approaches to dealing with uncertainties in probabilistic data sets. The use of probabilistic methods can aid the EPA in addressing the challenging scientific questions faced and will allow the use of the data that are available. This approach is supported by recommendations from the National Research Council. So there are a few general comments from individual discussants that I'll present here and then go into the three specific charge questions. Intra-individual variability means variability for an individual over time, for example, over multiple trials, whereas interindividual variability means differences among individuals in a population. Does EPA really mean intra-individual variability here and in other places in the document? 2, weight of evidence approaches are suspect when considered as part of a probabilistic risk assessment. The weight of evidence compares relative evaluations of information, and while they may indicate a cause-effect pathway, they are not quantitative, and the uncertainties are difficult to evaluate. In fact, the uncertainties exist because of the lack of definitive information. In order to cope with the large inherent uncertainties of the weight of evidence approach, uncertainty factors are used. These seem to be relatively arbitrary in nature and not related to the variability in responses in the sample population or the exposure response curves derived from experiments. Weights of evidence resemble some expert elicitation methods used in the social and hard sciences as starting values when observational or experimental data are not available. So now to the questions specifically asked. Updated weight of evidence used to establish the point of departure for acute inhalation of formaldehyde. I'll point out that we did not have consensus in the statement that whether the most sensitive health endpoint, committee members point out that in the most sensitive health endpoint. Committee members point out that some committee members point out that sensory irritation is not an adverse effect. Sensory irritation is also a subjective endpoint that can be influenced by odor, which is why the Lang et al. Study included a masking agent. Sensory irritation is also a reversible effect. And committee members also point out that eye irritation can have adverse effects if the worker or individual in the general population is hampered in the safe performance of their occupation or transportation as examples. It can also be viewed as aversive stimuli, which is particularly important for the increasing number of people diagnosed with autism spectrum disorders. A definition of adverse effect is offered: a biochemical change, functional impairment, or pathologic lesion that affects the performance of the whole organism or reduces an organism's ability to respond to additional environmental challenge, EPA, last updated June 2023. Acute exposure level guidelines, or EGLES, are used by emergency planners and responders worldwide as guidance in dealing with rare, usually accidental releases of chemicals into the air. EGLES are expressed as specific concentrations of airborne chemicals at which health effects may occur. They're designed to protect the elderly and children and other individuals who may be susceptible. In general, mild sensory irritation is not seen as being adverse for EGLES and is considered on a case-by-case basis. The sensory irritation effects used to establish the point of departure could reasonably be defined as not adverse and were evaluated in human subjects anticipated to be maximally sensitive. Furthermore, the key studies as delineated in the draft Human Health Risk Assessment, Table 3.1, exposure scenario, inhalation, acute 15-minute duration were controlled and well documented. Additionally, there are only 3 acute studies listed in this key table: Kuhl 1987, Muller 2013, and Lang 2008, but question 1.1 indicates that 4 studies were used to establish the point of departure. EPA should clarify what the studies were. Was Kuhl 1993 the reanalysis omitted from the draft Human Health Risk Assessment Table 3-1? The draft Human Health Hazard Assessment for formaldehyde states that symptoms have been shown to occur within seconds at high enough doses, without specifying how high is high enough, further implying that time to symptoms is longer at lower concentrations. The US EPA draft EGLE document for formaldehyde states that 6-minute exposures at 1 part per million caused slight to moderate eye irritation in a 6-minute study with sensitive human subjects. Descriptions of onset of symptoms in the key studies in the current human health risk assessment may not have been present. Time was inadequate to review all supporting documentation and references. The findings of Bender et al. 1983 support the plausibility of noticeable eye irritation within 15 minutes, the risk characterization's exposure sample duration in the range of the point of departure. However, at lower concentrations, for example, after application of uncertainty factors, time to symptoms, if any, could take long enough that no effect would be observed during a peak exposure. In the supporting study, Muller et al., 2013, hypersensitive subjects perceive even clean air in a way that increases the SPES score. Considered in the absence of any judgment on impacts of formaldehyde exposure, this reflects human variability in perception that has nothing to do with exposure. Perhaps a nocebo type effect is suggested. So for some people, it is impossible to get rid of this effect perception at any level of formaldehyde. Similarly, 1 of 20 subjects in Kuhl et al. 1987 found 0 parts per million formaldehyde mildly irritating. The tables from those studies are presented in the response. The Kuhl et al. 1987-1993 data set was based on mild irritation. And it's proposed that the appropriate data set for the benchmark dose modeling is moderate eye irritation. That is more arguably an adverse effect, while mild effects are not. Moderate, however, is not debilitating, so it could be argued that there's no effect here. In the same study, it is seen that other forms of irritation are also reported independent of formaldehyde concentration. Evidence such as these examples call into question mild irritation effects as adverse in general. As acknowledged by EPA in the draft IRIS assessment, formaldehyde irritation effects may be mediated by neuronal receptors such as TRPA, a family of transient receptor potential ion channels. Formaldehyde activates the TRPA1 ion channel by covalent interactions resulting in pain, reviewed by NRC 2011. This receptor also responds to other irritants, including mustard oil, cinnamaldehyde, and metabolites of pollutants such as styrene, ozone, naphthalene, and acrolein. However, such chemical/receptor interactions are part of a sensory process and should not be considered the same as histopathologically detectable irritation, in other words, an inflammatory response, or an adverse health effect, also reviewed in NRC. The World Health Organization notes that the TRPA1 mediated response occurs quickly, so longer exposures beyond the 4 hours in the chamber studies of Lang and Muller are not anticipated to increase the response. Importantly, the draft human health risk assessment for formaldehyde uses the peak concentration rather than factoring in duration of exposure. This is appropriate as Haber's law does not apply in the case of formaldehyde. For sensory irritation in particular, very brief exposures solicit the same level of response as longer exposures, as can be seen in the various controlled human exposure studies. This sensory irritation is reversible and goes away when exposure stops. The supporting studies cited, Liu 1991 and Hanrahan 1984, are of very limited quality. However, the final 4 studies used by EPA, Kuhl 1993, Kuhl 1987, Lang 2008, and Muller 2013 were of high quality. In contrast, an actual adverse health endpoint could serve as the basis of the risk assessment for occupational exposures. Sensory irritation does not reflect an adverse health effect unless the sensory organs are overwhelmed to the point of being functionally impaired and objectively incapacitating. An alternative health endpoint might be histopathologically detectable irritation, in other words, an inflammatory response where the vast body of animal study literature showing tissue cytotoxicity would be relevant. Such studies include those focusing on objective measurements of cell proliferation and cytotoxicity following short-term repeated dose exposures. Note that at formaldehyde inhalation concentrations of 1 to 2 parts per million, the rate of removal or detoxification of formaldehyde from tissues in the nose and upper airways remains sufficient to limit its accumulation in these tissues, preventing the occurrence of tissue irritation with citations. As exposure concentrations increase to or beyond 2 parts per million, however, compensation, detoxification, and repair mechanisms will be progressively overwhelmed, and tissue damage and associated irritation or inflammation begins to occur, leading to cell damage to multiple cell types in the eye and nasal epithelia. This objectively defined adverse human health endpoint is in the dose-response continuum. Sensory effects are not adverse effects. Acute exposure guideline level EAGLES were developed using sensory effects as the potential endpoint for level 1, but the EAGLE SOP did not characterize the effects as adverse. Suggested in the human health assessment could justify developing, however, a point of departure for sensory effects. Although these are not adverse effects, such effects would inhibit normal functioning. Thus, point of departure values based on sensory effects could be useful to avoid worker decrements in function, for example. The summary of hazard endpoints in section 4.1.1 should replace the phrase "given the appropriate exposure circumstances" and add the appropriate information. This could be a general description of the exposure circumstances such as acute, subchronic, chronic, etc. Given the appropriate exposure circumstances is not informative. Section 4.1.2.1. What is meant by developing, quote, peak threshold concentration levels, end quote. If it's a reference to the design of some of the key studies that expose subjects to short-term higher concentrations during a continuous exposure to a lower concentration, EPA should use the lowest continuous concentration at which an effect was reported rather than the peak concentration. The HSRB review of Muller, Bruckner, and Treberg stated, for any response measured or symptom reported, this study did not observe conjunctival and nasal irritations at tested concentrations. Olfactory symptom score was also observed for control in parens background formaldehyde concentration exposures. This indicates that formaldehyde may not be the factor causing the changes of olfactory responses. Formaldehyde exposures to 0.7 parts per million for 4 hours and to 0.4 parts per million for 4 hours with peaks of 0.8 parts per million for 15 minutes respectively are not associated with chemosensory effects on hypo and hypersensitive males. Therefore, a no observed adverse effect level of 0.7 parts per million as constant exposure and of 0.4 parts per million with peaks of 0.8 parts per million can be derived from this study. A statistical reanalysis of the data of Lang, Brucker, and Treberg by EPA's contractor ICF found significant differences in conjunctival redness across all concentrations, but again, only at 195 minutes. Some study endpoints, example, the blinking frequency and reaction times were not possible to be reproduced due to insufficient data presented in the paper. Specifically, the ICF reanalysis did not support the finding of exposure-dependent increase in blinking rate, although the correlation between eye irritation and blinking rate was confirmed in the presence of ethyl acetate. The ICF reanalysis confirmed respiratory irritation only at 0.5 parts per million with 1 part per million peaks in the presence of ethyl acetate. EPA selected a point of departure of 0.5 parts per million based on studies by Kuhl et al., yet several elements of the scientific evidence show that a lower point of departure should be applied for purposes of the TSCA risk characterization. EPA characterizes 0.5 parts per million as a no observed adverse effect concentration, a NOAC, and also as the lower confidence limit on a benchmark concentration, the BMCL. Consistent with EPA guidance, benchmark dose modeling should be used whenever possible to determine a point of departure. The BMCL modeling in the draft IRIS assessment, which documents that the appropriate estimate of the BMCL from COOL is lower than the TSCA risk evaluation NOAC of 0.5 parts per million. The draft formaldehyde IRIS assessment states, quote, the BMD models did not account for the correlated measures beyond concentration levels. Each participant was exposed to each concentration. Therefore, the 95% confidence limit for the BMC estimated by the model is too narrow to use as the point of departure. A factor of 2 was used to adjust the BMC to identify a lower estimate that approximates the BMDL. EPA 2022, the IRIS assessment divides the BMC of 0.69 parts per million by 2 to derive the point of departure for COOL et al., which equals 0.34 parts per million. EPA should use the resulting value of 0.34 as the candidate point of departure for the COOL study in the draft formaldehyde risk evaluation. EPA reports PODs of 0.3 for the studies by Lang et al. And Muller, yet there's no explanation for selection of 0.5 parts per million as the point of departure when 2 studies provided lower points of departures. The data assembled supports an acute inhalation point of departure of 0.3 parts per million based on the Muller et al. Study and supported by Lang. The text presenting the point of departure selection uses the term threshold to describe the point of departure. Even if the EPA selected POD was characterized by study authors as a NOAC, the benchmark dose modeling demonstrates that a 10% elevation in symptoms may occur at lower doses, and other studies described by EPA also demonstrate effects at lower doses. As discussed in EPA's benchmark dose guidance, a NOEL cannot be interpreted as a level at which there is no risk. The NOEL is a function of study design and is of little practical utility in describing toxicological dose-response relationships. It does not present a biological threshold and cannot establish that lower exposure levels are necessarily without risk. Second, application of the extrapolation uncertainty factor for individual variability. The following points are provided. It is not clear why the same uncertain UFH of 10 is used for all the controlled human exposure studies when one of these studies, Muller et al., included a sensitive subgroup. However, given the acknowledgement that sensory irritation is not actually an adverse effect, the acute point of departure, 0.5 parts per million with an uncertainty factor of 10, appears to be scientifically justifiable for the general population, consumer, indoor air, ambient air scenarios. While the Muller et al. Study included a sensitive subpopulation, the population evaluated in the risk analysis is intended to protect the exposed population, although EPA should document its justification. It is suggested that the uncertainty factor of 10 for the intra-individual variability for the Muller et al. Study be reconsidered because Muller et al. Included members of sensitive subpopulation. Although they do not represent the entire population of hypersensitive individuals, the uncertainty factor should be reduced to 3 to represent human intraspecies variation. The uncertainty factor is not well justified. Notably, the Eagle 1 values do not use an uncertainty factor. From the document, application of an uncertainty factor for inter-individual variability is consistent with irritation reported by Muller in hypersensitive individuals following exposure to 0.3 parts per million with peak exposures of 0.6 parts per million. It is also consistent with high variability across individuals reported in all controlled exposure studies. In contrast, Kleinbeck and Wolkoff 2024 assert that assessment factors greater than 2 for human variability are not generally warranted. Poole et al. 1987, same underlying data showing more endpoints presented here. These ranges are not unduly large and they lack extensive variability. These outcomes are subjective, self-reported data. At control and high exposures, all subjects are in 1 or 2 bins for eye irritation. The dose-related effect of eye irritation is evident and progressive despite close dose spacing. Studies with inbred animals don't always show this level of consistency with objective data. For the cool eye irritation data, the BMDL is 0.502 parts per million and BMD is 0.694 parts per million from the iris supplemental information. Again, that doesn't indicate particularly noisy data. The lack of PK, pharmacokinetic difference for a direct acting portal of contact toxicant also supports a lower uncertainty factor or no uncertainty factor. Since sensitive young adults were the exposed study population, another member posits no adjustments or uncertainty factors are necessary. Okay, overall confidence in the value presented in the draft human health hazard assessment. Members point out that one source of confidence that could be added to this section is that the POD was developed using human rather than animal or other data. The statement that the POD based on Kuhl and Kuhl et al. 1993 and 1987 focuses on peak concentrations mischaracterizes the POD because the selected POD was not based on a study that incorporated peaks of exposure. If the intent was to remark on the fact that exposure concentrations were not extrapolated from one duration to another, maybe it would be better to say that the exposure concentrations were not time-weighted or normalized or extrapolated to 8 or 24-hour periods. Reliance on a point of departure with no extrapolation to lower doses limits the use of the available science for the hazard assessment conclusions and refers EPA to Chu et al. 2020 and Nielsen 2023. Overall, recommendations are that the EPA should review the approaches taken by other governmental authorities which set occupational limits consistent with the best available science based on the weight of the scientific evidence. EPA should improve its documentation of the BMD modeling for this study and the risk evaluation, reporting the BMR and actual dose response data that were used as the input for the benchmark dose modeling. Okay. We have a few editorial comments. Do they need to be read into the record?
They do not. They do not. You can say, you just say we have several editorial comments.
Okay. We have several editorial comments, and I will say that as EPA hears, the first question that we were really trying to, I think, elaborate on are the effects that are observed, are they adverse effects? And if so, how should the point of departure of the POD be developed, and should there be uncertainty factors added to it? So it's all here, and I open it up to the other discussants.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Dr. Heiger-Bernays. And your other discussants or associate discussants are Dr. Apte.
Yeah, I don't have any more comments to add to that very excellent summary by Wendy. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Graham?
My comments were included, but I would have to say that due to the many limitations of the studies used here, I believe that EPA should be re-evaluating their POD and their reference concentrations prior to a second draft of this health hazard risk assessment. So that's, I just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you. Dr. Caden.
So thank you, Dr. Heiger-Bernays, for a lot of stuff. And as the listeners can hear, there were disagreements among the panel members. I think I just have to point out that were we meeting in person, we might have been able to come up with a more organized response, even if it wasn't consensus. Dr. Heiger-Bernays did mention one question is, is sensory irritation an adverse impact? And if not, should a point of departure be developed from it anyway? So I think that's one question for the agency to consider. Another is the two studies that have been mentioned a lot, or two of the studies that have been mentioned, the Lang et al. Study and the Mueller et al. Study, both had a study design where there were 4 hours exposure to one concentration of formaldehyde, and in a subset of the exposures, they had peak exposure superimposed upon those. So the question there is, do we look at the 4-hour exposures, or do we look at the peak 15-minute superimposed exposures? And I think that the answer to that question will show why we came up with some different values among working group members. The third thing is, should we look across the studies more, or do we take the study that has the lowest exposure? I would suggest that we carefully look at the Lang study, the Mueller study, and the Cooley studies. They're not easy studies to understand, and I appreciate that. But I think we need to look at all of those studies together. I'm going to read from the Mueller study the conclusion that the authors reach, just in case it informs our discussion. They said formaldehyde concentrations of 0.7 ppm for 4 hours and of 0.4 ppm for 4 hours with peaks of 0.8 ppm for 15 minutes did not cause adverse effects related to irritation, and no differences between hypo and hypersensitive subjects were observed. A slightly different result from the same lab, I should point out, the Lang et al. Study, was the results of, and these are all from the abstracts, these are the author's conclusions. The results of the present study indicate eye irritation is the most sensitive parameter. Minimal objective eye irritation was observed at the level of 0.5 ppm with peaks of 1 ppm. The subjective complaints of ocular and nasal irritation noted at lower levels were not paralleled by objective measures of eye and nasal irritation and were strongly influenced by personality factors and smell. It was concluded that the no observed effect level for subjective and objective eye irritation due to formaldehyde was 0.5 ppm in the case of consistent exposure and 0.3 ppm with peaks of 0.6 ppm in the case of short-term peak exposures. So one question is, since the Mueller et al. Study actually had a higher NOEL, should that be the point of departure, or do we look at the NOEL in the individual studies? And then finally, there's the question of whether the sensitive subgroup in the Mueller et al. Study is really a sensitive subpopulation. So those are kind of my organizing questions. I think the agency would be well served to look at each of these questions and address them individually.
Thank you. And the next discussant is Dr. Landis.
Thanks for reading that. My goodness, I'm exhausted listening to it. So my comments, I really appreciated the dealing with the statistical issues very early on in the report. I think those are really strong and points out some of the weaknesses of conventional methods. It did concern me when they didn't like the BMD value, so they divided by 2. That's fairly arbitrary. And I think being more quantitative would reduce that personal evaluation of some of the data. The rest of it, I mean, it's amazing. You have, compared to what I have so often, a data-rich environment, and now you have discussions over LOX, over NOx, and so forth, when in fact they do not represent a no-effect concentration. They represent something else, a statistical result. And I like how the beginning part of this document discussed some of those issues. that these things are not what they are represented to be. They're not no effect. It's a statistical result. And dose response is better represented by the exposure response curve. Otherwise, I concur with the results, and I'm amazed in the amount of work that was done in a short period of time.
Thank you. Dr. Strickland.
Hello. I don't have any additional comments. Dr. Heiger-Bernays incorporated all my comments.
Great, thank you. Dr. Sweeney.
Likewise, I don't have any additional comments. My comments were all part of Dr. Heiger-Bernays' presentation.
Great, thank you. So at this point, I'll turn it over to the committee or ask the committee if they have comments regarding this particular charge question. I see Dr. Wolf. Let's start with you.
Two clarifying questions from your, maybe it's just how I heard the sentence, but the first is I was a little confused by the statement that the no observed effect level does not represent no risk. So if there's no hazard, there's not going to be a risk. So I'm a little confused by, could you elaborate on
I can answer
what that means? Yeah.
Can you please identify yourself?
Oh, sorry. Wayne Landis. I can answer that. A no observed effect level or concentration is not part of a dose response curve. Oftentimes there's a great deal of uncertainty in that concentration is picked often for convenience, the ease of dilution, or for many other reasons. And the result is the result of a hypothesis test saying it's not different than a null concentration. So saying that you picked the NOEL, does that mean that the dose response curve doesn't extend beyond that? And actually a lower concentration, you would still see a % effect if you're looking at percentages. If you're looking at what part of the dose response curve can happen. I've seen in many toxicity tests where the NOEL, if you do the dose response curve, could be a 20 to 30% effect if you just look at a BMD type of approach.
Are you talking about a no observed adverse effect level or a no observed effect level?
It doesn't make any difference.
Well, I think those are two very different things, but anyway.
The statistics are the same.
Okay.
Statistics are the same.
Don't confuse me with numbers. So I did want to.
That many times, that's too bad.
I'm a pathologist. I have to see it
I
on
know,
slides.
I know.
So I'm wondering also, you talked about adversity, and I'm wondering if it's always necessary to say something is adverse or not. It's important to know if it's a treatment effect. And would it be sufficient and be health protective if you're protecting against the treatment effect that then prevents any, because if you look at the goal of this assessment, they talk about margins of exposure and protection goals. And so does it matter whether you call something adverse? Are you only going to use an effect if you're going to call it adverse, or is it sufficient to have it a treatment-related effect and use that to achieve your protection goals, particularly if you're trying to understand the margins of exposure?
I don't know that there's an answer to that. That's a question that can be posited in our response, perhaps.
Well, I mean, you talked about adversity in the thing, and I just wondered if this group feels that's necessary to identify adversity or not.
Dr. Heiger-Bernays, do you have a response?
Well, I think that we're tasked with identifying adverse effects associated with exposure, right? And so the challenge here was to identify is this sensory irritation an adverse effect or not? If it is, right, then it fits a definition, and then one moves forward to develop a point of departure. If it's not, then the question is it still suitable to identify the point of departure and move forward? And Dr. Wolf, I think your point is very well taken in that if it's defined as a treatment related effect or associated effect or caused effect, if it's an animal model, right, then that could be a useful way of framing this. But I think we go back to EPA, and we traditionally develop toxicity values for those things that cause adverse effects. But I'll ask my other discussants to weigh in. Or not. Okay.
Maybe.
Well, I'm willing to, but
Oh.
Dr. Kim has
Go ahead. This is Jermaine. Go ahead, Dr.
Okay, certainly a tradition of considering whether or not a treatment-related effect is adverse. For example, delayed ossification in rodent developmental tox studies has often been considered a treatment-related effect, but not adverse. But certainly that's a principle that could be revisited depending on one's perspective, and things like that do change over time. But in general, and also things like adaptive effects, for example, changes in metabolism, for example, small liver weight increases are those that are related to increased amounts of some protein. Questions of whether or not those are adaptive or adverse have long been a question. I think it's a little different with the sensory irritation because it's a little bit different. Whether if some people have mild irritation at what's effectively zero or minimal background clean air exposure, that's a little bit different question because it can't be chemical related if the chemical's not there, and yet it's an effect that's being considered for whether or not it's adverse.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of thing that the group can consider in the write-up. I think we've gotten on the record enough that you can consider this in the write-up. But let's go to Dr. Kim's question.
Yes, Samte Kim. I have two questions. One, that I agree the sensory irritation is not considered to be adverse effect, but would it be an interfacer or precursor or indicator, or in a way that can lead to adverse effect? Adverse outcome. In that case, can it be used as endpoint for addressing point of departure? That's question number one. The second question is that I see the eye irritation being used as surrogate for inhalation sensory irritation. Is there any reliable data that indicates that eye irritation can be used as surrogate to inhalation sensory irritation?
I'm going to defer to perhaps Dr. Caden can respond.
So I was going to say, certainly for your first question, it's a reversible effect. So as soon as exposure ends, the irritation ends. And so in that sense, I would not expect it to be a precursor of other effects.
Okay. So that only we are looking at reversible sensory irritation.
Yeah.
But when it reaches to with accumulative, so this will be deviating from acute exposure. But when that sensory irritation becomes repetitive and and accumulative that maybe not really apply to the current understanding of it?
So again, my understanding is the sensory irritation is due to binding to a receptor, and that is reversible. So once it unbinds, it can bind again in repeated exposure, but it's not going to accumulate over time. So in that sense, it should not be an accumulating.
Okay, thank you.
Dr.
And maybe someone else can address your second question.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, this is not at all a technical comment, although I appreciate the work that went into to the long discussion of this point, and I look forward to reading it because it was, you know, hard to respond to it without seeing it. But as I said, this will not be a technical comment. I think the best way to determine whether sensory irritation is considered an adverse effect would be to ask those who are subject to it. And of course we can't do that, but I have a pretty good impression of what they would say. As an industrial hygienist who represented workers in my career, I was called into a number of workplaces where the effect was sensory irritation. And people were upset about it. People thought it was a terrible working condition. And if you asked anybody in that workforce, is this an adverse effect? They would say yes. So I think this is largely a matter of semantics. I agree with, I think it was Dr. Wolf who said it, that we could maybe avoid the question altogether. But if we have to face it, I think I think we use what would be a common definition of adverse effect. If it's highly unpleasant, it's adverse.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. I hope perhaps that's captured in the response. And I'll say I concur with that position, Mr. Wright. That would be my perception. It has been my perception when I have been in situations like you described. Won't get into my history, but I've been in those situations myself. Dr. Sweeney.
In terms of what extent of irritation is adverse, I'd like to note that there were various scores, slight, moderate, severe, and so it's not just is it irritating, it's how irritating is it, and your idea of how long, something that you might consider to be mildly irritating if you're exposed to it for 15 minutes may differ from what you think is mildly irritating if you're exposed to it all day. So there could be perception difference of exactly how much it bothers you that includes the duration that doesn't have any physiological difference.
Agreed. Dr. Bricey.
Yeah, I'd just like to add one little bit to this also, and I agree with Mike. This is Pat Bricey. I think there's pretty clear evidence that repeated irritation events can lead to psychosocial stress that can have a whole host of physiological manifestations. It can make you more susceptible to health effects from other things you might be exposed to. So there are some pretty significant possible biological consequences associated with something that is irritating and reversible, and I don't think we can discount that.
Thank you. Are there other comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we have finished the inhalation hazard portion. I'd now like to turn it to the EPA to see if they have any clarifications related to the response that was made.
This is Susanna Wagner from the EPA. We've been listening intently, furiously taking notes. We appreciate the discussion. We do have some clarifying questions, but need a little bit of time within the team to discuss and make sure that we're framing them correctly. And so we're hoping to pose those questions to the committee tomorrow morning, if that's okay.
Actually, that will probably fit better in the timeline. So just as we wrap up, I was planning to close today after these two questions. So tomorrow we'll start by, I think, EPA, you had some responses to our questions that we still didn't get to, and we'll try to do those first thing in the morning. Then we'll circle back to your questions to us from questions 1.1 and 1.2, and then we will see if there's anything that needs to be clarified from today with the committee, and then we'll move into question 1.3, and hopefully we'll get to 1.3 within 15 or 20 minutes of the start tomorrow. So, Ms.
Thank
Gibson.
you. This is Sean Shiflett. Tammy, do you mind if I
go ahead, please?
Yes.
So we are most likely going to be submitting our written responses to you as much as possible rather than doing an oral kind of response. We are in the process of drafting those and getting those cleared at this time. So we will have to submit them to you in writing.
You have those when?
They have to be cleared before we can release them. So we are waiting on the clearance process at this time.
So they will not be read into the record?
They will submit them to the DFO would submit them to me, and then I can disseminate them to the committee.
I think we're going to need answers to those questions before we can conclude this meeting.
So that is the clarifying questions from yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
And should they not be written into read into this?
Not necessarily, Dr. Graham, no.
Okay.
As long as we share them with the committee, that should be appropriate. But however, if once I submit them to the committee, you have questions, then we can ask the agency for clarifying questions, and those materials will be docketed as well.
Ms. Gibson, you and I can talk about that offline, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, we will conclude today's session, and we'll meet tomorrow. It is 10 a.m. Eastern.
It is 10 a.m. Eastern. I would like to state, Dr. Cobb and the committee, we have a lot of ground to make up tomorrow. Tomorrow is day 3. I do want to thank all the participants, the agency, the committee, my colleagues at EPA, as well as the listening public and those oral public commenters. We thank you all for attending day 2, and day 3 we will begin at 10 a.m. Eastern on tomorrow. Dr. Cobb, do you have anything else?
I do not. Thank you all, and
Okay.
we will see you tomorrow, and we will almost assuredly see you on Thursday.
This meeting is adjourned.
Thank
Thank you. Today's meeting is adjourned.